Welcome to Moneyline with Nancy. Good morning, everyone. I am Nancy Naja, and it's so nice to know that you're joining us again, especially on this new time belt, which is 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. So we're no longer on 11 a.m. to 12 noon. So please tell someone to tell someone. All right, let me get started. For many Nigerians today, running out of data now feels almost as frustrating as running out of fuel or electricity, because whether you're a small business owner, a student attending online classes, a creator posting content, or you're even simply trying to send money on mobile apps or your bank apps, or you apply for a job or keep up with family, life is now happening online. But here is the real concern: how much should people have to pay just to participate in everyday life? Our new industry figures show Nigerians spent more than 3.3 trillion naira on data in just 3 months, from January to March of this year. And for millions of people already battling high food prices, transport costs, and rent, the internet is quietly becoming another monthly bill that cannot be escaped. So this morning, I'll be looking beyond the megabytes and the subscriptions and asking what the rising cost of connectivity says about the economy, about digital access, and about who may be left behind in Nigeria's digital future. Joining me shortly is Leslie Effiong, a business intelligence analyst, who will help us make sense of the numbers, the pressures, as well as the bigger economic questions hiding behind the data bundles that you have on your devices. And as always, you can stay connected with us by subscribing to our YouTube channel, Moneyline with Nancy TV, and following us across all our social media platforms. Now, before we get into all of that conversation, let's begin with a look at the top business news. I'll begin by telling you this morning that the federal government has urged German investors to expand their investments in Nigeria, saying President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms are improving investors' confidence. The Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, said key policies including fuel subsidy removal and foreign exchange liberalization are strengthening macroeconomic stability. He added that government revenue rose to over 28 trillion naira last year, while foreign reserves climbed above $46 billion, helping to stabilize the economy and attract long-term investment. The federal government says that Nigeria can no longer rely mainly on borrowing to drive development. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, made the statement at the 28th Annual Tax Conference of the Chartered Institute of Taxation in Nigeria. He said that the country must build a sustainable fiscal system to support infrastructure, healthcare, education, and social protection. Oyedele added that current tax reforms are aimed at boosting investment, improving revenue generation, and reducing structural weakness in the tax system. Nigeria has again missed its OPEC crude oil production quota after recording an average daily output of 1.49 million barrels in April, slightly below the 1.5 million barrels per day target. Data from the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission showed total production, including condensates, stood at 1.66 million barrels daily. The country has now remained below its OPEC allocation for 9 consecutive months, and as challenges including crude theft, pipeline vandalism, and underinvestment continue to weigh on outputs. The federal government plans to reduce company income tax from 30% to 25% as part of its tax reform agenda. Special advisor to the President on Economic Affairs, Tope Fashola, said individuals earning 100 million naira or less annually, as well as small businesses with turnover below 100 million naira, will remain tax-free. The government also aims to raise Nigeria's tax to GDP ratio to 18% while improving investment, transparency, and economic competitiveness. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority says Nigerians consumed 1.53 billion liters of petrol in April. The figure represents an average daily consumption of 51.1 million liters. The authority disclosed that Dangote Refinery supplied over 1.2 billion liters to the local market, while independent marketers imported 111 million liters. The report also showed that Dangote Refinery produced 53.6 million liters daily, exporting part of its output while meeting domestic demand. The federal government says more than 15,000 housing units will be ready for occupation within the next 3 months as part of efforts to address Nigeria's growing housing deficit. Housing Minister Mutakarabe Dama said the intervention could provide shelter for over 60,000 families. The government also stressed that the housing drive will support job creation, economic growth, and stronger private sector participation in the construction industry. Nigeria's push for local refining is gaining momentum as crude oil supply to domestic refineries more than doubled between January and April this year. Data from the NMDPRA shows supply rose by over 103%, driven largely by the Dangote Refinery, which operated at nearly full capacity in April. At the same time, petrol imports declined sharply, signaling a major shift towards locally refined fuel, despite continued pressure from high global oil prices. Nigeria's net foreign exchange inflow rose by 11.4% to $66.23 billion in 2025. According to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria, the increase was driven by a sharp rise in forex inflows into the economy, which grew over 116% year-on-year. However, forex outflows also increased by 18%, while inflows through autonomous sources remained the major driver of growth. The federal government says Nigerians spent 6.54 trillion naira on vehicle spare parts and 2.7 trillion naira on imported vehicles last year. The National Automotive Design and Development Council said this shows the huge economic potential in local parts production and after-sales services. Officials have warned that Nigeria must strengthen its local manufacturing base or risk losing jobs and investment opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Okay. We're spending so much money on spare parts in the country. All right, let's tell you this also, that the World Bank has warned that rising oil prices caused by escalating conflict in the Middle East could deepen food insecurity in developing countries. In its latest commodity markets outlook, the bank projected a 16% increase in global commodity prices in 2026, the first annual rise since 2022. The report cited disruptions to energy supplies and fertilizer markets, with Brent crude surging from $72 to $118 per barrel in March amid attacks on regional energy infrastructure. BUA Group Chairman Abdul Samad Rabiu has been speaking on the sidelines of the France-Africa Summit in Nairobi. Let's take a listen.
It's actually a meeting that was convened by President Macron and President Ruto, here in Nairobi. And as I'm sure, you saw over, almost 30 heads of government and 40 top, business executives from all over Africa. So the theme or the idea is for us to come together to understand the issues, the challenges of Africa, how we can together, Europe, or France and Africa, to come together and see, support the challenges that we have. So one of the issues that I actually kept, mentioning during the, meetings we had yesterday and this morning is, one, we need, or there are 3 or 4, foundations that are needed to transform the continent. The first thing, in my opinion, is capital, policy, integration, and then, of course, value addition. Capital, we need capital to, finance our ambition. And then policy, for the leaders to actually ensure that we have policies that work. And then integration is very, very important. Aliko Dangote was actually mentioning that, he probably needs visas to 38 countries to go to some of the countries in Africa. So that integration is key. We have to open up the continent. And of course, the final one, which I think is probably the most important, is value addition. Value addition so that all the resources that we have here in Africa will be able to add value to them. Instead of exporting everything in their raw form, we process them here, add value, and then export. If you take cocoa, for example, I keep giving this example because it's very interesting. 4 countries in Africa, in fact, West Africa, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Nigeria, and Cameroon, they produce 75% of the total global supply of cocoa. This is a $200 billion industry annually. Yet Africa gets only a fraction, maybe 10, probably 15% of that. So these are the areas that we need, to concentrate on. I also gave the cement example, in Nigeria. If you look at Nigeria a few years ago, 15, 20 years ago, we were importing almost 90% of the cement we were consuming. Today, Nigeria is a net exporter. And that is because of the deliberate policy that was put in place, for Nigeria to be mining, to be using the locally, sourced limestone, add value and produce cement. Today, Nigeria, we are, producing over 30 million tons of cement. We are exporting, adding value in the process, creating wealth, creating jobs, and saving a lot of foreign exchange for the government.
All right, that's Abdulsamad Rabiu, the chairman of BUA Group. Let's quickly take the markets now. We're going over to the board to take you through the markets, and let's see how the markets closed yesterday as well as how they're shaping up this morning. We'll begin by telling you that it was another active session for Nigeria's stock market on Tuesday, with investors continuing to show confidence. So you're taking a look at 0.77% for the all-share index. The all-share index is the barometer of the market. When you go to the hospital, you first go to the nursing station. They take all your vitals. So they're checking your BP, they're checking your temperature. Under here with the thermometer, they're checking your BP. Either it's the digital one or that one they do that they'll be blowing air. So that is just what's the all-share index is like for the market. So what it does, when you see this number, it shows you whether the market is bullish or bearish. When I say bullish, that means that the market appreciated for the day. If it's bearish, that means that the losers had a field day. So what you're seeing on your screen now, 0.77% for the all-share index. That means that the market ended in the green on Tuesday, which is quite healthy, nearly 1%. So we saw that the all-share index closed higher by 0.77%, pushing market capitalization to 161 trillion naira, as you can see here. So the market was lifted by strong buying in stocks on Tuesday. Stocks like Union Homes REIT, Ikeja hotels, while some profit-taking hit some other stocks within the insurance space. NPF, that is Nigerian Police Microfinance Bank stock. But what stood out most on Tuesday was the level of activity. As you saw that investors traded about 2 billion shares. Where is it? Here, the volume that you're seeing. So we're seeing that this was traded, the deals over 80,000 transactions, and you're taking a look at traded value at about 69 billion naira. So we're seeing that these amounts of shares were traded, of course, with UBA, C&I leasing dominating volumes. UBA led the value trade, showing that investors' appetite for banking stocks still remain strong. Let's move into other markets that will also take you through the money market. Our liquidity stayed comfortable following OMO maturity. Can we take a look at the global markets updates? And we saw that helping funding rates are relatively stable around 22% region. For the Treasury bills market on Tuesday, we saw heavy investor demand, particularly for short-term papers. The central bank's OMO auction attracted massive subscriptions of over 2.7 trillion naira, far above the initial offer, showing that investors are still chasing high yields in a high inflation environment. For the bond market, it took a more cautious tone as investors wait for April's inflation figures and the next FGN bond auction. So attention is now shifting to longer dated papers expected from the DMO. On the global stage, let's take a look at how investors are trading there. They are remaining on edge, of course, over geopolitical risk and sticky U.S. inflation. U.S. inflation numbers came in hotter than expected, and they added to fears that the Federal Reserve may keep interest rates higher for longer. And that, of course, that is quite expected because of what is happening, and that sent pressure through the Eurobond market, with Nigeria Eurobond yields moving higher. So that's it here. U.S. inflation coming in hotter than expected at 3.8%. I think our own inflation rate is around 15.3%, 3.36 or 3.8%. So many numbers now, but it's within that range. Let's take a look at the Naira. It's weakened slightly at the official window. It closed above 1,375 Naira to $1 US. Meanwhile, that's it here. Meanwhile, we saw that oil prices continued their upward move as tensions between the U.S. and Iran kept energy markets nervous. And that market has been quite nervous, at least in the last few weeks. Brent crude rose this morning at around $107 US per barrel, while global equity markets traded mixed as investors balanced inflation risk and against growth expectations. So that's the global market updates. Like I mentioned also earlier, we're seeing some other markets across the world. They're a bit nervous today. Some kind of positive news comes out. They get a bit of oxygen, they go back. So markets are watching geopolitics. They're watching all market sentiments. They're watching what President Trump says. There will be a meeting between Trump and Xi Jinping of China. Trump would go to the meeting alongside some chief executives of tech companies like Elon Musk, Tim Cook, and the rest of other likes. Okay, I hope, can this be shown on screen? Okay, good, that's it. So this is just the market review of what I've just said in a nutshell. So we are going to be looking at how the markets will trend as well as trade today. Nigerian stocks, of course, rise. Global markets mixed amid inflation and geopolitical risk. So let's see how the markets will shape up today. But for the commodities, you're seeing Brent crude, WTI, as well as gold. Gold is not shining in Electoral at all. All right, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, it'll be time for us to get into your devices, into your phones, and see how much you are spending on being connected. Because apart from food now, rent, transport, Nigerians spend 1/5 of their income on staying connected, on data. What does that mean? We'll be right back after the break to numbers for you and see.
So,
is a need for Nigerians. Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
the real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something million MSMEs as a people and as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays, live on AIT and online. If it matters to the economy, join us.
What should career learning look like? You're seeing that companies demand experience, they demand the digital fluency that I talked about earlier on, adaptability, they also demand emotional intelligence,
Exactly.
they demand
Exactly.
from workers or the employees, they demand people that can think on their feet,
Certainly.
almost at entry level. Is that a lacuna?
It's good that you break that up. It's good that you bring that up. Yes, most employers are looking for ready-made talent now. And I kind of understand the pressure that you're going through because they want to scale fast, especially startups and growing companies. They want to scale fast. They have investors that they need to satisfy. They have targets that they need to meet. So it's only natural that they want to hire talents that are already ready-made, that have all these things, so that the learning curve is shorter. But the truth is, the globally competitive talents are not built by hiring alone. They're built by organizations who intentionally invest in talents to build. So yes.
So to train.
Yes. There's a place for onboarding. There's a place for onboarding. If every, and this is all to all companies, is every company.
Okay, welcome back to the program. In case you're just joining us, I think you've missed the first half of the program, the news bulletin, as well as the markets updates. But don't fret, this is also another good one for you to stay with us. We're talking about the cost of connectivity. How much does it cost you to be connected to your family, stay connected with your customers and all of that? I have a business intelligence analyst joining me right now. Leslie F. Young, welcome to the program.
Hi, thank you, Nancy, and thank you for having me on this program.
Welcome to the program. Your first time. I do not have champagne.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So let's get started, Leslie. I'm sure you would have seen the report, 3.3 trillion naira that Nigerians spent from January to March of this year, yes, on data. And let's just oppose it. That Nigerians spend 1/5 of their salary, of their income, on staying connected on data. Did that number jump at you?
Well, when I saw it for the first time, I mean, it was quite intriguing because I didn't realize that we were utilizing the market 100%, right? And at the heart of Nigeria's economy, really, is where this reality plays out because right now, every business, almost every business, let me not say every business, so almost every business requires internet to remain productive, right? Or to stay in competition. So the POS person out there, for instance, uses or needs data to ensure that their business is successful. The person, for instance, who would need to deliver an item from a vendor, right, to a customer, requires mobile data or mobile connection. So down to even corporate organizations. So this meeting, for instance, is made possible because we are utilizing data, and speaking, across the internet. Even when you look at the job market, a lot of Nigerians today, are even positioning themselves to become global talent, right? And they do not just do that alone by just, learning, taking courses online, but also, using the internet as their ecosystem. So applications pass through that system, down to interviews and the rest of them. So Nigerians are actually heavily dependent on data for productivity. So, and I think just for context, when we look at the year-on-year quarterly data spend, right? So we saw that there was actually a 40% increase, looking at from Q1 2025 to Q1 2026. So that's to really tell us the heavy dependence on data. And we see that mobile data subscriptions, right, reached about 185 million by early 2026. And internet subscribers, have gotten to over 153 million, right? So this actually represents a deepening dependency on data. So I don't think you can survive, a whole day, without having to have data on your device, for instance, or maybe at work, or, so it is not a matter of isolating data as just, one part of our budget or in our everyday planning, but it is a major, um, you know, cost that we introduce even or we can call it into our production cost as a, as an economy or as a business or as individuals. Yeah.
Isn't it also showing that Nigerians that were trapped in a situation where internet access or the connectivity is no longer optional, even when our incomes are collapsing? We're living in a country where 70,000 naira is the minimum wage, so an average salary earner of like 70,000 naira is spending 1/5 of that 70,000 naira.
That income,
so, yes,
exactly.
Whether that should be like 20%, yes, or so.
Yeah.
Yes, of that should be like how much now? Perhaps 14,000 naira.
Yeah,
Yes,
thereabouts.
yes, thereabouts. I'm just using 70K as an
Yeah.
example for this conversation. So if that person is spending about 14,000 naira on data when incomes are collapsing, how sustainable is that? And doesn't that also show that connectivity cost is high?
So, yes, connectivity costs is high. Also, in terms of sustainability, right, we have to look at it from two perspectives. One is how willing am I to, remain economically viable? Let me put it that way. Now, let me speak from a business standpoint. So, how willing are businesses, for instance, willing to remain economically viable, and also how willing versus how much they're willing to invest, to remain that viable. So let me use a very practical example. A farmer who plants seeds and maybe wants to get harvest in 100 hectares land, or acres or whatever, now has that in mind that I want this harvest. Now, irrespective of the cost of the seeds, for instance, if that is what you want to produce at the end of the day, that quantity of harvest, it may be so much pressure on that farmer to have to purchase the number of seeds at an increased cost to ensure that he has that harvest. However, if he looks at his competitors and he sees that they are going ahead to also purchase the same, he probably has no option but to do that, with the hopes that when he gets, that harvest, he's able to, recuperate the funds back. So that is the dilemma that we find ourselves in Nigeria. So a lot of businesses would invest in that way not necessarily because they have the resources to, but because by the time there is, maybe a revenue from that investment or a profit, it should be able to at least take care of this particular cost. And that is the, time relationship between this whole thing. Right.
Leslie, if we take a look at the numbers, really, just opposing it with some other countries, let's take a look at other African countries. Nigeria still boasts one of the lowest data costs. Let's take 1 gigabyte. It's costing, I had to look through now, it's costing about, for one of these major networks, between, I think, less than 500 now, above that slightly.
Yes. About 587 there.
Yes, but if you take a look at it, so it's about less than $1 for 1 gigabyte. But you're seeing that some of the most affordable data costs come from countries such as Ghana, Mauritius, Uganda, while we're seeing higher cost of data or connectivity from countries such as Equatorial Guinea, Zimbabwe, and all of that. Now, where am I going to? The NCC or even the telecom operators may say, okay, we have one of the lowest costs of data in the country, but how do you just oppose that to to a country where it's difficult to make money, inflation is biting hard, you have inflation at around 15%, and and where your minimum wage is 70,000 naira, and where you have 100 million plus people that are poor, living in poverty, 63% multidimensionally poor. So I hope you understand my analysis. So if they're saying on one hand that we have one of the lowest data cost or cost of connectivity, how do we just oppose it amongst all that I have said?
Okay, I think one of the ways to look at this is to place Nigeria, or to look at it in a global scale, right? If we look at it from a domestic perspective, it might look like we are actually spending so much, as it were, just, but if we look at it from a global perspective, we realize that as Nigerians, or we're one of at least the sort of moderate spenders in terms of data, right? But let me just come from an angle, right? So if the disconnect between the maybe dollar price and expensive local realities, for instance, applies across basic services in Nigeria. So if we look at a country's standard of living, right, it cannot just be solely measured alone by prices, right? It must also be measured, by the people who actually earn in that country, right? And people, spend an average of about maybe 2.4% of their monthly income on a single gigabyte of data. Now, for the poorest, let's say 40% in this region, the figure now jumps to something around 5%. And let me also refer to the statistics from World Bank. So World Bank analysis shows that many Nigerians living near the poverty line, data costs can consume up to 20%, right, which we have known, of their disposable income. Now, this is higher than the, average. This is actually higher than, the SSA average, and then underscores that lower dollar prices do not mean low economic pressure. So if we look at it from the perspective,
I understand what you're saying now. Yes, I get it now. That even if they are lower, perhaps even in dollar terms or whatever, it doesn't mean that it's still affordable.
It doesn't mean that it's still affordable. Exactly. So it doesn't mean that it is affordable, actually. So the question is, how much? Okay, so how do we look at it from a global perspective rather than just from a local perspective? So, from a pure like dollar per gigabyte standpoint, looking at the sticker price, Nigerians' mobile data is actually relatively affordable, as it were, right? But as a business analyst, right, one of my roles is to ask, affordable questions like affordable for whom, right? So who is this data affordable for? And I can call this sort of like a comparison trap, because 1 gig plan in Nigeria cost about, let's say 0.3 of probably the same amount in US. Now, if we are spending 1/5 of our income on data, how much does 1/5 of our income, what does it economically translate to? How much does, let's say, someone who is earning 100,000, how much does 20,000, or what are the things that 20,000 can actually give that individual, versus how much that amount, when you look at it from a global perspective, let's say from maybe the US, for instance, how much that amount actually can afford that individual. So maybe a cup of coffee, for instance, right, in the US. But when you come to Nigeria, we see that you're able to, or rather you're going to spend, you're going to get more, or rather you're spending more, because the value in terms of course, currency differences and other economic factors differ from one country to another. So Nigeria, for instance, today, NCC's own data shows that our citizens near the poverty line, right, can consume this amount, right? So the lens from which we're going to view affordability, whether we look at maybe the dollar price or maybe the economic weight, is determines the entire picture of how of the economy, not just from a perspective of, okay, I'm spending 20,000 out of 100,000 income or disposable income, right? But we have other things, because if you look at, there are other things that we have to consider as well, other factors like the telcos, for instance, or maybe the key players in the industry are also investing, right? So what does that investment translate to? Does it translate to better services and all
Yeah,
of that?
I was coming to that. So perhaps you just take that
Okay.
along in terms of, if the connectivity is now expensive, as we're seeing right now, relative to how much income we earn as majority of us Nigerians. You're talking of how expensive that data is. Let's talk about now the consistency of the service, because many Nigerians have complained and are still complaining. There are sometimes your connectivity will just go off, no explanation.
Exactly.
Some people also complain of the speed. You buy 1 gigabyte today, in the next few days or even the next day, it's gone. Of course, it's your usage. That's what the company will say. But if you take a look at that, how do you think that regulation has also come to address this issue? Do you think that our regulators, in this case NCC, and perhaps even the Ministry of Digital Economy on the policy side, do you think that they are attending to these problems? I think just a few days ago, I think also, was it the NCC, as well as FCCPC, if I'm not mistaken, spoke about consumers and what the telecom companies should be doing when consumers have poor network, so
yeah. Okay, so just to give some context, I think when it comes to the physical and regulatory infrastructure underlines telecom services in Nigeria, we've experienced both challenges and reforms, right? I was watching an interview of the NCC, the Chief Executive Officer of NCC, Dr. Aminu Maidu, and there were a couple of things, in this direction that he mentioned, and it was more from a balanced perspective than actually saying, we are not enjoying the services, right? neither is the telecoms, neither are the telecom partners coming to say, oh, we've given you all that, that you need to ensure that you have the best of service and all of that. No, but we look at it from a both challenge and reform perspective. So let us understand it from both dimensions. Now, just to walk a little around the data, we have recorded about over 9,000 fiber cuts alone in 2025. So, across one of the major players in the industry, and that's averaging more than 25 incidents per day. I had worked at some point in with one of the fiber companies, and I noticed that there was never a day that went by that we never had cases where fiber maybe
Infrastructure.
distortions happen. Yeah. Now,
Was it
because
theft or was it natural? Was it natural or theft?
It was a lot of things. It's either there is someone who has no idea that there is a fiber cable somewhere and is busy digging a borehole, or maybe there is a road construction going on and they did not realize that there were fiber cables that were laid there, or theft. So a lot of these factors actually contributed to it. But telecom, whilst that data, from NCC data, it shows that on the average, we have like over 1,000 cases, right, every week, aside from 2025. But in the NCC's collaborations with, with the Office of the, for instance, National Security Advisor is yielding results, right? We reduce incidents of fiber cuts because at some of these construction sites. And also we should look at the contribution of Nigerian government and also the regulatory body from a standpoint of not just regulating, but creating an enabling environment for these for Nigerians, first of all, to have the best of service, and also for the providers now to be able to support Nigerians to have this best of services. So for instance, the NCC has mandated automatic compensation for subscribers that are affected by service disruptions. Now we can see how policy is helping in that regard, and that's effective April 2026. Now, so this compensation framework, for instance, triggers when operators fail to meet key performance indicators, maybe from a local government area, for over maybe 48 hours. Now, with compensation calculated based on the subscriber's average 30-day spending pattern, or maybe ARPU, right? Yeah. So additionally, the NCC has also introduced cumulative penalties for, quality of service breaches, established a new enforcement framework that's extends to the accountability of tower companies in Nigeria. So when we look at it, let's take from, and also we've seen some reasonable investment in one of the major players, in course of the years, which even trickled down into because by the time the profit was declared, now we could see that a lot of the profit was made as a result of the input from data, right? So this now goes to show that when there is a regulatory framework or a policy in place, then infrastructures, now the industries or the industry players are willing to invest, right, in the infrastructure, and then thereby increasing satisfactions from Nigeria, but Nigerians now. So that's just basically it. Yeah.
Leslie, looking at the numbers very deeply, 2.37 trillion naira, it jumped to 3.3 trillion in Q1 of this year. Would you really say is as a result of increased usage or increased tariffs? You also remember that tariffs were increased. Was it last year?
Yes, by 50. Yeah.
Yes.
early this December 2025.
Yeah, you understand. So,
By 50, yeah, 50%.
So are we saying that Nigerians are using more now, or because of the prices increased? So if we have less people using, but the prices increase, it will also give us an upside number. I hope you understand what I'm saying. That's one.
Okay.
Then number two,
Yeah.
I would like you to also address the question of digital inequality. If this, because the cost of data, we're spending 1/5 of our income on data,
Okay.
would it now
Yeah.
increase digital inequality? You know, because a lot of young people these days depend on data connection for remote jobs. A lot of them are now content creators. Perhaps they say there are no jobs, or even if there are jobs, they see that as an easy way out. So how do you address that? Let me also put this. Do you think that we should look at data as an economic empowerment policy moving forward, since unemployment is high in the country?
All right. So let's look at. Let me start first with the inequality, as it were. Right. So there is a distributional effect, right, of rising data costs, and this is not uniform across all the income, brackets, because someone who is, let's say, I want to use a dispatch rider, for instance. The dispatch rider would not be earning as much as maybe a bank manager, for instance, in Lekki, or maybe in Asukuro or Meitama, right? So now you see that what that person is actually spending, or what, let's start from the dispatch rider. What the dispatch rider, for instance, is going to spend on data would be 3 to 5 times more expensive than what the manager will be spending. Now, why do I say so? That person probably will be buying a daily or a weekly plan, right? And by the time we look at it, such plans usually cost about, let's say let me just say roughly you can have like 500 MB for maybe about 200 Naira or so. But, for a gig, you spend roughly 400. Now, if I'm able to buy in bulk, I can reduce how much I spend, right? But for such an individual, he spends more. Now, NCC, right, data has made us realize that we spend about 3.3 trillion, right, on mobile data, which is something that is known, but analysis indicates that the average price of 1 gig of data rose from roughly around 287 in 2023 to roughly around 637 thereabouts in 2025, and that's more than doubling in 2 years, right? Aggressive nature of data pricing, where lower income subscribers, purchase similar increments, may pay, higher gigabyte in terms of data, deserves actually like an analytical attention. So NCC's competition assessment, examines pricing behaviors. Now, the truth about this is we may not be able to explicitly state that this gap, right, or this divide will be closed maybe in the next 1 year.
Okay.
Because right, but from what we're seeing, it will now rest on either the regulators and government now to ensure that there is a balance, right? Because it's this kind of thing, for instance, is leading to a digital inflation, right?
Yes.
Right. So
I will want you to answer the other question, because we have about 2 minutes to end the program. The question of usage, yes, usage or increased tariffs. Is it increased usage or increased tariffs that made the number jump?
Okay, so I think it is not the tariff, but the usage. So just
Okay.
like we observed that there was a 50% increase in the tariff, in December, the usage also increased,
Increased,
right?
yes.
So yeah. So if it was a matter of the tariff, then it would be that usage should reduce. So it's just like having a small room that should contain 10 people, and then you increase the size of the room hoping that it should accommodate maybe 15, and all of a sudden you're seeing like 20, 25 people.
People.
So what that means is dependencies are on that infrastructure, right? Or that system or that economy. So that is where I think the direction is steered towards. So it's not about the increase in tariff, but rather on the usage. So what I think the the telcos now should do is to ensure that infrastructures are upgraded, right? So the connections or connectivity is, placed at a level where we don't always have to, worry about, oh, if I connect, maybe I have a meeting by this time. We need to, do I have to start getting multiple devices, just to ensure that I don't get cut off and all of
Or you,
that.
or
Yeah,
you, or
so
you take your phone towards, or you come out of your
exactly,
building
you
and you
come
take your
out,
phone
yeah,
up, different.
exactly,
Yes, you just raise it
so
above your head. Or you are shaking it
yeah,
like this. You see people shaking like this, or the POS
yeah,
transactions that depend, and all of
yeah,
that. Yes,
exactly. They do that a
yeah, you
lot.
just
So
come out and, oh, okay, it's network.
So this is a thing with when we talk about this presentation, when I did this presentation before, I talked about ADHD. Our Nigerian parents don't want to hear about ADHD. So I've had a lot of people consulting because of their children with ADHD. I want to say very clearly, children can't have ADHD. ADHD can be treated with medication, and the children do well. These are 3 sentences. Children can have ADHD. ADHD medications help children do well in school, and they can complete school and do better when they're on medication. ADHD is not a bad boy, a bad girl. ADHD is not like a lazy kid. ADHD is a thing. So I just like to emphasize that a little bit for our Nigerian community, because it's like a whole process of coming to terms with the fact that your child has ADHD. That's all. Okay, so I'm going to talk just briefly about, because our topic, I'll just talk about culture, mental health, and women. And I think this is something that's almost like universal. And after these few slides, I think I will stop there. I don't know how many minutes I have left, but I really think it's important to, I don't know who, I'm going to go off topic a little bit. Who watches Bridget? Here. Yeah, Bridgerton fan. Okay, all right. So, if you're a Bridgerton fan, have you watched the last season that came out? All right, so I'm going to say one word that I got from there that was very interesting, and that's like a whole culture. There's the word pinnacle. Makes sense. Do you remember when they talk about pinnacle? Yeah. Okay. So, the way society, interacts with women is very interesting, and this is from somebody who's from Nigeria. So I really do think that there should be a whole, and there are places who focus on women, culture, and mental health, because it's easy to say there's depression, and then it's easy to say there's treatment for depression, and then there's easy to say go get treatment for depression. For a woman, that is complicated. That's like a whole thing. So first of all, is it depression or is it something else? And would people agree that you're depressed as against being someone who's lazy, who doesn't want to get out the money? One of my patients now, they are basically on the verge of divorce, but the husband is threatening to divorce her because he thinks she's lazy. She has depression, but he sees her as lazy. Doesn't want to get up, doesn't want to take care of the house, doesn't care for the children, even though she's managing the house, but not to his standard. So the idea that the wife might be depressed is like, he doesn't buy into it. So I think overall, the culture of our culture is almost antithetical to the idea that women are struggling emotionally or mentally. And I think that's something we need to address, at an individual level, at a clinical level, and also at the societal level. However, for the purpose of today, I just want to mention areas that I think that are important. One, women, because of our culture, and this comes across all cultures, women bear most of the burden of running a home. That's just the nature of most cultures. And because of the burden of running a home, when a woman is depressed, and this has been shown, when a woman is depressed, it affects the home, it affects the children, and it affects the woman. So if you are treating a woman with depression, you're essentially treating a family with depression. Because if the woman gets better, the family gets better. If the woman doesn't do well, the family doesn't do well. So it is really important to put that into context. And then the other thing is the cultural expectations and the stigma around, is the woman even depressed or anxious, or is it being hysterical and neurotic? And then the second thing is, seeking treatment for a woman is almost like, for most women, it's almost like accepting that there's a problem. And for most women, that's like a problem, to go and seek help. So part of the challenge is getting past that stigma and getting past that sense of, I'll be seen as a failure. think it's really something to focus on, to think through, but get through it and seek help. But part of our job too as mental health people is to make healthcare and mental health care more women friendly and more accessible to women in different ways. And that's like a whole area of study. Next one.
Can I just finish one question
Yes.
real quick?
Yes.
I heard you, women need to, but I also think that men need to. I wish my husband was here right now, to be quite honest with you. Because of a lot of the things that you said, I think men need to be aware how much of the mental emotions that we go through in order to get emotional wellness, that the husband has to understand, or a man just in general. I know that is one of the things that I've taken up, that my own son knows his responsibility as far as what God expects of him and how he should treat his wife, how he should have treated his girlfriend. And I don't think that's enough that we do. Men will just say, you know what, sow your oats and whatever else. And women will sit their sons down and say, no, you cannot ruin another girl's life. You have to take these responsibilities. And I think it's something that we need to make sure that men understand there's a role that they play. As far as when you were talking to Pinnacle, it's not about you getting off on your pleasure. What are you doing for your wife? What are you doing for, and to understand that.
Yeah. No, absolutely. 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 I really do think that I almost wish that when we do these things, that the women bring the men or the men come with them, right? Because sometimes we're preaching to the choir in a certain sense, because women understand this thing, even if they don't understand it intellectually, they understand it intuitively. The burden of home care, the stigma around mental health, seeking help, having to manage everything, juggling too many things. The women understand it actually, but they need the support from their partners to take the step around care. Yeah, so I 100% agree with you. The problem is most men don't want to come to distance. I mean, that's just the reality, right? So how do we do that? I don't know, right? I think that's an important element. And one of the things that, as in my clinical practice, for example, whenever I see a woman in my practice and it's all about this relationship, once you ask the husband to come in for therapy, they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. So until you treat them with divorce, and I think that's usually the few times they've come is because the woman has said, if you don't come in, that's it, like I'm out. Yeah. And then they wake up a little bit. So although I don't know about so yeah, but that's a really important thing. I think that if he's the organizer, so next time we should make it mandatory. If you're coming, bring your spouse. Yeah. So yeah, but that's a very good point, both society and clinically as well. Because sometimes if you encouraging someone to do self-care, they need to be given the space to do it, right? Because if not, it's not gonna work out. Yeah. So this is the other thing. I think one, we talk about stigma, but I also like to emphasize self-stigma. Right, so there's societal stigma, but there was a self-stigma, which is one of the things that limits you from seeking them, because part of our upbringing is to see ourselves as, of course, you want to be perfect, right? So if for whatever reason you're not perfect, you already kind of tell yourself, I'm not perfect, there's no point, so it's like a whole self-stigma. So with depression, anxiety, psychosis, you start seeing yourself as like below what you're supposed to be, and that's like self-stigma, and that is that limits people sometimes from actually seeking help. So having that knowledge about self-stigma, knowing that maybe it is self-stigma that's at work, can help the person get over the initial reluctance to seek help, or to even care for the self, really, to do the self-care we're talking about. And then one of the things I like to mention is the idea of autonomy, privacy, and individualism. So one of the challenges for me over the years being in Europe and the United States is that there's a lot of emphasis on autonomy, individualism, and sort of having privacy, which are wonderful, but they also perpetuate stigma. So when you say, oh, you can't tell people that this person has depression, well, that tells the person that that's a bad thing to tell people. Like, I don't know, it's a positive thing to protect people's health information, but also it perpetuates stigma. Because then if you say, oh, I don't want to talk to my wife because I don't want my wife to know that I'm struggling with this, of course you have to respect that, but that's a problem, because then how do you get support? Because the person that is close to you do not know. So I think it's a balance, balancing privacy, autonomy, and individualism with seeking help and seeking support from people around you. That's like a balance to strike.
With a mission inspired by a vision of a world of equity where all voices are heard and all people are seen, histories and cultures shared and appreciated even when not understood. We tell stories of the underrepresented, the misrepresented, the underserved, of victories, defeats, mourning, and celebrations. Inspiring stories, enlightening stories that teach and galvanize. We take you on a journey across continents, telling stories of all people. We wrote about them, filmed, uploaded, and brought them to your homes at your fingertips. Our vision is in sight, one story at a time. We tell stories that make impact, stories that galvanize, echoes from the valley, storytelling for social change. Showing on Proxnet Television USA, Saturdays at 7:30 p.m. Showing also on African Independent Television, AITs, at 6:30 p.m. Echoes from the valley, storytelling for social impact.
So I'm going to end with this. One of the things over the years I've been working in the community. I have private practice. I do research. I think we are at the point where we have to think about where care right now. Most care is delivered in psychiatric hospital, psychiatric clinic, community mental health center, maybe primary care doctors' offices. But we have to think about where else can we deliver mental health care. I think the pandemic has given us a chance to think about how care can be delivered. Telehealth, you don't have to go anywhere. But also churches, we talked about that before, and other community areas. This place, for example, is neutral. People can come here and get help if there's counseling available. So we have to rethink where mental health care is delivered. That would help women, because the biggest challenge to getting healthcare is actually making the time. So the more flexible, the more accessible, the nearer the care is, the more culturally appropriate the care is, the more likely women are likely to get help. And then the other piece is how care is delivered, right? And who delivers the care. A lot of evidence that we find out from our studies and other people's studies that if somebody has depression, they don't necessarily need to see a psychiatrist to get help. I mean, psychiatrist is wonderful, but not everybody needs to see a psychiatrist. Other people can be trained to deliver the same level of the same effective care to people. So we should be thinking about who can deliver care, who else can provide some support, who else can provide therapy that is not a psychologist or psychiatrist. And then who receives the care. So this is important, because sometimes the child is having behavioral problems, mental health issues, and the child is thrown into the health system. But actually, it may be a family problem. The family may be coming from a family relationship problem, coming from the relationship with the dad. Usually, if you have a young woman, I can guarantee you 90% of the time is about the father, the relationship with the father. Either the father is not there, and the father is there, but it's not. So you can't just take that person and say, this is the problem. So we need to think about who receives the care, who is presenting, but also who receives the care. And then I think one of the challenges is the conceptualization of mental health issues. Once you start with the premise that this person is possessed, it's like that means you're not seeking help, because you already identified that this is the problem. So the conceptualization of mental health issues is really important. How do you see mental health issues? What do you think is going on? So having an understanding of the process, how mental health develops, is really important. And then, of course, we talk about health system issues, how health systems are designed, how policies are made, who contributes to the policy, who decides what is important. in the policy. I think that's just a system level issue.
With a mission inspired by a vision of a world of equity where all voices are heard and all people are seen, histories and cultures shared and appreciated even when not understood. We tell stories of the underrepresented, the misrepresented, the underserved, of victories, defeats, mourning, and celebrations. Inspiring stories, enlightening stories that teach and galvanize. We take you on a journey across continents, telling stories of all people. We wrote about them, filmed, uploaded, and brought them to your homes at your fingertips. Our vision is in sight, one story at a time. We tell stories that make impact, stories that galvanize, echoes from the valley, storytelling for social change. Showing on Proxnet Television USA, Saturdays at 7:30 p.m. Showing also on African Independent Television, AITs, at 6:30 p.m. Echoes from the Valley, storytelling for social impact.
And during Women's History Month, as introduced, I'm Legislator Jewel Williams-Johnson. I serve on the Westchester County Board of Legislators representing District 8, which includes the City of White Plains, Town of Greenburgh, and the villages of Elmsford and Tarrytown. So it is an honor to be with you today. I hope you all are being sponges and just soaking it all up, because women are being featured, and yes, some of, for a minute I was like, okay, are we going to be mansplained today? But all of the information is critical to supporting our health. And we know that we have finally come to understand that mental health is all encompassing with our general and physical health. We can't have one without the other.
It is so wonderful to see so many people talking here, trying to get information and learn more about one of the biggest challenges of our time. As a shout out to Women's History Month, think about the historical figures, the figures of legends, the way women are portrayed. Think about Eve. Think about Medea. Think about all of these women. They're seen as evil. We can only wonder what mental health challenges Medea was feeling before she did what she did. We're now in a moment where more and more sub-communities, if you will, are starting to recognize the importance of dealing with mental health. I am so proud of my alma mater, Yale University, having something dedicated to global mental health. Because when you're trying to bring people in, it's not like a broken leg, as the good doctor had said. You have to reach people on a mental, intellectual, emotional level. And that means you're not just dealing with a community who needs health care. You are dealing with all of the different ways people think, all of the different cultural conditioning that we come to face these issues with. So I never even heard about a global mental health before, but boy, is that important. And to all of you who are dealing with all of this on a micro level, our society has become so stressful. Every demographic is exploding the need for mental health services. Women, can't imagine why any of you feel stress. We also know that everything, including life expectancy of people of color, especially Black people, is also a product of receiving the treatment that racism brings your way. So if you're Black and you're a woman, you've got an awful lot to deal with. And in a way, I find it concerning, but in a way, I find it really, really fantastic that there are so many of you here. And we do have a few men here listening who can hopefully bring it to the rest of the family. And thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much. Once again, we have a great initiative from a wonderful group. And I hope that you all learn something that you can bring home and that makes yourself, your family, the young people in your lives, because the young people are suffering so much at this point, that you get something here that's really going to help.
I do know, based on what I'm looking at, what you're doing is extremely important. And you should know that, yes, I am Andrea Stewart Cousins. I have the privilege of working with Mary Jane and with Jewel Williams Johnson. I'm on the state level with Mary Jane. There's a Senate, there's an Assembly. I lead the Senate. I'm the first woman leader in the history of New York State. And I represent you. So, you know, my district is Yonkers, Greenberg, and Mount Pleasant. So I'm yours, you're mine. And also, there used to be this situation where there were 3 men in the room, they would say, that would determine everything that happened in New York State, because the 3 men were always the governor, and because it was always a male, and the leader of the Senate was always a male, and the leader of the Assembly was always a male. So for almost 250 years, there were only 3 men in the room. However, I was the first woman in the room in 2019. And now there is the first female governor in the room. So there are actually 2 women and 1 man in the room, and that is Speaker Carl Hastie. But when I say I'm in the room, it's, you know, I don't come in the room by myself. I come in the room with everybody. And I have a diverse Senate that is, you know, not only geographically, but demographically diverse. And I listen to my members so that when we come in the room, you know, people's viewpoints, cultures, understanding, areas that come from, all of that is in the room. And I say that because I'm very happy that the state has, certainly post-COVID, Doctor, when you were talking about how we started grappling differently with mental health post-COVID. I mean, COVID had everybody isolated and fearful, and, you know, it just became a whole different approach to life. But it caused us to really take a look at mental health, not only for grown-ups, but for our children. How do they go back into an environment of learning? How do they get the help they need? So we had, in 2023, put in the largest amount for mental health, $1 billion, that went everywhere from increasing beds to bringing mental health into our schools. And I'm talking about every level of school, not only our elementary schools, but even our, you know, we have CUNY schools and SUNY schools, and making sure mental health is available there. We have continued on an annual basis to emphasize the fact that we know that mental health, yes, is a human right, but it's part of the whole ecosystem of health. And we're trying to get that parity in terms of coverage, in terms of women. We have started obviously looking at insurance, making sure that not only do we have prenatal screening and so on, but postpartum screenings, because again, having a baby, and people suffer from postpartum depression, and if it's not covered by your insurance, then it's an issue. So having women in the room also makes a difference. Because our experiences are different, so that we are able to say, well, what about? And that's why you see more investment in childcare. That's why you see more investment in looking at the care community and trying to lift the wages of people who are taking care of our kids and are most vulnerable. It is because there is a different perspective, a feminine perspective in the room.
There is no greater job as being a mother than any other job on earth.
The woman is the mother of the murderer. The woman is also the mother of the peacemaker.
They must learn to say no to evil.
Be involved in raising your children.
I'm so concerned that a lot of the children, our children in Nigeria, do not have access to good quality education. Their parents simply cannot afford it.
Good parenting is vital to nation building.
A woman is able to program a child to be who he should be.
Actually have to make an effort at home. It all begins at home.
There's this popular saying, monkey see, monkey do.
Parents make one child seem more important than the other.
Just because your mother was a drug addict or trafficked or on the streets or whatever, that does not shape who you are.
I want you to always remember that you are stronger than you know.
It is important for a woman to critically look at your environment, at your situation, and see what you can do to add value to yourself and add value to your family.
Don't be a victim. Be the player that wins.
I am the third child of Dr. and Mrs. Gabriel Okwofo. Growing up was beautiful and it was challenging on the other hand. I grew up in a close-knit family. My mother, my father. Then we had plenty uncles and aunties. So I grew up having to work, having to do stuff because my uncles and aunties knew how to stand us up and down. Then my mom also was one who ensured that we grew up right. She made us independent from the word go. Every one of us had a portion of work to do. And woe betide you, she comes back and the work is not done. Even if you've done it and those uncles and aunties decided to mess it up, you'll be spanked seriously. So my mom was a disciplinarian. It was a no-nonsense zone. But she also taught us to be independent, to have a mind of our own and all of that. And that helped me as I grew on. I moved on to Queen's College. While I was in Queen's College, when everyone else was being chauffeur-driven, my mother made me walk to school and walk back. Oh yes, she told me that you do not have to show off to everybody and learn to go to school and come back by yourself. So that began to build the independent spirit and the drive to do stuff for myself. Growing at a point in time, things became tough financially at home. And of course, like a lot of moms have to do, my mom had to step in. You know, even though she was, of course, she had always earned and all of that, but she had to augment her her earnings with work. She opened up a shop and all of that. We took turns in manning the shop, yes. The children, in fact, we took turns in going to the market with her. So I tell people all this branding and all this tushness is a lie. We've gone to Mushi markets, done all of that, carried it, manned the shop. So all this business started from then. She taught us to be rugged. She taught us to, my mom taught us to weather the storm. No matter what comes in, you can face it. You can, without complaining, you put a smile on your face. Whatever is going on at home, the whole world doesn't have to know. You know, just make the most of it and all of that. Growing up too was also fun, because having a lot of aunties, uncles meant there was a lot of play and banter and all of that. But it also had its downside. I saw what it meant to be bullied. I saw what it meant to see some vices here and there. But growing up was beautiful. My mother, being a mother, like everyone who is a mother, I can say that being a mother changes your life. It's like a 360-degree turn. Number one, your life is no longer yours. That little bundle of joy takes over. Your home changes. The things, all your ornaments and all the aesthetic things you do in your house has to go to one corner. You're child-proofing the house and all of that. Then all your decisions, everything you do, how you spend your money, where you go to, is all about that child. Now, for me particularly, Jessica came March 2011. It was beautiful. I had this very supportive husband, very hands-on. We together raised our child for 15 months until he had to be with the Lord. A plane crashed, the Dana crashed, and he went to be with the Lord. Since then, I would say I have doubled. I have become a super mom, having to tend, nurture, provide, and all of that. But it's been beautiful. It's been challenging. I've had to think on my feet. I've had to make decisions on her behalf. I've had to be her protector, her guide. I've had to be her mouthpiece. I've had to be everything. It has made me stronger, wiser. I have grown up in this little time. But I will not trade being a mother for anything. And the challenges of motherhood. Now, being a mother now is not a piece of cake as it used to be. In the olden days, or during our mothers, okay, some of our mothers' times, that's my mother, you know, then the roles were exclusive. As a mother, you just tend the house and that. But now we have mothers who are career people. Now we have mothers who are also, in some cases, even the financial backbones of a family. So we are doing so much at the same time. Now you have to tend your child. For those who are married, you have to attend to your husband. Then you also need to run a business. You also need to maintain a career. You also need to have a social life. You also need to attend to your family members, friends. It could be really a lot. It could be a lot. But at the end of the day, every mother can effectively be a good mother and have a life if you would only prioritize and balance. Truth be told, there are some things we take on that are really not necessary. There are some things we do that are not as important. Ask yourself as a mother, what's important to you? Yes, attend to your child, but you don't have to do everything yourself. Get help when you need to. There are some things you can outsource. For me, I do a lot myself. I bathe my child. Okay, now she's old enough, she bathes herself. But I used to bathe my child, take her to school, bring her back, you know, and I still run a business and all of that. It can get really overwhelming. Sometimes, you see, that's why I see some mothers are just very grouchy and they get very upset. But know your body, know when to stop, know when to get help. Prioritize. You don't have to do everything yourself. Yes, we're doing so much. And it's not everything you should buy. It's not everything you should take on. Live within your means. Yeah? Live within your means and things will go right.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Cadbury 3-in-1 hot chocolate, the treat you deserve.
Some say learning is fun, but as a mom, I see how demanding it can be for my child. That's why I ensure he starts every day with a cup of Bonvita. Bonvita, prepare them to win every day.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
In fact, I can't remember the last time I actually slept through the night since I had my child. You don't sleep as such. You have to work extra hard. You have to, actually, if you're a career mom or you run a business, you'd have to tend your child, you have to attend to your business, you have to deal with customers, you have to do so many things. There are times you are stressed and you still have to show that child love. So challenge of motherhood is tough sometimes. School runs, picking the bills for me. School run, picking the bills. It's a lot, but at the end of the day, women, we are multitaskers. God has blessed us with the ability to juggle everything and still keep a smile on our faces. It's tough, but it's really, I won't give up being a mother for anything. He has brought out the best in me. He has made me stronger, better. It brings out the creativity in you. Mothers were very creative people. You do anything to keep your child in check, you know, so it's there. One of the things I particularly see with a lot of mothers is a lot of mothers find it difficult to create that balance. Still have your own life and tend that child. Some people, it seems that after they have a child, they just lose it totally. They are either into their careers or they are just, you know, tending the child. And that's not how it's supposed to be. That balance is, and God has helped me. I have been able to create the balance somehow. Once you prioritize and do what needs to be done when it needs to be done, leaving aside distractions, it's very attainable to create that balance. I have a soft landing because I'm not a regular 9 to 5 mom. I run a business, so I have the advantage of calling the shots in terms of my time. It's also easier for me because I run my business from my home. So I'm working, I'm tending my daughter, and things are going on at the same time. So for me, I wake up in the morning, quickly tend my daughter. If she needs to go to school, sort her out for school. I made her breakfast. I don't know anything that needs to be done, and I ship her off to school. Then I come back to work. I instruct my staff on what's to be done for the day. We do what we need to do, deliveries that are done. In the process, my daughter's school is pretty close to me, so that makes it easy. When it's time for school runs, I go pick her up myself. I send one of my hands to pick her up, and we come back home. When we're back home, we quickly do homework, and we get back to work. My daughter and I, we work sometimes to keep her occupied. I just give her, I bake. Since I bake, I give her something. I take flour, I take sugar. I just find a creative way to make her, you know, occupied while I do what I need to do. Because I work from my home, sometimes I do not exactly have a closing time. So she has come to see that this is what mommy does. So for me, it's easier because I work from home. I do something that is domesticated of some, you know, it's domesticated. So we just work together. Others might not have that luxury, but it still comes back to creating the balance with respect to what it is. And time management. Sometimes I have to shut down. She goes like, okay, mommy, it seems like you love this cake more than me. Then I have to shut down and say, okay, it's time for us to have our mommy-daughter time and all of that. But it's just the balance. It comes back to the balance. My journey as a mother started in 2013, March 12th, when my bundle of joy, Jessica, came along. It was initially characterized by, you know, the whole thing that comes with when you're suddenly a mother. You have to go through the sleepless nights, trying to wrap your hand around, trying to tend for a little girl and all of that. And it has been fun. It has been good. I had the support of my amazing husband, Christopher, who was a hands-on dad. And we tended our daughter gracefully till June 2012, when he suddenly left me via the Dana crash. The crash happened and he went to be with the Lord. And I had to grapple with the duty of raising her myself. It's been challenging. It's been fulfilling. It's been rewarding. My daughter is his sweetheart. She's very easy to tend, actually. But having to be mom, dad, the provider, the carer, it's been good and it's been tough. But through it all, God has been faithful. Through it all, I I have so much joy knowing that she's being raised well, she's doing so well. She sees her mother work hard, she's learning to walk, she's learning to appreciate what it is to be responsible, even from this tender age, because she knows that she can't just play like her other mates do and all of that. So it's been really good, it's been rewarding, challenging but rewarding. On savings and spending, every child needs to know that you just cannot spend everything that comes your way. It's pertinent to save something. For me, my daughter has 2 savings accounts. From time to time, she's giving money. Sometimes to time, I give her money myself. Because we started this thing that I'm trying to teach her the value of making money for yourself. So sometimes we say, okay, Jessica, you're in charge of cleaning this place. And when you're done, I pay her this X amount of money. Then I say, okay, we're going to the bank. We're going to go save your money. The bank, they already know her. When she goes, she makes such a big fuss about how she's their customer and all of that. So she already knows that it's important to save. And at times she says, okay, Mommy, I want that teddy bear. And I'm like, I don't have money. She said, hey, we can go to my account and withdraw from there. So little by little, I'm beginning to show her that you don't just spend everything that comes. You save. There are times when she says, okay, I want to buy this. I say, okay, how much do you have in your account? I check that, okay, it's not necessary. I'm not buying this now. It's not very important. It's not everything you buy. There are other times I allow her, besides the savings account, she also has a piggy bank. Sometimes she just goes, Mommy, I want sweets, and I have this in my piggy bank. I can actually buy it. I have worked for it. I've been good. So for every child and for every parent out there, it's important to teach our children that you really can't just have everything. There's a place of making money. There's a place of saving, even if you have the money to buy what it is. How important is it per time? Because we want to raise children who can manage their funds effectively. We do not just want spenders, or we do not want people who are reckless with their lives. And from those little acts of saving your pocket money, saving your spend, saving from what is given to you, we can actually build a lot. I was surprised when I checked her savings account recently, and there was a time I actually used it to pay her school fees. So from there, and she knew I paid for her school fees, so she knows that it's important to save. The goal of every parent should be raising a child who is independent, who is morally upright. A child who you can go to sleep knowing that the child will do you proud, even if the child is left alone. We live in an era where we seem to overindulge our children. We give them everything they want. They are constantly in front of the TV. They are pampered, house helps, doing all of that. But that's not it. I was recently talking to a friend of mine that when we were growing up, we used to have holiday jobs. Kids have holiday jobs, they do little things, and that culture is gradually being eroded. But that shouldn't be it. We should go back to those days. And that's why a lot of us are able to turn out so right. We should raise our children in a way that, number one, let's not take away the place of God. Yes, we're funky. Yes, we're liberal. But God first. You take away the God factor, you're just setting yourself up for issues in the future. Number two, we should raise our children to be independent. Yes, we love them. Yes, we do not want them to go through a lot of the hardships we went through. But we would not always be there. So let's not make things so easy for them that when they face just a little obstacle, they have to come running to us. We should raise children that will be able to think on their feet. We should raise children that will be problem solvers, people who can see an ill and something going wrong in the society, and their issue is not how do they also just eat money and feel all right, but how would they make the world a better place? We should raise children who are givers, who see that they are here on an assignment and they need to fulfill that purpose. It's not just about them. And most of all, we should raise children that we'll be proud of. I ask people, would you be proud to hear that your child is doing this? Then if not, what are you doing? Then we should also be role models. Let's not forget we're role models. A lot of us, we talk to our helps in a condescending manner. A lot of us treat our staff like they don't matter. And hello, the kids are picking it up. So what exactly, we should know that we are role models. We're the first port of call. My daughter is attending a summer school, not her usual school. And I'm shocked the first day I got there and someone just said, your daughter says you're a lawyer and a baker and she really wants to be like you, that you work so hard and all of that. Parents, your kids are watching. What exactly are you showing them? You can say something, but you speak to them more with your character. What exactly are we showing them? We complain so much about the government, we complain so much about what's going on now, but it starts with the family. What exactly are you showing that child? You get a contract, you do not execute it properly, or you have work to do, and you call into the office and say you are ill, or your child is ill, and you are just at home chilling. You are speaking to, you're actually teaching that child that you really don't have to work so hard, you really don't have to do stuff. So that's my take on parenting.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
On how to raise independent children. Number one, give the children things to do. Give them tasks by age. Okay, so your child wakes up in the morning and just steps out of bed and, just begins to strut around, and you're waiting for your house help to boil the water, take the child to the bedroom and give the child a bath. My daughter knows you wake up first in the morning, go back and lay your bed. It starts from there. Yes, she won't do a fantastic job, but she has started doing something. Then we're done. It's even easy because it's just the two of us in the house now. So, hello, I am not your auntie. So you have to do the work. You can't kill mommy. Besides that, children eat. The house help brings the plates to them. They finish eating, they will leave the plates there. Then you call the house help to come and take it away. You are setting yourself up. We should teach our children there's stuff they can do. Growing up, I thought my mother was mean. But at the end of the day, it turned out that she was just raising me up. As early as 4 years, 5 years, my mother, we had a lot of cousins, nephews, aunties. They used to go fetch water because we had the water issues in my area. My mother gave all of us buckets, but in fact, there was a time I remember I was too young to carry a bucket. She gave me Ragoli's bottle to go and fetch water to. People called and they were like, Madam, why should you do this? You have so many people with you. But she said, no, she's raising independent children. And it turned out so well for me. So with time, I learned to do things for myself. I began business in my year 2. It so turned out that even at that stage, things were difficult in the house. But I knew I could do something and make money. I began to make beads. I began to do makeup. And I was making money for myself because she had taught me to not just sit back and expect things to be handed over to me. Parents, yes, you have all the money, you have the company, you have everything, but how about employing that child for the holiday? And do not just employ them as co-manager. Let them start from the basics. Because if we do not teach them these things, life would not always be a bed of roses. Things would happen. So from the house, yes, some people do not like the idea, but how about sharing chores? Even if you have all the stuff you can think of, you have chauffeur, drivers, all of them. Hey, this child, you're in charge of sweeping, even if it's just your room. You're in charge of laying your bed. Little things like that. Then as they go, you tell them, okay, it's time for you. They get to a stage where they can act, instead of getting all the lesson teachers in the world to just come and help them do their assignments, let them actually attempt to do it themselves. Then you correct. From there, things just build up. As they grow up with time, as they become teenagers, encourage them to have holiday jobs. Then they'll learn the value of making money. A friend of mine, an older friend, was talking about how her child wanted to just hang out with her friends. And she was like, she didn't have money. Okay, you go do a job somewhere. And by the time the girl was done at the end of the month, she now said, okay, now you can hang out with your friends. And the girl said, no, after suffering to make this money, I'm not hanging anything. So that way she learned that you just can't spend, you need to be responsible and all of that. So that's what we need to do. That culture is gradually being eroded and we need to go back there. We cannot afford to have a generation of children who cannot do anything if daddy or mommy doesn't call somebody to do it. Nation building starts in the home. Yes, we know that the home is the smallest unit of socialization. So everything we see in the society starts from the home. And the mother is the home builder. So, yes, right now we know that mothers are career women. We know we are business people. We are also making so much money. We're also out of the house. We're also trying to work and all of that. But we cannot relegate the responsibility of raising good children to our maids and our words. Nobody can train your child like you. Not even your parents, not even your mother. The way we were raised is not the same way we need to raise our children because there's technology, there's the influence of, there's so much coming at them. So we need to pay attention. We need to create an enabling environment. Parents, you cannot afford to be fighting in front of your kids. You cannot afford to be abusive to your words. You can't afford to be abusive to your staff. You can't treat people around you in a condescending manner and think that your child is going to have respect for other people. It's not going to happen. You cannot also be on the phone, tell your boss that, hey, I'm not feeling fine or my child is ill, and you are there watching African Magic and you think that that child would learn to walk effectively. It's not going to happen. So as parents, let's teach our children the right thing. Let's show them, let's be good examples. Show them that there's dignity of labor. Let's show them that it pays to do right. When children do stuff and we actually tell them we're going to punish them, yes, we need to play the bad cop sometimes. Go tough and ensure that they do things right. The child is not too right. If the child spills something, let the child clean it up. You learn that there's consequence for good and bad behavior. And that way we'll begin to in turn teach them. When the news is going on, it's not a bad idea to keep your child there and actually let them listen to the news, know what's going on, and tell them this is going on as a result of this and that. We can't take the place of God out. Yes, some people say we're in a liberal times, but hey, the easiest way to set your child up is not to leave out the God factor. When your child knows God and know that there are certain standards that are obtainable in the long run, we're going to have a good society. Let's teach our children to love each other, to love our neighbors as their neighbors as themselves. Let's teach them that it's important to be selfless. Teach them to sew. Once in a while, take your child to the motherless babies' home. Let them see that there are other people who do not have it as good, and they should also learn to give out. They should also learn to reach out to other people. Let's be kind to our gatesmen. Let's be kind to the security. Let's be kind to all those things. That way, we'll build a society where everybody cares for the other person. Nobody will have to steal. Nobody will have to commit suicide. Nobody will feel less than himself if we treat them that every human being is a special creation of God and deserves a chance. I believe that every mom's vision board should be to raise successful, independent children. Children who would make you proud, who would be nation builders, people who would lead in every sphere of endeavor, whatever it is they choose to do, that they are leaders in those spheres. Now, that would be a highfalutin dream if you really do not play your part as a mother. Yes, being a mother is characterized by sacrifices. Number one, we should make our children independent. We would definitely not have independent children when we keep doing everything for them. When we spoon feed them, when we give them things. Yes, a lot of us do not want our children to go through what we went through. But I think we are raising weak children. You see a child, the house help makes the food. The house help brings the plates to the child. The child finishes eating, the house help takes the plates. Then the child wants to wash the child's hand. The house help will bring a bowl to wash the hand. Hello, mom, you're setting yourself up to have a child who really cannot do anything for herself. Let's give our children tasks to do, age-appropriate tasks. Yes, my daughter wakes up in the morning and she knows that together we have to lay the bed. Sometimes she actually does it herself. She knows she needs to get her towel to go take a bath. Now she's 6. She can take a bath for herself sometimes. Yes, she chooses to be a baby and I give her a bath.
Thanks for joining us on AIT Reports. I am Sadia Welcome. Now we'll begin the news from the Federal High Court in Abuja, where former Minister of Power, Sale Maman, has been handed a sentence to 75 years imprisonment by the Federal High Court in Abuja. Sentencing was handed down by Justice James Omotosho, who found Maman guilty of a 12-count amendment charge filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. And now let's join AIT's Judiciary correspondent, Chibuzo Okeze, who is in court for the proceedings. Thanks for joining us, Chibuzo.
Very much, Adia.
Okay, what is the next line of action by the lawyers of Sale Maman?
Of course, when the sentence was actually handed out to Sale Maman, that's the ex-power minister, he wasn't in court. So the court just went on to, give the sentence, stating or giving orders that wherever he's been seen, that he should be arrested, and then that the sentences should start running from the time that he was arrested.
Yes.
And some other things, the court actually still said that his properties, most of the proceeds, which were of course said to be gotten from unlawful means, it should be seized, and monies being retrieved or recovered from him should be handed over to the federal government. And of course, the court actually, stated that 22 billion naira, what is left of 22 billion naira, which was, meant for the Mambila and Zungaru hydroelectric power project, should be retrieved and also handed over to the federal government. Of course, they expected it's their constitutional right, to appeal, the judgment. But yes, sentencing has to go on first, where he needs to, face the wrath of the law before, of course, he has to appeal that sentencing.
Okay, the court also said he's on the run. So what is going to happen at the moment?
Yes, like I said earlier, a bench warrant has been issued even before, on the day of conviction, a bench warrant was issued for him to be arrested and brought to court for sentencing. But since he wasn't being brought to court today for sentencing, it means that, yes, the bench warrant still continues. And the court reiterated that today, stating that he should be anywhere he is seen, whether in the country or outside the country, he should be arrested and brought in to face his sentencing. So that's what happened. That's what will happen if seen.
Okay, did you have the opportunity to speak to his lawyers?
Oh, no, we I had the opportunity to talk to them outside when I asked them on the next line of action.
Yes.
And they said until they get in touch with their client, first of all, before they know what next to do. And it will interest you to know that, yes, another judgment still came up earlier in court here that has to do, with the challenging of the registration of the ADA party. Parties in the suit, the plaintiffs are actually challenging, the failure of INEC to actually register the party. Now, according to the judgment, first there were two judgments handed down in that matter. First things first, it was the issue of jurisdiction. And when the issue of jurisdiction came up, when the trial judge mentioned and stated that, yes, the court lacked jurisdiction because the plaintiffs alleged issues of forgery and on issues bordering forgery in that suit. And any issues bordering on forgery, the defendant had to apply, stating that any matter that has to do with forgery has to be brought by writ of someone and not originating someone. Of course, the matter was actually brought to court by originating someone, which made it, ineligible, which made it, null. That is to say, if you are alleging matters of fraud, you should bring it by writ of someone. And then the court decided to take away this issue and stay away from it, stating that the court has no jurisdiction on that. But the court now mentioned that even if the court is wrong to state that, yes, it doesn't have to assume jurisdiction on this matter, we have to go into the substance of the matter, stating that, yes, these parties who have alleged that their party was not well registered, that they did not come, they did not, the information given to INEC, that was what INEC acted upon. Now they gave a different information to INEC, that is the plaintiff, that is Umar Ado, gave a different information to INEC, while the founding fathers of INEC, the founding fathers of ADA actually filed and stating that this is not the information being given. And INEC actually saw that and stated that, yes, the names you have brought to us, it is not the same name which we have. That is what actually prompted INEC, failing to register. But we are hoping that, yes, they can actually go back to the drawing board and see how to go about appealing this judgment as it is.
Okay, thank you so much, Chibuzo Okeze, for joining us at this hour.
Thank you very much, Sadia.
Now, moving ahead, the Court of Appeal Abuja Division has declined to grant bail to convicted suspended professor of law at the University of Calabar, Cyril Ndifong, while his appeal is yet to be concluded. In a unanimous ruling, the three-man panel led by Justice Okunabang held that Professor Ndifong failed to substantiate his claims that he was very ill in correctional custody and the medical facilities therein cannot attend to his medical attention. The appellate court dismissed the convict's prayer for lacking in merit but ordered the speedy trial of his appeal. Professor Ndifong was convicted by the Federal High Court and sentenced to 5 years in November 2025 in an offense which the ICPC had filed a 4-count charge against him in October 2023. And the African Democratic Congress has launched an attack on the ruling APC-led administration, alleging that governors diverted over 800 billion naira from the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC allocations, to finance the 2027 re-election campaign of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The National Publicity Secretary of the party, Bolaji Abdullahi, through a statement, described the alleged diversion of public funds as shameless, cruel and criminal, accusing the progressive governance of prioritizing politics over the welfare of suffering Nigerians. The opposition said the allegations reportedly published on the media confirmed long-standing fears among citizens that the APC government had turned public resources into a political war chest ahead of the 2027 general election. The ADC lamented the continued collapse of the public infrastructure on the funded schools and the hospitals, poor worker welfare and growing insecurity across the country, insisting that governance has taken back seats to political ambition. The African Democratic Congress has launched an attack on the ruling. The chairman of the All Progressives Congress appeal panel for Rivers State House of Assembly aspirant Abdul Mahmood has confirmed that the initial screening committee cleared 35 aspirants while 65 others were disqualified. The chairman of the appeals panel disclosed this during the panel sitting in Port Harcourt, Rivers State.
The APC appeal panel for the Rivers State House of Assembly, led by its chairman, Abdul Mahmood, commenced its sitting on Tuesday to review petitions following the party's screening exercise. Mahmood affirmed that according to the official list provided by the party, only 33 aspirants successfully scaled the screening process. However, he noted that the 65 rejected aspirants have the opportunity to present their grievances and seek clearance before the panel.
The report we have has a list of 98 aspirants. So if you separate them out arithmetically, 33 and 65, the time of my remit ends 13th of May 2026. I'll be here till 5 p.m. That's the closing time, or business closing time for the day.
Meeting with them proved what I read in the social media was the real. I asked them, if these people are party member and are the one that nominated me, but I am not cleared because they don't pay their nomination due, would they not vote in our Congress and subsequent election because they did not pay their party nomination, their dues?
Also speaking, the State Publicity Secretary of the APC in Rivers State, Chubike Ikenga, noted that the sitting validates the party's transparent processes. He maintained that the appeal window is a constitutional right for those who feel unfairly screened out to seek redress.
The truth is clearer. You have seen the appeal panel. We said they will start today. You have met them. Totally different from the screening committee members. And they are doing the work to verify, to take another look at what the screening committee have done and to see whether there was any injustice done to any of those who were uncleared, and they would certainly correct them.
The appeal exercise is expected to conclude on Wednesday. Abajo Sekwe, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
As preparations for the August 15, 2026 governorship poll in Osun State draws near, the body policy in the state is gradually taking a new dimension. This may not be unconnected with the latest disturbing trend of defacing and destruction of banners and billboards belonging to different political parties across Osogbo, the state capital. AIT's Olajide completes the reports.
Political tension ahead of the August 15 governorship election in Osun State deepened as the ruling Accord Party and the All Progressive Congress blamed each other over the destruction of campaign billboards spread across the part of the state. The chairman, media and publicity for the Himalayan Campaign Council, Honorable Bamidele Salam, blamed the members of the APC for embarking on coordinated destruction of Adeleke's billboards, while the head media publicity committee of APC Governorship Campaign Council, Remi Omowaye, dismissed the allegation as self-vandalism and diversionary politics.
And we went out to inspect campaign billboards of the governorship candidate of the Accord in Osun State, His Excellency Senator Ademola Adeleke, and discovered that these billboards have been vandalized. Most of them were torn, some were pulled down, and this goes across several local governments in Osun. We felt that this is so unfortunate, this is uncalled for, it's an act of provocation. Even though we have appealed to our people to not take the laws into their own hands and allow the security agencies to take up this matter, we see it as an act of desperation.
How would they destroy billboard that is right in front of the government secretariat at the entrance, direct entrance of the government secretariat? I mean, it tells you this was orchestrated by them. They just wanted to blackmail us. But for us, we have said it from the day one. Our campaign will be issue-based. We are not going to fight anybody.
The Osun State Police Command condemned the acts, warning against public disorder.
There have been a series of stakeholders meeting before now, so they know the rules. The Commissioner of Police is urging them to play by the rules of the game. We won't take this with levity. The Commissioner has given directives to all our operators on the field. Whosoever is being caught will be dealt with according to the law.
The police therefore urge all political parties, the candidates and their supporters to conduct their activities within the ambit of the law and in strict compliance with the provision of the Electoral Act as amended. Olatunde Olajide, AIT News, Osogbo.
Now, new details emerging following a deadly military airstrike on the Tumfa Community Market in Zamfara State. While Operation Fusan Yemen, officials maintain the strike neutralized high-level terrorist commanders. Survivors tell a more devastating story. Witnesses claim that thousands of bandits were indeed present in the area, but subsequent bombardment claimed the lives of over 100 people, many of them innocent villagers.
The aftermath of Sunday's airstrike in Zurumi local government area remains a scene of grief and controversy. According to Sector 2 of the Operation Fansanyama, the mission was a preemptive strike based on credible intelligence. Military officials says they targeted a summit of notorious terror leaders from across West Africa who were planning coordinated attacks. But on the ground, the narrative is one of the collateral damage. The wards of Yerima Bakura Specialist Hospital and the Federal Medical Center are now filled with the wounded. Among them is Jamilu Abdullahi, who is mourning two relatives while watching over his injured younger brother. The tourists were there. I saw over thousands on motorcycle. But by the time the jets arrived, I'm not sure they were still in the market. I was preparing for prayer when the bomb fell. In an instant, I saw my brother covered in blood. My daughter's leg was fractured. We buried over 80 people immediately. We had to use Sharon minivans just to move the bodies to the cemetery. So many young girls and traders were caught in it. Other survivors, like livestock trader Abdullahi Hassan, recount the chaos. He had briefly left his son in the market to move animals when the strike successful hit on the terrorist stronghold The community is demanding a distinction to be made between the insurgents and the civilians caught in the crossfire. As of now, the official death toll remains unconfirmed by authorities, but media informations of the Operation Fansanyama, Aliu Danja, in a telephone conversation said clearing operation is still ongoing in the area, after which they will issue an official statement. Jamina Yusuf, AIT News, Gusau.
And the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, has commissioned one of his special intervention civil-military cooperation projects, which comprised of the renovation of key facilities and installation of solar-powered streetlights at the Government College, Makurdi, Benue State. While urging the college community to take ownership of the projects by ensuring proper maintenance for long-term benefits, the Chief of Army Staff said the projects are deliberately designed to complement government efforts, particularly in communities of their senior officers who have risen to the rank of Major General.
The once prestigious Government College, Makurdi in Benue State, which was known as a symbol of excellence and discipline, gradually began to lose its prominence following decades of abandonment, leading to decaying facilities and structures. In a bid to reverse this worrisome public school decline, the Chief of Army Staff's Special Intervention Project weighed in to restore some of the school's lost glory by rehabilitating classroom blocks, the assembly hall, typing pool, as well as connecting verandas.
I would like to commend Major General Atta for his exemplary execution of these projects on behalf of the Nigerian Army. Major General Atta is a distinguished engineer general with an outstanding career in the Nigerian Army.
In addition to the structural upgrades, desks were provided to improve comfort and support effective learning, while solar-powered streetlights were installed to enhance security within the school. An intervention greatly appreciated by the principal, Telecom BRB.
We are deeply grateful to the Chief of Staff and Major General Joe Atta, mobile class of 88. Founding Government College worthy of this noble and impactful intervention.
The brain behind this recognition of the Government College, Makurdi, for this Chief of Army Staff Special Intervention Project is an alumnus of the great institution. Now Director of Engineering Services of the Defense Headquarters, Major General Josiah Atta.
We finished my secondary school from here, so all what I am today, I believe the foundation of what I am today was laid here. And it's a way of giving back to the institution that made me to be what I am today. That's why I decided to come and execute this project here.
Why all our old boys have contributed variously, including my humble self standing here today, upliftment of this alma mater, the contributions of General Josiah Atta stand him out of the lot.
Atta remains hopeful that the interventions would inspire both staff and students to strive for excellence and also encourage several other old school students to contribute to the development of their alma mater. Lofan Akram, AIT News.
After decades of violent ethnic and religious tensions, farmer-headed clashes, and widespread insecurity, Southern Kaduna is gradually witnessing a return to peace and renewed hopes for development. Stakeholders said the improving security situation is creating opportunities for economic growth and social transformation across communities in the region.
Southern Kaduna, once plagued by decades of violence, ethnic and religious crisis, farmers-herders clashes, and widespread insecurity, is gradually embracing peace and development as stability returns to the region. This formed the focus of discussion at a summit of sons and daughters of the Atiap ethnic nationality in Zango Kataf local government area of Kaduna State. Speaking at the gathering, the Agua Tab III, Dominic Gambo Yahaya, noted that the relative peace being witnessed in the area has opened new opportunities for growth and community development.
Has given them the foresight to embark on this part, the path of progress. The land will witness a lot of transformation in a few years to come, and to be the pride of everybody.
security is more like an obstacle, yes, but then we will not stop. We won't stop, because if you still keep getting scared, you won't develop because of what is going on. That means you can't grow.
Keynote speaker at the summit, Steve Bauer, advocated for adoption of technology and innovation as critical tools for accelerating development and improving livelihood across the southern Kaduna communities.
The future of any form of business, including work, is technology. It's not necessary that people should go and spend time. I'm not saying medicine is not good, but I mean, look at what artificial intelligence is doing in the field of medicine, in the field of architecture. You can get literally anything within a couple of minutes. But we need to be in that technology space to be able to earn a living for us.
And going forward, we are looking at bringing major projects cutting across agriculture and health, real estate, tourism, etc. So we're calling on our sons and daughters in Nigeria and diaspora that believe so much in advancing the cause of our people to join hands with us to achieve this goal that we have set for ourselves.
The summit ended with a new calls for unity, sustained peace, and collective commitments towards rebuilding the region and securing a prosperous future for coming generations.
Now, in a bid to strengthen governance at the local government level, the mayor of Port Harcourt, City Orwell Ihunde, has presented cars to councillors and principal officers of Port Harcourt City Local Government Council. The gesture, which was highly commended according to the mayor, was in recognition of their relentless efforts in ensuring that the set goals of his administration are achieved in the overall interest of the masses.
The presentation of cars to the 20 ward councillors of the LGA, deputy mayor and other principal officers was witnessed by leaders and supporters of the Renewed Hope family in Port Harcourt City local government area. The mayor, while presenting the cars, commended the beneficiaries for their patience, while charging them to continue supporting his administration, adding that they have all contributed to the success story of his administration.
I want to thank the councillors, my deputy mayor, for your patience, that since September we are sworn in. You have been patient. I know what some of you go through to be able to come to work. Sometimes when I drive on the street, particularly in the morning, I see some of you struggling to get to the office. But I give God the glory that today we're able to fulfill our obligation. With this, I know that you'll be able to reach out to the nooks and crannies of your wards, particularly now that we're preparing for the primary elections and the general election.
You see, it's very easy to say thank you. But I have always known that it's difficult to do that which produces thank you. Mayor, we thank you so much. This will enhance mobility and enhance efficiency. Thank you, and God bless us all.
On his part, the leader of the Renewed Hope family in Port Harcourt City local government area, Honorable Ken Chikiri, and other leaders hailed the mayor for the goodwill while calling for a more harmonious working relationship between the executive and the legislative arm of the LGA.
I want to thank the mayor. I want to thank the city council, all the officials. We commend the harmony. We commend the harmony between all the aspects of this local government.
To the beneficiaries, I want to say that our prayer is that you use this opportunity of the vehicles to enhance your service to the people of Port Harcourt.
The recipients of the car gifts promised to make good use of the vehicles while pledging their unflinching commitment towards quality representation and the delivery of the dividends of democracy to the people of Port Harcourt City local government area. Akaha Nsirim, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
And to Cross River, where the government says transmission infrastructure, not inadequate power generation, remains the biggest challenge to stable electricity supply in the state, despite enormous renewable energy potential. representing Governor Basi Otu during a visit by the Nigerian Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers in Calabar. The State Commissioner for Power and Renewable Energy, Eka Williams, the state governor also announced plans for the gradual implementation of the newly signed state electricity law aimed at strengthening electricity regulation and improving power delivery.
The Cross River State government has described electricity as the oxygen of every business, stressing that stable power supply remains critical to economic growth, industrial development, and improved livelihoods. Governor Basi Otu, represented by the State Commissioner for Power and Renewable Energy, Eka Williams, during a visit by the Nigerian Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers in Calabar, explained that although Cross River State is blessed with hydro, solar, biomass, and wind resources, poor transmission networks and voltage drops continue to undermine efficient electricity distribution across communities.
The best way to begin is to begin now more intelligently. Mistakes have been made. We're not the ones who made those mistakes. President to the governor of Cross River State is doing everything possible to put smiles back on the faces of Cross Riverians.
Speaking earlier, the engineer said the visit was to understand the peculiar electricity challenges facing Cross River State and identify areas where technical support and collaboration can be provided.
Mr. President, from what he had done so far, tells us that of a truth he's concerned and also is interested in moving power sector forward.
Stakeholders say sustained collaboration and professional-driven reforms remain key to addressing electricity challenges and improving power delivery across the country. In Emesat Ifiok, AIT News, Calabar.
You're still watching AIT Reports. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more reports. Please stay.
Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Many thanks for still staying with us. Now, Nigeria's housing deficit has again taken center stage as the federal government reiterates its commitment to expanding access to affordable and sustainable housing through strategic public-private partnerships. The assurance came at the opening of the Renewed Hope PPP Housing Summit in Abuja, where the Minister of Housing and Urban Development said the administration is intensifying efforts to tackle challenges in the sector. According to the minister, ongoing interventions are expected to deliver at least 15,000 housing units by the third quarter of this year, giving more Nigerians the opportunity to become home owners.
Stakeholders at the summit agreed that Nigeria already has sufficient housing policies in place. However, poor implementation, inadequate financing, and the rising cost of building materials continue to slow progress in the sector. Despite these challenges, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development expressed optimism that the renewed hope agenda of the current administration will improve housing delivery across the country.
I assure Nigerians that 15,000 houses, or more than 15,000 houses, will be available for occupation by Nigerian families. And that means over 60,000 will be housed in the next 3 months.
For the convener and other industry stakeholders, stronger collaboration between government and private developers remain essential to fast-track housing delivery nationwide.
This summit seeks to move the housing conversion beyond strategy into sustained delivery. Our emphasis will be on projects.
We must collectively build a housing ecosystem that is inclusive, sustainable, and commercially viable. The Federal Bank of Nigeria remains committed to supporting credible partnerships that are aligned with our developmental mandate and national aspirations.
current annual housing delivery stands at about 100,000 units, far below the estimated 550,000 to 700,000 housing units needed each year over the next decade. Oyebimpe Wealth, AIT News, Abuja.
The Managing Director of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Samuel Ogboku, has urged staff of the Commission to take advantage of the National Housing Fund scheme to own their homes. Ogboku stated this during an interactive session on National Housing Fund scheme at the Commission's headquarters in Port Harcourt. AIT's Chibuchi Chukwu reports that the program is in collaboration with the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. The National Human Rights Commission says about 95% of complaints relating to rights violation involve women. Executive Secretary of the Commission, Tony Ojukwu, disclosed this at a state consultative meeting on the National Action Plan for the Promotion and Protection of Human Rights in Kaduna.
The National Action Plan serves as a framework for promoting and protecting human rights in line with international standards and Nigeria's constitutional provisions. The consultative meeting brought together stakeholders to strengthen collaboration among ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as civil society organizations, towards effective implementation of the plan.
The civil society is now happy that this thing is coming in the public domain so that collectively we can keep the state actors on check and also play our own little role.
It's something that we should look into because it's a crucial document, very important.
Representing the Executive Secretary, Kaduna State Coordinator of the National Human Rights Commission, Tengugwa, said many Nigerians are still unaware of the National Action Plans and its objectives. He noted that a large percentage of complaints received by the Commission relates to violations against women, stressing the need for increased sensitization and protection of vulnerable groups.
95% of the complaint we receive on monthly basis, on yearly basis, comes from women. The numbers keeps increasing, and that also means that there are issues women are going through, violations that they shouldn't be going through.
The Commission says the 2024 to 2028 National Action Plan is expected to strengthen efforts towards building a more inclusive and rights-respecting society across the country. Abimaje Moses, AIT News, Kaduna.
Nasarawa State Government has inaugurated a Central Planning Committee ahead of the 67th Regular National Council on Health scheduled to hold in November 2026 in Lafia, the state capital. The Nasarawa State Government says preparations are on the way to ensure the successful hosting of the 67th Regular National Council on Health in November 2026.
Inaugurating the committee, the State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Gaza Gomna, described the opportunity as a rare privilege, noting that it would be the first time Nasarawa State would host a National Council on Health.
It's our desire that we will put on something that we'll all be proud of, something that before the delegates leave, they'll start applauding us that we've done something very good.
He urged members of the committee and its subcommittee to see the assignment as service to the state, noting that they have less than 6 months to put together a memorable event.
From our own part and the governor, I know that necessary support will be available, necessary logistic requirements will be made available so that we'll succeed.
The commissioner expressed confidence that Nasarawa State would deliver an outstanding council meeting that delegates across the country would applaud, assuring that the state governor would provide the necessary logistical support. Mwesi Shakia, AIT News, Lafayette.
For many farmers in northern Nigeria, the struggle does not end after harvest. Poor preservation, lack of processing mechanism, and storage facility continue to wipe away profits and food supplies. To tackle the challenge, the federal government, through the Nigerian Stored Products Research Institute, is equipping farmers and agro-processors with modern preservation and value addition skills aimed at reducing post-harvest losses and improving food security in a 2-day capacity building.
After weighing the slides, in fact, you have to weigh.
The training, facilitated by the Nigerian Stored Products Research Institute at its Kano facility, focuses on value addition and preservation techniques for agricultural products, with the processing of dates, popularly known as debino, into syrup, as well as sweet potatoes, fish and mangoes into chips, and other preservable products in focus. Director of the Institute, Aliza Jani, says the initiative aligns with the President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda on food security, with emphasis on tackling post-harvest losses affecting Nigerian farmers.
Federal government is trying to achieve prevention of post-harvest losses, improvement of livelihood, and also availability of food in terms of food security. Let them make very good use of the training they are having today. Let them practicalize it. Let them make it to boost our economy. We cannot be depending on imported goods, imported produce.
It has made us to understand that we can now conserve and preserve perishable items, which in Hausa is called kayangwari.
Another important is that it helps, creating more jobs opportunity for the youth and women.
While these efforts are ongoing by this agency, the government at the center is expected to do everything within its means to address the issue of transportation, which is taking a serious toll on goods and services. Enemona Ocheme, AIT News, Kano.
And Lagos State government has stressed the need for residents and business owners to comply with regulations of noise control in order to achieve a healthier and most peaceful society. This was disclosed at a noiseless summit by the General Manager of Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, Dr. Babatunde Ajayi, who noted that noise pollution currently constitutes 65% of complaints received by the agency, increasing risk factors for various health challenges like hearing impairment, hypertension, sleep disorders, among others.
Scientific studies have shown that prolonged exposure to high noise levels can lead to hearing impairment, stress, hypertension, sleep disorder, mental health disorder, and reduced productivity. Currently, noise pollution constitutes 65% of complaints received by the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA, which has necessitated advocacy and stakeholders' engagement at this 11th Noiseless Summit with the theme, Advancing Sound Control and Technology in an Emerging Smart City.
With 500 gone this year, and with over 3,000 complaints, we see that, yes, there's high enforcement. Lagosians, if you know that your business aggregates people or it congregates more than 50 people, you must get a permit. You must obey the noise regulations. The success of your business doesn't have to be at the detriment of your neighbor's life and health.
Globally, the whole world is losing about 990 billion euro to harmful noise annually. Large part of that is happening here in Nigeria, it's happening here in Lagos. So if we're able to reduce noise, we can have improved productivity, there will be reduced health risk.
We have to start acting responsibly to make Lagos a better, livable state.
We have learned how to minimize the noise that we make, with especially even as churches.
Forum provide an opportunity for government representatives, religious leaders, students, and business owners to engage in discussions for practical solutions to tackle noise pollution challenges for a healthier Lagos State. Oshuomo Daniels, AIT News, Lagos.
Activities at the University of Oyo Teaching Hospital, UUTH, were disrupted on Tuesday, following an alleged raid by operations of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Eyewitnesses said the operatives stormed the hospital premises about 10 a.m. in 2 salon cars and a tinted bus, reportedly to effect the arrest of the Deputy Chairman, Medical Advisory Committee, Professor Eyo Ekbe, for reasons yet to be made public. Some of the operatives were said to be masked, while others wore EFCC insignia, creating tension within the hospital environment. Witnesses have further alleged that gunshots were fired and tear gas canisters discharged during the operation, causing panic among patients, visitors, and medical personnel. The ensuing confusion forced many to flee for safety, with reports of injuries and concerns over the health risk posed to vulnerable patients within the facility. As of the time of filing this report, the exact reason for the operation remains unclear. Efforts to reach the Chief Medical Director of UUTH, as well as the EFCC zonal office in Uyo, proved unsuccessful as calls and messages were not responded to. Meanwhile, health sector unions, the NMA and the Judicial in the hospital have condemned the incident, describing it as disruptive and unsafe, and have reportedly directed their members to embark on an indefinite strike. The situation has raised serious concerns about safety within healthcare facilities and the potential impact on patient care. Meanwhile, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has explained why its operatives were at the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital on Tuesday, following protest by students demanding answers. The EFCC says its Uyo Zonal Directorate visited the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital to verify a medical report presented by a suspect in custody. According to a statement by the head of the media and publicity, Adele Oyewole, the suspect is on demand before the Federal High Court in Uyo for allegedly defrauding several microfinance banks, including the University of Uyo Microfinance Bank. The commission said it sent 2 letters to the hospital on March 11th and April 20th, 2026, asking for authenticity of the reports, but received no response, after which an investigating officer later visited the hospital in person and also without success. The prolonged silence prompted operatives to meet with the Chief Medical Director on Tuesday for further inquiries, when a staff allegedly raised a false alarm and attacked them with stones and other objects. The commission added that the Chief Medical Director ordered the hospital gates shut, preventing them from leaving, despite advice from police to open them. However, the EFCC said the operatives exercised restraint and left the premises without disrupting hospital operations. The statement reminded the public and institutions that cooperating with lawful inquiries is mandatory, warning that obstruction is a criminal offense. The visit comes after students staged a protest against what they called an invasion of the hospital and demanded to know why the EFCC attempted to make arrests there. Governor Caleb Mutfwang has declared that Plateau State will not bow to violence and criminality following a string of deadly attacks in Barkin-Ladi and Bassa. During an emotional visit to the affected communities, the governor mourned the lives lost and vowed to track down both the assailants and their sponsors.
The past week has seen a terrifying spike in violence across Plateau State. In Nding, Barkin-Ladi, where 7 people were recently killed, Governor Mutfwang met with grieving families to promise a total overhaul of local security. This was followed by a stakeholders town hall, where the governor issued a stern warning to those fueling the unrest.
There is a deliberate plan to demarcate Plateau State and to tell the world that Plateau State is not anywhere that anybody should visit. But let me reassure Nigerians and the world that Plateau still remains the home of peace and tourism.
The governor was joined in Bassa by the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, who distributed relief materials to the displaced. The minister specifically praised the swift intervention of the mobile police units for preventing further bloodshed in Mborazango.
This is one thing that we don't emphasize that much. Usually we blame security agents and, each time these things happen. But I know that the community has testified of how the mobile police intervene.
As the farming season kicks off, the governor assured rural residents that protecting their lives and livelihoods remains the administration's top priority. While AIT News, Jos.
A 90-year-old woman
Governor Monday continued his inspection tour of ongoing road and erosion control projects within Benin Metropolis as part of efforts to improve infrastructure and tackle erosion challenges in the state. At the erosion control project site on Obaseki Street off Agbo Road by Ramat Park, a 90-year-old woman, Clara Owaifu, expressed appreciation to the government for the intervention. The visibly excited nonagenian described Governor Okpebholo as a God-sent leader to Edo State and offered prayers for the success of his administration.
Because they don't abandon this road. The whole governor where he come, they abandon. But they take our money. We cannot go talk like over 25 years for this road where he deal like this. God will bless him. He will stay long for the position. He will be older than me. He will not die young.
The governor also inspected ongoing projects at Temboga, Ute Palace Road, Ramat Park Flyover, and Adeswa Flyover.
We are believing that by the grace of God, if we continue at this pace, then sky will be our limit and Edo will be a modern city by the time we are done with our first 4 years.
Here's Inarume, AIT News, Benin.
UNICEF and the Gombe State government have launched a new initiative to build climate-resilient schools and healthcare centers across the state. The project, titled Climate Resilient Infrastructure for Basic Services, aims to provide safe, sustainable water and sanitation facilities for local communities. AIT's Chika Odenkwa reports.
The CRIPS project will see construction and upgrade of 9 schools and 14 healthcare facilities across Gombe, funded by the British Government Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office and implemented by UNICEF. The initiative targets the state's most pressing infrastructure needs,
like rehabilitation, filling cracked walls, redoing floor, replacing or fixing broken windows.
UNICEF officials emphasize that clean water and climate-proof buildings are vital to preventing disease, keeping adolescent girls in school, and strengthening maternal health care.
Having safe schools in future and having safe primary health care facilities where mothers will deliver. We don't want mothers to deliver in an unsafe environment.
Representing Governor Muhammad Inuayaya, Deputy Governor Manasseh Jatau praised the long-standing partnership with UNICEF. He noted the agency's technical support being instrumental in transforming Gombe's public health and sanitation landscape.
You are adapting to the challenges, and that is what we are supposed to do. If we stand static on our former knowledge, we will fail. Things are changing, and we must have that knowledge to meet the various challenges.
The launch concluded with formal signing of agreements between UNICEF, the Gombe State government, and contractors selected to bring these climate-resilient projects to life. Chika Udenko, AIT News, Gombe.
Thank you so much for still staying with us on AIT Reports. Up next is Sports Track. Please stay.
Welcome to Sports Track. I am Osaigbofo Sifu. Nigeria is set to host 2 major African football events after President Bola Tinubu approved the country's bid to stage the 48th CAF Ordinary General Assembly and the 2026 CAF Award ceremony. The announcement was made during the ongoing African Forward Summit in Nairobi, Kenya, following a meeting between President Tinubu and CAF President Patrick Motsepe. The 48th CAF Ordinary General Assembly, scheduled for October this year, will bring together President of the CAF's 54-member association, representatives of the 6 zonal unions, and top football administrators from across the continent. Nigeria will also host the prestigious CAF Award, an annual ceremony celebrating the best football players, coaches, and football personalities in Africa. The hosting right further reinforced Nigeria's growing influence and strategic role in the development of African football. A reminder that Nigerian Football Federation has suspended referee Yakubu Adamu with immediate effect following his officiating in a match day 37 clash between league leaders Rangers International and 6th place Bendel Insurance. Adamu awarded Rangers a controversial penalty during the encounter, which striker Godwin Obaje converted to hand Fidelis Electrical's side a 2-1 victory. The result keeps Enugu Rangers at the top of the Nigerian Premier League table with 65.1 points ahead of second-place Rivers United, who defeated Wiki Torres 3-2, while Shooting Stars occupied the third position. Following a review by the referees committee, the penalty decision was ruled a violation of the laws of the game, with the committee stating that the award of that penalty gave undue advantage to the home side and brought the game into disrepute. With just one match left to play this season, Enugu Rangers need to better Rivers United result in the last match to clinch the 2025-2026 MPFL title. The top three teams, Enugu Rangers, Rivers United, Assistants, Shooting Stars, have now secured continental ticket and will represent Nigeria in next season's CAF interclub competitions. As the nations across the world continue to harness the economic power of sports tourism, stakeholders in Nigeria are pushing for stronger collaboration and strategic investment to position the country as a major destination for sporting and cultural events. The conversation took center stage at the National Sports Tourism Conference and Exhibition in Abuja. I was there, and I bring you this report.
The conference, organized by Ringo Sports Club, focused on promoting sports tourism as a tool for economic growth, youth empowerment, and national development.
Tourism and sports can be found in all the ministries, in all the agencies. Our presence here is very, very important, is very, very key. We have a very important role to play. We have to synergize, collaborate, cohabit in order to grow the economy of Nigeria through sports and tourism.
Delivering the keynote address, the guest speaker lamented the lack of proper coordination among relevant ministries, departments, and agencies, stressing that stronger collaboration is necessary for Nigeria to fully benefit from the sector.
To establish a National Sport Tourism Council. This will make the collaboration easy if you have the council that handle the sport tourism. Secondly, to develop a national sport tourism policy and promote public-private partnership in promoting the sport tourism.
Representatives of the agencies, including the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAM, Nigerian Customs Service, and the Nigerian Immigration Service, also highlighted their various roles in ensuring the growth of sports tourism.
We believe that a strong IP culture will empower our athletes, innovators, and entrepreneurs to transform their ideas into sustainable enterprises that contribute to national development.
Our expanding aviation infrastructure presents a unique opportunity for the country to attract major regional and international sporting events. But realizing this potential requires deliberate planning and sustained investment in the system that connect Nigeria to the world.
The conference also featured awareness on the game of Rigo as part of efforts to promote indigenous sports and expand participation at the grassroots level.
Moving on now, the 2026 Federal Education Games, popularly known as the FEDUGAM, has been scheduled to hold from May 17 to 23 in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, with 15 agencies set to compete for honor in 13 sporting events, including football. The director of the game, Matthew Oyeyinka, speaking during the unveiling of the mascot and the football draw ceremony in Abuja, revealed that the competition will be staged across 4 venues, with the Port Harcourt Sports Club serving as the game's secretariat.
Port Harcourt Club will be hosting Scrabble, tennis, darts, ayo, chess, draughts, and table tennis. While the Civil Center, Port Harcourt, will be hosting handball, volleyball, badminton. Shark Stadium will feature the football event alone. Uniport will feature all events under athletics, while basketball court will feature basketball events only. Port Harcourt Club will be the secretariat of the game.
Okeyinka also assured participants and stakeholders that all necessary arrangements have been put in place to ensure a successful and heat-free competition.
Rivers 2026 is likely to be the best of our game because of the synergy among the officials of LOC. The LOC is headed by the Deputy Governor, Her Excellency, Oma Odu, and you can see the number of important personalities in that committee. I want to assure you we don't have any stone unturned. That I assure you. All we are saying is that
the Games are expected to promote unity, grassroots sports development, and healthy rivalry among federal education agencies across the country. And that's sport. Many thanks for watching. I am Osaigbovo Osifo.
And that's the IT report. I am Sadiet Dosumu. Thank you so much for staying with us.
At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to rewild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime de-risking effort from a conservation initiative at scale that's never happened before. So I think for the species, it's a massive opportunity.
The rhinos were bought from private breeder John Hume. He sold the animals because of the high cost of protecting them. Poaching remains a severe threat in South Africa. 499 were poached in 2023, according to government data, an increase from the year before. Rhinos are targeted for their horns, which are in demand in East Asia for traditional medicines and jewelry.
Recurring xenophobic violence in South Africa is once again raising serious concerns over mob attacks, regional instability, diplomatic tensions, and the safety of Nigerians living abroad. Hello and welcome to Security Scoop, the program that beams the spotlight on critical security developments shaping nations, institutions, and societies across the world. Here on Africa Independent Television, the station that puts security first. I'm Ada Bison Ononye. When Security Scope returns, we examine whether recurring anti-foreigners violence in South Africa is gradually evolving into a wider continental security challenge with dangerous implications for Africa's stability and unity. Thank you for staying with us on Security Scope. Xenophobic violence tests Africa's security and regional stability is our matter of the moment this week. Images of burning businesses, violent street attacks, and terrified migrants have continued to emerge from South Africa during recurring waves of xenophobic unrest, targeting foreign nationals, including Nigerians and other African migrants. Beyond the outrage and diplomatic tensions, security experts warn that the attacks now pose wider concerns involving mob mobilization, intelligence failure, retaliatory threats, and weakening confidence in regional integration. According to data linked to the XenoWatch database at the University of Witwatersrand, xenophobic violence in South Africa has reportedly resulted in more than 669 deaths, over 5,000 looted shops, and more than 127,000 displacements since 1994. Analysts still warn that once attacks against targeted foreign communities become recurrent and difficult to contain, such violence can rapidly evolve from social unrest into broader internal and regional security threats. This week, we examine the deeper security implications of xenophobic violence in South Africa and what it means for Nigerians living abroad, and whether Africa is doing enough to protect its citizens within the continent. Joining us to x-ray these growing concerns is Sachikwe Udensi. He is the Chairman Governing Council of the Institute for Security and Safety Studies, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka in Anambra State. He's also a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Forensic and Fraud Investigators of Nigeria. I beg your pardon. Sachikwe Udensi is also the Vice President of the International Security Association and Managing Consultant of the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol Systems National Central Bureau here in Nigeria. Thank you for joining us on Security Scope.
Thanks for having me, Ada.
All right, so at what point does recurring xenophobic violence stop being a social threat and become a full-scale regional threat for Africa? Because we've seen enough from 1994 till date.
It has already escalated. We kept warning over time that this problem is going to escalate to a situation where it will become a regional problem. And it's getting to that already. You are going to see states, especially those who are affected, because Nigeria seems to be a little bit quiet. Countries like Ghana, Namibia, you saw what Namibia did. They shut down almost every concern of South Africa, shut their borders down. So it is becoming a big problem, and I hope it does not escalate beyond.
Why do you say Nigeria has been quiet?
Well, what is going on? You have seen the continuous attack. When these issues came up initially, we tried to find out the true situation, so we don't rely exactly on what we hear or what we see from the social media.
Because that's what Ramaphosa had said just last week, that the videos are not accurate.
It's not true. It's not true. Okay. What we did was we had to get the boots on the ground to find out exactly what the situations are. And we are told very specifically that the attacks
happened and are still happening. In fact, I have a very serious interest in South Africa. I have properties in South Africa.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes, and I also have family in South Africa. So we had to get from them what the situations are. Don't also forget that there was a need for us to reach out to the embassy. I reached out to some of the staff of the embassy.
Here in Nigeria?
No, Nigerian embassy in South
Africa.
In Pretoria. And they told us that this is exactly what is going on. And for some reason, there is no level of reciprocity from Nigeria. If you do not respond, the tendency is that those countries that perpetuate this crime continue to perpetuate it. Especially the idea of closing businesses, Nigerian businesses in South Africa. South Africa has businesses here too. Why must it continue to exist when ours is being shut down? And I don't know if you saw some of the clips where women were being stripped naked.
I have the videos.
Stripped naked on the streets, and they are running for their lives. And the very disturbing thing, Ada, is that law enforcement, we are always seen within the vicinity of these helpless victims of very heinous attacks. And nothing has been done.
Is it not because Nigeria does not want to strain the diplomatic relationships or tense it further that they are taking the path that the current presidency is taking?
What would that mean? Not tensing diplomatic relationship and then putting the lives of your citizens at risk? I don't understand that. The duty of the government of Nigeria is first and foremost to protect the lives and also enhance the welfare of its citizens, whether in the country or outside the country.
Abroad.
That's why we have embassies, we have consulates. Their job, where our government cannot reach, our embassies, it's also part of our government. Their job is to ensure that the lives and property of our citizens are properly protected. But that is not happening right now.
But from your investigation so far, you are a security analyst, at the same time a security expert. In this case, you have stakes in South Africa. Do you have any revelations why these recurring xenophobic attacks in South Africa comes up every other year or every year?
I've had to discuss with some of my friends there. Don't forget that there were so many South Africans that were trained here in Nigeria at the expense of the Nigerian government. They went to school here. In fact, my lawyer, Mr. Vuyo Nshona, went to school in Bado. He was here. And once we met in South Africa, we became good friends. So he's still my very good friend and lawyer. I had asked him, what is the problem with your people? Why are they doing what they're doing? If they do not like us, despite our sacrifices, and I hope you know the extent to which we sacrificed for these countries.
Tell us.
Enormously. Between 1960 to 1995, about 61 billion was expended to fight apartheid in South Africa. And this information we're talking about is from the South African Institute for International Affairs. They're the ones telling us exactly what the figures are. Over 41 billion was lost by the embargoes we placed on petroleum sales. Don't forget that we had what we call the Mandela tax. Every civil servant in Nigeria had to forgo 2% of his monthly salary for that fund to fight apartheid. So much that was done. We boycotted Commonwealth, we boycotted Olympics for the sake of fighting apartheid. You remember even the British petroleum at the time was largely in trouble because of their support for apartheid. About $5 million was being spent by the country every year to sustain the ANC in their struggle. And don't forget that ANC staff and officials, people like Thabo Mbeki, people like Buthelezi, Mangosuthu Buthelezi, they were all here in Nigeria. at the expense of our country.
So why this seeming hatred for Nigeria if we have deposited and invested so much both in human resources and financial support for South Africa?
The disturbing thing again is that the attack is not on all foreigners, only black foreigners,
yes,
especially African foreigners. That is the disturbing thing. And those people that fought for you. Nigeria was called a frontline state. We had no borders with South Africa, but we were called frontline state because of our efforts in stopping that. I spoke to so many of our people in South Africa to find out what the problem was. Yes, one must say, with all sense of responsibility and sincerely, that some of us tends to carry some of our attitudes that we exhibit here in the country to foreign countries.
Because I was going to ask the part where they claim that Nigerians are involved in so many crimes. For example, drug, substance abuse, trade of drugs, illicit trade trafficking, and use, armed robbery. They are also allegedly taking over their women because their women now find them less attractive. Yes, we've seen those videos where they express their grievances towards why the particular attacks on Nigerians. So, as you were saying, we have carried some of our way of life, unpleasant way of life, if I may say so, to South Africa.
We are not saying that those attitudes are acceptable. No, we're not saying that. But we have law enforcement. And we have the judicial system.
Then that must be a failure of the South African security law enforcement or the authorities.
They have a very effective one. I spent almost 3 years installing their central communication systems in South Africa, their security system.
So why does it seem like the people are taking the laws into their hands by enforcing it violently the way they are doing, and then the law enforcement agencies are standing by to watch them attack foreigners?
That is where we are concerned.
It's because there's a failure of...
No, there's no failure. They are taking the extra mile. They want to do the extra thing. Because those who commit any crime in South Africa, the system, the legal system is very effective. The judicial system...
Because we also noticed that they are going to suburbs, like the part of Durban where they go to attack these people.
Our concern are those who are doing legitimate businesses, those who are doing legitimate work in South Africa. The attacks on them is where we are concerned. Those who are conducting themselves in a very unruly manner, those who are committing
law-abiding citizens,
those who are committing crimes should face the consequences of the legal and the judicial system, which is very effective in South Africa. That we are in a public office, not here in your country, where somebody in public office can do anything and get away with it.
So why do these attacks keep recurring? It's a question begging for answer.
Whenever you have an action, a wrong action that has no deterrent, it tends to repeat itself. That is what we see. We are not happy with our country. South Africa has several companies here, so many doing very well here. We're not saying we shut them down, but at least there should be some deterrent that will tell them, listen, yes, anybody who commits a crime in your country, you let the law take its position, let the judicial system take its course. But picking up individuals that are in very legitimate businesses, law-abiding citizens, or law-abiding visitors, whose tenure there are legal and legitimate, continue to attack them in such a very heinous manner.
Who are also contributing to the economy of your country.
Absolutely. In such a very heinous manner should not be accepted. And I must have to say very clearly that our country have not done what they ought to do.
Well, we'll talk more on what our country ought to do to stop these xenophobic attacks once and for all, especially against Nigerians, after this break. Welcome back. It's Security Scope on Africa Independent Television, and we are discussing xenophobic violence, test Africa's security and regional stability. For this week, we have Sir Chikwe Udensi, a security expert and an analyst, here with us. You were talking about Nigerian government not doing enough. How so?
I spent lots of years in the United Kingdom before I went to the United States of America. Spent lots of years there. I thought I was 14 years in America before coming back to my country. It is common knowledge that Nigerian embassies abroad don't care a kata about Nigerians. Find out from anybody. If you have any problem, even when you have a legitimate business, you have a problem outside this nation, and you expect the embassy to do anything, you are wasting your time.
Does that apply to South Africa?
All the embassies. You're on your own. I called the embassy to find out.
South Africa?
The embassy number, try it. I called it to find it, went into a voicemail and asked all kinds of questions. If you want to do this, press this. If you want to do that, press that. Afterwards, it goes off. Go and call the number. I'll give you numbers to call. This is not peculiar to South Africa. Nigerian embassies abroad, I do not understand what the problem was.
If I understand you, when you were calling the Nigerian embassy in South Africa to get a grip of what was going on, it was impossible to reach them, which by implication means that even Nigerians in South Africa could not reach the embassy for help.
I had to call the personal numbers of staff that I know to be able to reach them. In fact, I called one that is no more even with the embassy, and they had to give me some embassy numbers for me to know the actual situation. What is going on? What is the country doing from our embassies to protect our citizens? It is getting out of hand, and it's quite unfortunate that we're not doing much.
Let's look for the solution. What do you think we should do?
Well, I had suggested earlier to government there should be a two-layer step in letting your citizens leave this country. Let me tell you honestly, Ada, our citizens living abroad are very unruly. They disobey orders, laws of other countries. They have the Nigerian attitude, and they take this Nigerian attitude to foreign countries. It is alien to them. They don't understand those kind of behaviors. Breaking of law. See, look at what happens around here. Nobody obeys traffic lights. Traffic lights, nobody obeys it. And if we take this attitude to countries other than here, you create a problem. These are countries you have gone to because they have laws, they have rules. Things are working orderly, in very orderly manner. If you are living in your country where nothing else works, people behave in all kinds of attitudes. If you take that attitude to different countries, they will hate you. I'm not saying that everybody, all our foreigners abroad have this kind of attitude, but the tendency remains that Nigerians abroad are not behaving very well. They have taken the Nigerian attitude, the Nigerian behavior from Nigeria to those foreign countries.
So the two levels you recommended for
I
the
recommended
government?
two levels.
One.
If anybody is seeking to go out of the country, there should be a clearance by government before even going to the embassy.
A clearance of what, like orientation?
Of course, we have to know if there are unruly people, those who have committed all kinds of crimes.
But we have the police certificate attestation.
What does that tell you? You don't get police attestation to get visas to go abroad. No. It's only when you want to reside in those places that you now seek some security attestations. But if you are going there and
but we're talking about people who are residing in these foreign lands. That's what we're talking about.
Don't forget that once you get there, if you want to get your police clearance, you can get it without necessarily having the
So what would be
data.
different if we now establish such an institution that will give the kind of clearance you are describing?
First and foremost, Ada, you must have to realize that we have a problem with our data system.
Okay.
We don't have sufficient, efficient data. For example, if you have persons under criminal investigation, you don't have data where you can access it to find out who they are. Persons who are on bail conditions for heinous crime, rapists, we don't have those data. Effective data where you can access to have this information. So that is why we recommend to government, data is important, especially security data. Secondly, those who are going to implement these data verifications must be well paid.
Okay.
If you don't pay them well, you don't get good results.
Because they need to move around, investigate, talk to people about these applicants for visas or for relocation abroad, yes?
There must be enough funding for our agencies. There must be enough funding for our institutions. The country has enough funds. I was in shock, in extreme shock, Ada. I'm diverting a little bit. I was in extreme shock when I heard the Minister of Health tell us how much he got in a year. Less than 40 million naira out of over 300 billion budget. Is it not madness? And nothing happened. Nobody is held responsible. Nobody is held accountable. Where there is no deterrent, we keep saying, if we have a situation or a system where no deterrent exists, you have all kinds of chaos.
All right. Your 2 levels of recommendation to the presidency is what we'll be discussing the next time you're on Security Scope.
Thanks, Ada.
Very many thanks indeed for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me.
We'll be speaking with Sir Chikwe Udensi, a international security analyst and expert. On this week's episode of Security Scope, will African leaders act decisively before recurring xenophobic violence escalates into a wider continental security crisis, threatening regional stability and unity? Remember to say no to drugs. I am Ada Bisong Ononye. See you next week.
Therefore, armyworm has caused devastating crop losses across Africa since it arrived in 2016 in Malawi at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Biotechnology research scientist Kingdom Kwapata is leading studies in 2 varieties of maize whose genes have been modified to resist the pest. Such engineered crops are considered genetically modified organisms or GMOs.
We needed a solution because our farmers are suffering. Our main purpose and aim for the research is to establish whether the gene that confers resistance against fall armyworms and other lepidopteran insects is effective.
The trials are expected to take about 5 years. They are conducted in a fenced and confined maize field 500 meters away from any traditional crop to avoid possible contamination with the traditional varieties. In the meantime, lawmakers, traditional leaders, and farmers have visited the trial site to observe its progress. Some farmers are excited about the trial, which is in its first year.
This will solve the problems of lack of money to buy pesticides to kill fall armyworms, which have affected my maize harvest for many years. And I am now a happy farmer because these trials are providing solutions to the problem.
Another subsistence farmer, Esther Ganjawala, is skeptical about the technology. She notes that replacing local maize varieties with high-yielding hybrids has created new troubles.
These new varieties are not good at all. You can't harvest anything without applying fertilizers, and they are easily attacked by pests. That's why there is growing poverty. But with our local varieties, we can harvest even without applying fertilizers.
Researcher Kwapata says genetically modified crops have been introduced safely elsewhere, including the United States, Brazil, and Argentina. But many in Malawi are concerned about possible health and environmental impacts.
So even though the target is to make sure the stalk borer doesn't attack the maize or the armyworms, but actually the introduction of this GMO will affect other beneficial insects such as bees and other birds. So that is something that we don't want. We don't want to disturb that cycle.
Ganier also fears that once introduced to farmers, the GMO maize would keep other local crops from growing. Kwapata says there is no evidence that would happen, but he acknowledges that people are concerned.
There's a lot of skepticism. There's a lot of political anxiety. But in the final analysis, as researchers, we are saying that the nation needs to give us a chance to do the research diligently, independently, without due influence.
Kwapata says the researchers will present the results of the trials only to government authorities so they can decide whether the GMO maize should be introduced in Malawi. Lamek Masina, BUA News, Lilongwe, Malawi.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
By Pritzker Prize winner Francis Carey, who teamed up with Senegal's very own Nzingambu. Now in this episode, it's all about how Africa is building forward, and this is what's coming up for you right now. In Ethiopia, the future is built upon plastic used for houses. We will explore the stunning structure of Dakar's Goethe Institute together with Nzingambu and see how the future of fashion relies on mushrooms. I'm Matty C, and you're watching Aframax. Let's begin in Ethiopia, where a startup in Addis Ababa is building the future by solving two problems at once: plastic pollution and housing shortages. This is innovation with impact.
Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia, is growing rapidly. But while more than 380,000 new homes are needed every year, only about half that many are being built.
Acquiring my own house is the primary goal. Everyone needs that, and that's what I want.
And while Ethiopia's capital struggles with housing, it's also drowning in plastic, with 2,500 tons of it generated every year. A small startup is turning this very crisis into an opportunity.
We're turning hard-to-recycle plastic into low-cost, low-carbon construction material.
An unconventional approach with a tragic origin. It all started with the deadly collapse of the Kaushe landfill in 2017, which claimed 113 lives.
This is actually how Cubic was founded. The founder and CEO of Cubic, Kedus, at the time he was he was outraged by the situation and wanted to provide a solution, right? And so that's why it's important for us to be solving our own problems.
Here at this plant in Adama, 5 tons of plastic are sorted, shredded, washed, melted, and turned into interlocking bricks every day. Assefa Ayalev is the plant's manager.
Those plastics are mainly available in the market, so we don't have any problem in that one. So due to these factors, I think the cost will be very much less. The main cost in the construction of housing is mainly the material cost, yeah? So if you are going to construct a conventional house, there is metal, there is cement, there is also some excavation works and finishing works, everything like that. So this takes a huge cost by itself.
Houses built with recycled plastic cost 40% less than those built with conventional materials and go up in days, not months. This daycare was built in just 16 days. It serves children of government workers, most of which are women.
At the heart of our business, we're trying to make housing affordable, but simultaneously we're working on cleaning the environment and empowering women.
The company specifically trains women in the fields of engineering, construction, and finance.
I think when you work on women, you're pretty much building a very resilient society. Also, we want to build gender equality. So most of these fields, like the supply chain, engineering, construction, finance, they're mainly dominated by men. And we want to give the skill set, work on the skill set, and also the opportunity for women to thrive in these sectors.
While the vision is clear, the journey ahead is not without its challenges.
There is huge awareness problem. There are a lot of plastic generations, you know. However, the collection rate is very low. So the plastic materials that we are getting in the factory for the recycling purpose is very low. This is not because there is no the material. This is not because there is no the plastic. It is because we are not collecting as well and we are not segregating well. This starts from the household. If the awareness of the people was better, then our job would have been, you know, very easy.
Despite that, the company is growing and changing minds.
So at first, people are like confused. They are confused and they ask a lot of questions because we are changing plastic waste into building material. In terms of affordable housing, in Ethiopia, I think the major issue is to have a house. So mentioning that we are working on creating an impact and assisting the society to have their own house, affordable housing is, I think, a major impact.
For the team around Hayat Berdane, building a house means problem solving. But for Zaleke Murad and his family, having a house means dignity.
Every Ethiopian, not just me, deserves a better life, one that includes a peaceful home and the ability to raise their children.
And that's why Hayat, Assefa, and their colleagues aren't just recycling plastic or building houses, they're building hope.
To Building with Purpose, I'm now joined by architect Zingambu, who oversaw the GOT Institute here in Dakar.
Hello.
Hello. Zinga, this space really feels like it breathes. What's something that your team really wanted people to feel as soon as they walked in?
I think as soon as you walk in, obviously you want to feel the welcome by this amazing baobab in this courtyard that really envelops you, makes you feel safe in this place of gathering, which is anchored in our tradition and our culture. A little bit like the pinch from our Wolof culture, which has always been at the core of the village, the community. This is what articulates and orientates this building.
Absolutely. And speaking of culture and heritage, you worked on this building with Francis Carey. What's something that comes from your heritage or speaks to your heritage here?
Yes. This distinctive red laterite actually reminds me a lot of the place where my grandmother is from, because the mother's side of my family comes from Western Cameroon, and it's known for these mountains of laterite, and the traditional architecture is made with laterite bricks. And I was really poised that 8 years ago I met a Senegalese engineer called Doudou Dem that produces these red bricks.
And we hear a lot of bioclimatic design, but what does this truly mean and how does it affect everyday people's lives?
It's really about designing for the climate and for the context where you're in. Here, for instance, we're quite close to the Atlantic Ocean. We're about 300 meters away. And as you walk in, you feel this breeze from the sea. And this is possible because we've built very sort of low-rise buildings, especially on the coast, to allow the air to kind of continue to flow. And this building also ensured that there's these breeze blocks facades, which means that the wall gets ventilated or allows for the air to pass through. And when you're inside, you feel the breeze of the air, which allows you to feel cool. And that's a very important principle. We should never block the flow of the air.
Thank you, Nzinga. We'll be back with you a little bit later.
Sure.
From leading architect to leading scientist, our next story takes us into the lab where Anna Ololade Sangusonia is growing waterproof, biodegradable leather from mushrooms. Let's check it out.
Fashion made from living organisms? Anna Ololade Sangusonia is doing just that. She's made this jacket out of fungus.
I'm actually quite proud, yes, indeed, of this. It was kind of a big challenge that I took.
Anna's fungus leather is waterproof and biodegradable. Her vision is of an intelligent material that can heal itself like a living organism. But more on that later. At the Brussels Free University, the bioengineer shows us how she creates the organic textiles.
So this is a mycelium skin. So this is basically only mushroom. It's ready to be harvested, so I just grew it on a liquid surface and now I'm just like taking it out so that we can make a material out of it later.
It all started in this petri dish. In her lab, Anna reproduces the underground root system of the mycelium fungus, which normally grows in the woods. The tiny threads grow and weave themselves together into this artificial leather skin in just 3 weeks.
I'm always excited to harvest the skin and trying to see, like, did anything different happen from the previous times, trying to understand why. And I actually really like these very hands-on parts. Yeah, just touching and getting my hands dirty.
She separates the skin from its jelly layer, a bit like separating real leather from its fat. The surface has to be even and smooth in order to make clothing out of it later.
I'm treating the skin with some natural product, it's called glycerol, in order to keep it flexible and fresh, like if it were alive.
The key word is alive. Anna's vision goes even further.
Imagine you rip your jacket and it has some dormant units in there that can revive in a structured way so that it just repairs the wound. That would be one of our goals, and that's something that is currently being researched.
Her idea of making clothing out of living fungi has gained Anna international recognition. Her fungus jacket was exhibited at Milan Design Week in 2025, introducing her invention to a wider audience.
It's important to make things that are aesthetically pleasing or that have like a specific aesthetic so that people start thinking, oh wow, this is a new material, but this is how it could be used. It could look good, and it's also biodegradable. Nice.
Professor Elisa Ezaka is supervising Anna's project.
I'm super proud about Anna because it's really rare that a scientist moves into a completely different other field, which is design, and she was able to really do that transition to bring it to a design exhibition, which is like super renowned.
So where does Anna's boundless motivation come from? The young French-Nigerian woman knows firsthand how much of Europe's discarded clothing ends up in West African landfills.
Instead of having a linear thing where you produce something that never degrades and then you just end up having it in the landfill, you biosource it, you use it, and then it biodegrades and gets back to nature.
At home, Anna works on new designs, but getting here wasn't easy. Her parents wanted her to study something serious, bioengineering. Today, her creations combine science and fashion.
Now that I think about it, like, I'm super happy of where I have come. Like, I'm very happy to go to work every day. That's a very privileged position, and that's also like advantage of being at the intersection of two domains that are so different, like biology and design. I get to do some things that are very niche, and that's something that I really love.
Although her fashion is not yet ready for mass production, Anna's journey proves that the future of fashion can be sustainable and innovative, as well as stylish.
Dingo, tell me, what's your favorite space in this building?
We are in my favorite space of this building. I love this corner because it's a corner where you feel a lot of the air breeze, and you're also sheltered from the sun. And you have the connection with the outside through these small openings. And these small openings really speak to also our traditional and vernacular architecture that usually has very small windows, just enough to let the air in.
It's really lovely, the breeze and the bird sounds, and there's a lot of local materials that are used throughout this building even. But is this something of the past that's done well, or would you say it's the future of African architecture?
It is the future because we sit today at a junction where we have to grapple with the effects of climate change. And with the rising sea levels and the rising temperatures as well, we really have an opportunity to dig back into our heritage in order to find a solution for the future. And we have the possibility to also build without using a lot of energy, which is very positive. And we also make projects that do not require energy like AC in order to feel the cooling. So, and I think by also building more and centering these materials, we can create more jobs opportunities for people that are based here, for young people, engineers, to really have autonomy and be able to work with the knowledge, but also the materiality that is rooted here in our country.
Zia, what would you say is your greatest takeaway from working on this project?
I think I've loved the collaborative aspect of this project. I've loved being able to work with an international architect like Francis Kéré, to be able to also learn and exchange from him because he's a precursor in this sort of contemporary movement of urban architecture. So I really enjoyed the fact that we're able to work with so many different people and make sure that this site was really a place of transmission of knowledge. And now it's going to be a building that is going to welcome more people and also continue to activate this chain of transmission.
Absolutely. Diego, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shall we continue our walk?
Of course. I'll show you.
Architecture creates spaces which are then in turn furnished with additional design pieces. Desai Tantua from Nigeria creates a very special yet very practical works of art. His furniture is made of old cars. Let's take a look.
Wondering why these old rusted car parts form the centerpiece of this rooftop setting in Nigeria's Port Harcourt? Well, that's because they're just that. Parts of classic cars reborn into classy furniture. The skilled hands of Desai Tantua are behind these creations. As an experimental craftsman, he's giving new life to classic cars and helping create a sense of nostalgia.
My main idea for this car sculpture was trying to, maintain my father's car, which was the first thing that I did. It was a Benz. Used the car to create bars, chairs, tables, all sorts of things, which you see. I created my own bar. So for me, it was very interesting to have furniture that is art as well. I wanted to rebuild something that is special and different. And I used this car instead of parking it in the garage and fighting with mechanics every day to fix it, so I can just drive it once in a while.
Rare classic cars fetch premium prices, and so parts are also highly sought after. Enthusiasts like Desai know their historical value and their investment potential. Practical modern cars might get you from A to B, but for Desai, nothing can replace the look, style, or nostalgia of a classic, well-worn Mercedes-Benz or VW Beetle. So how does he source the parts for his furniture?
There was this car dealer who became a friend. I started sourcing car parts from as well. sometimes if they bring in a car that they want to sell, he calls me and says, are you interested in this car? And that they want to sell it, and they are selling it in parts.
It might look like just a scrap metal container, but for Desea, this is an ultimate treasure trove. Panels, dashboards, door handles, chrome bumpers, it's enough to make any car enthusiast take notice. Importing classics is usually handled by specialised dealers or passionate aficionados. But like the body panels, it's never straightforward. It's not the same as with new imported models. Right now, with the challenges we're facing, classic cars are not coming in the way they used to. And, due to scarcity, we see a hike in prices. Back to the workshop. Desea and his team are currently working on parts from a Volkswagen Beetle and classic Mercedes-Benz. Desea always has young apprentices in his shop, like Isaac. He's been working with Desea for over 6 years and his skills have improved quickly.
Working with an artist, it gives more experience, you know. It makes me more creative than before. Because in my work for years, let's say there are some things I was struggling with. But coming across with him, you know, as an artist, I see things very easy.
What began in 2016 with a desk made from his late father's car has now become an entire furniture collection. With meticulous welding and clean paintwork, Desea breathes new life into car wrecks. Prices range from a few $100s to $420,000, depending on the car parts used and the complexity of the task. But who actually buys furniture made from cars? Marvel owns a restaurant in the heart of Lagos and is one of Desea's customers.
It's a side attraction to the restaurant. It's one of the unique stuff we have here. Now, my customers, they love it. The comfortability, the fun part of it, which is the swing one, and the durability as well. As me as a purchaser, someone that got it, I have a durability that it's going to stand the test of time, not just in the 6 months time. I know it has been here it's getting to 3 years now, and as you can see, it's still strong.
Desea Tantua has found a unique way to keep classic cars rolling. So, sit down and buckle up.
That's the spirit with which futures are built with. In Ivory Coast, we met up with a team who carry the spirit into the kitchen, where creativity meets tradition and every dish tells a story. Let's head to Abidjan and sample the city's best recipes.
From sizzling street food to gourmet fusion plates, Abidjan is the culinary heart of Ivory Coast. Trècheville is one of its oldest and most vibrant boroughs. And right here you'll find what many say is the best seafood stew in town. Amasawa learned to cook it from her grandmother.
We've been making seafood stew for over 40 years. My grandmother taught me once during the holidays, and then she told me to prepare it myself that day.
Her little restaurant is well known in the neighborhood. Every day she receives a steady stream of phone orders, a testament to how popular her food has become. Yet it all began as a modest venture.
She started here little by little. First, her friends wanted to eat seafood stew when they came here. She started with 2 guests at first. Then people started ordering more and more. We were the only place making seafood stew around here.
Seafood stew is a popular dish from Ivory Coast, made with an assortment of ingredients and traditional spices.
It's a special meal because here it's made better than anywhere else. If you really want to eat authentic seafood stew, come to Amasawa's. The fish is fresh, the snails are fresh, the shrimp is fresh. Everything is fresh here. So we invite everyone to come to Tanti Amasawa's in Ivory Coast to to really enjoy the seafood stew.
Just a short drive from Trècheville's bustling markets and steaming kitchens, you'll find yourself in a very different setting. In Cocody, you find a truly unique chef, Charlie Coffey. More than anything, he sees himself as an artist, deeply inspired by and connected to nature. With his restaurant, he created a place where creativity, calm, and culinary finesse blend seamlessly under his unique vision. Especially in the tropics, we can see lots of flowers, but we don't know if they're edible. And I say yes, they are edible, and better than that, they're even delicious. They add a special touch and liven up every dish. So I introduce people to new things and new flavors. They're edible, like clover and navelwort, and all these flowers come from the garden. The idea is to add color, color, and more color. I love bright plates. I deeply love nature, which is why my restaurant is called Villa Alfira, like a flower in a Tolkien story. Born in Abidjan, Charlie was trained in Europe. Back home, he now blends fine dining with street flavors. One of his signature dishes, a stunning duo of tiger prawns and grouper, both fresh from San Pedro, Ivory Coast's biggest fishing port. Everything you're going to see on this plate today comes from Ivory Coast. All our products come from Ivory Coast. The idea is still to offer an Ivorian dish, but stylized, worked differently to say that yes, we can make local products. After diving into Charlie Coffey's botanical universe, we head back toward the sea. This time for some traditional home cooking at Chez Rodrigue, a local gem that blends hospitality and home-style Ivorian cooking.
Wait just about 15 minutes and the fish will be perfect.
The house specialty is African sea catfish, prized for its firm texture and rich, distinctive flavor. The fish is marinated in a mix of ginger, garlic, chili, and local herbs, then grilled slowly over charcoal, just as it's been done along the West African coast for generations. While the culinary scene evolves, traditional home cooking like that celebrated at Chez Rodrigue continues to honor the roots from which it all grew. Abidjan beautifully reflects the rich and diverse food culture of Ivory Coast, from soulful seafood stew to the innovative fusion of street flavors with culinary artistry that showcases Ivorian creativity at its best.
From the newest building in Dakar, today's episode showed how Africa is shaping the future, one bold idea at a time. Thank you for watching us on dw.com/Afrimax. Stay curious, stay creative, and keep building.
Hello, my name is Adora Sydney Jack, and you are welcome to Gender Agenda. Now, on today's episode, where we take on a question that sits at the very heart of Nigeria's political evolution, can merit truly thrive in a system long shaped by gatekeeping and godfatherism, or are we bold enough to imagine a future beyond it? Now, across Nigeria's democratic journey, the tension between competence and connection has remained persistent. Godfatherism, well, often defended as a structure for political mentorship and stability, it has also equally been criticized as a gatekeeping mechanism that restricts access, sidelines capacity and capable voices, and reinforces inequality, particularly for women and young people. Now, on the other hand, a merit-based system promises fairness, innovation, and accountability. But does Nigeria's current political and institutional landscape have the safeguards to sustain it? In a more mature democracies, we often see varying balances. Now, in countries like the United Kingdom, for instance, and Canada, political mentorship exists, but it is often tempered by strong institutions, transparent party systems, and internal democracy that allow merit to emerge more visibly than godfatherism. Meanwhile, in contexts similar to Nigeria, patronage networks still play a significant role in shaping political access. The question then becomes not just whether we can dismantle gatekeeping, but whether we can redesign it into something that enables rather than excludes. From a gender perspective, this conversation is even more urgent. Women navigating political spaces often face double jeopardy, double bind, needing both merit and access, and systems where gatekeeping disproportionately works. Against them, of course, we know that. So what would a reimagined system look like? One where mentorship does not silence merit and where access does not come at the cost of independence. To unpack this, we are joined by an exceptional leader, Honorable Obiajuru Ugu, Deputy Chief Whip of the Enugu State House of Assembly and Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture. Her journey offers a grounded, lived perspective on leadership, representation, and the realities of navigating power structures while delivering impact. Now, as we have this conversation, is only befitting that we celebrate a woman who has consistently challenged systems and redefined the leadership in Nigeria. I'm talking about nobody else than Dr. Oby Ezekwesili. Fresh from her 63rd birthday, she stands as a powerful symbol of integrity, courage, and transformational leadership. In many ways, she represents the very question we are asking today. What happens when merit not only meets opportunity, but insists on reshaping the system itself? From all of us here on Gender Agenda, happy birthday, Madam Due Process, as she is fondly called. Now, today we ask the hard questions back here on the show. Is Nigeria really ready to move from gatekeeping to merit, or is coexistence between the two more realistic path forward? And that's the question a lot of people are asking, because we often see gatekeeping, godfatherism, and accessibility. Three conversations, three contexts in one breath. So let's get into it right after this break. But remember to follow us on all our social media platforms. Right there on your screen, you will see them scrolling, and reach out for partnership. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Stay with us. All right, thank you so much for staying with us. And of course, I did tell you that we'll be talking about the theme today, which is godfatherism, gatekeeping. Can they both coexist, especially when we're looking at creating access for more women? And I have with me today on the program, of course, Honorable Obiajulu Ugu, who is also the Chairman Committee on Agriculture and the Deputy Chief Whip of the Enugu State Assembly. Now, it's great to see you, and good evening, Honorable. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Good evening, Adora. Good evening, Nigeria. And of course, happy birthday, Madam Due Process, Madam Dr. Obi Ezekwesili. Because I'm also on that her tutelage, you know.
Absolutely.
I wish her a very happy birthday.
Indeed. And talking about, I mean, this topic is really interesting because we're going to primary, so permit me to sit to get comfortable. Now, Princess, as you're fondly called, Honorable, when you hear the word politics, godfatherism, gatekeeping, access, you have run elections, you ran, and now you are in the State Assembly. You're going to run again. Primaries are in view. What does this mean to you as a politician? First, before we talk about being a woman.
Okay, so the network is a bit cranky, but I think if I heard you right, you asked when we talk about godfatherism, merit, politics.
Yes.
First, as a politician, what are my thoughts?
Absolutely.
So here is my thought. If we are talking about gatekeeping, that's godfatherism, as per the mentorship part of it, that's okay. And then when we talk about merits, that's another thing. Then when we talk about, combining, weighing merits and godfatherism in politics, Nigeria is way ahead, more on the godfatherism, more on the godfatherism parts, and which is why you see that most times we have people who are not, merit is about competence. So we see a lot of people who are not competent, but because of who they are and who they've been loyal to, they are given access into leadership spaces. So when you talk of politics, godfatherism, and merits, this is my thoughts, that Nigeria should grow far away from relevance, loyalty, just loyalty without competence to assess political leadership.
Okay, so I'm asking you this because I know you've run your elections and you have also participated in the primaries before. How was it for you in your first outing? How did godfatherism or access play a key role to your emergence? And I'm asking this because there are lots of women who are also going to be running in the 2027 elections, who are looking to get into the primaries, who are looking to have hand-holding, also who are struggling with hand-holding versus capacity. So how was it in the first time you tried to run and emerge? What role did these play for you as a woman?
Okay, now, so when you want to talk about the first time that I ran, you will be talking about 2019.
Absolutely.
And so there was no godfather, there was no mentor, there was no, so that's where we're coming from, 2019, the first time we ran. But
please go ahead. I can hear you.
Forward to the 2022 stroke 2023, there was access to mentorship. And that mentorship, there was the preparedness, waiting, and that met with the mentorship, which sometimes we call godfatherism. They both met together. And that is what produced people like me. So I would say that the second time running was a whole lot better because we had both aspects, both the mentorship and also the merits which produced people like me.
Okay, so I want you to be very honest in this conversation, come down to earth, because I know that there is the story behind the story. All these ones, this semantics you're speaking. So, because people are watching, women are watching, listening to you, hoping to be motivated and to be inspired, or to decide whether to run or not to run. Now, what were the challenges, Honorable Obiajelo? Because I know that, women struggle with finance, and usually when that happens, it seems as if the necessity for godfatherism becomes important. Because with someone who is hand-holding you, money doesn't really play a role at the party level. How do you advise women who are coming into the space for the first time, who are going into primaries? What should be their guideline? Where do they start from?
Okay, so no fruit comes forth without being planted first. So there is need for the hand-holding. So my advice, my encouragement to women who would want to run in the forthcoming elections is to look out for people who can hold their hands. It doesn't matter whether it is your gender or not your gender, because I got the support of the other gender, that is not my gender. The sponsorship came from both ways, both my gender and the opposite gender. So I encourage women to look out for men and women who can hold their hands. It's not enough for you to be competent. It's not enough for you to have the merits. It's important that we look out for those who can hold our hands. And on the other side, those who have stayed in the space for long, we will also plead with them, some of them, to please look out for people, look out for young people, young women who have the capacity, who have the merits, and hold their hands and bring them into the fold.
Okay, so you're going into an election. I mean, you will have to go through the primaries again and emerge a second timer. And, the pedigree keeps growing. Congratulations on that. But where does the party play a role here? And I'm asking this because I know that Enugu State is predominantly APC, and the governor seems to be gender sensitive. I mean, he has shown support for women initiatives. His cabinet is predominantly 45 to 50% women in appointive position. But in elective positions, we usually see a dynamics where, the patriarchy, the boys' club, the loyalists are usually the men. And when it comes to choosing, sometimes we see that the governors often toe the line of having more males on their ticket than female. But how is Enugu State, in terms of the body language of the political party APC, towards making sure that women emerge?
Okay, thank you very much, Adora. I'm happy that you already know that Enugu State is predominantly, or is an APC state as at today. And so the body language in Enugu for the women is very positive. For all I know, the deputy chairman of the party in the state, just as is stipulated in the constitution of the APC, is a woman. Of course, you will know that it will not be business as usual when it comes to speaking to more women having tickets to run with. On the other hand, we also have a governor who you can confirm is very gender sensitive. And we are hopeful, we're trusting that we will have more women running in Enugu State, in Enugu State this time around. For instance, you can see that my governor was the first governor, actually, who endorsed and supported the reserve seats for women's bill. So when you see someone who went that far, what more are you expecting? My governor has been very, very supportive of women, of everything that has to do with gender sensitivity in Enugu. And I'm very, very sure that he's not ready to back down now. So I want you to keep your fingers crossed and then look forward to Enugu state that will have more women running in elective positions.
Okay, running is one word, emergence is another, and winning is another. So let's just put that into facts, okay? I hear you loud and clear.
They are going to run, they are going to emerge, and they are going to win because, first of all, is the party making it easy, giving access to these women. So the party already have made provisions for women to come in more into the system. That is what we've been advocating for, you know. We've been asking for space for women to be in the party system, and this party has done that. I give it to the APC leadership at the national, and we didn't water it down in any way. We practicalized it, and so if we have started doing that at the party levels, I want us to remain really positive that something good will come out from Enugu, as is always the case.
Okay, just before we round up, I see that, you know, there's a lot of energy around, you know, the body language of women emerging. I mean, whether it's Enugu State or other states. And for us, that is still rhetoric. We see the energy behind the reserve seats at the 10th Parliament, whether it will be or not to be. Women's hands have fingers are crossed, hopeful that that bill will come to power. But let's look at the state, you know, dynamics. Abia State, for instance, under His Excellency Alex Oti, did mention that he's looking forward to an election come 2027 where women will emerge, at least even if it is an extra 15 women or 10 women at the state assembly. And so he's looking about, you know, about 5 to 10%. And that means that this is a thought towards policy redirection, or maybe an executive quota, if you can use that, to see that women emerge. Do you think that state governors can begin to adopt this? Can we take this charity begins at home for inclusion from the state level to say for every state governor, let's say start from the southeast where you don't have female members, for instance, Imo and Abia, but your state has to, we could have more, say, with an executive order, can I have at least 5%, you know, increase in women's emergence at the elective position? Do you think this policy of quota can start from the state, from the governor's desk?
Okay, honestly, Adora, I'm really grateful and I'm happy you brought this up. This morning when I was getting ready to go to work, to go celebrate the Workers' Day, I thought of something. Okay, so here the primaries are already here, and very soon we'll be done with the primaries. What if the reserve seat bill doesn't pass? What happens? And in my head, I just said, oh, so if we back down, it's going to reduce the momentum. So how do we keep up the momentum? I in my head, you know, discussing with myself, I said, okay, so even if it doesn't pass before this continues, we will need to continue with the advocacy. And when we continue with the advocacy, I'm going to tell you the other thing that I wanted, that I want to see it follow. So yes, executive order as a, you know, as a quota for a quota system in the states, if that bill is not passing, can go a long way in actually bringing in more women in the elective positions of the different states.
All right, I think I'll let you go on this note. I know that the primaries are coming and nomination forms, they've given people 50% off. I'm hopeful that more women will emerge to be able to come through the primaries, not just as aspirants, and I wish you all the best. We'll be following your progress and also checking in on you and hopefully amplifying all that you do. Thank you so much for always joining us on the show.
Thank you very much, Eldora. Thank you to the crew at AIT. Gender Agenda. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Have a lovely day. All right, so you've listened to her. They would run, they will emerge, and they would win. And we hold maybe that thought for the governor of Enugu State. Fingers crossed. And maybe others can take you. But really listening to her, what she did say is that it is important for us to look at this conversation on quota, first of all, at the state level. What is the state government able to do with the state legislature to see more women emerge? Because, again, at the end of the day, it still falls on the desk of the state and the men at the helm, which are the governors. And that's the much we can take today. And again, like I always say, remember, take care of yourselves and each other. But without women, there is no democracy. My name is Adora Sydney Jack. See you again next week. Goodbye.
All across the nations, all around the world, women are true equality.
Marijuana is a psychoactive drug from the cannabis family, which primarily serves medical purposes. It comes in green, brown, or gray color. Affordable and available in every part of our society, although its possession and consumption is illegal. Marijuana is gotten from dried flowers, leaves, stems, and seeds of the cannabis plant, and is one of the mostly and widely abused drugs and probably the most easily accessible in the world despite its illegality. In our local parlance, some call it ganja, grass, hemp, weed, gangster, while others call it eja, igbo, broom, ewe.
It's marijuana. We call it igbo for Yoruba land. You call it sensimilla, you can call it marijuana.
This one they will call smoke or eja.
This confirmed taba. It's very easy to get. It's cultivated here. That's why we no longer call it Indian hemp. We call it cannabis sativa.
In Nigeria, its production and use is criminalized by local laws, yet it is one of the illicit drugs produced domestically. The reason it is secretly sold and used. Some wrap and conceal it in small pieces of paper to smoke.
Marijuana, Igbo, cannabis, or skunk, they're giving it so many names. It's actually illegal in Nigeria. The first thing to say is to let Nigerians know that if you do smoke any of these substances, you're actually engaging yourself in an illegal act. There are laws in the land that specified clearly, the penalty for smoking, which is about 25 years, the penalty for growing, which could be as high as even life imprisonment.
The fact that you still have the prevalence of marijuana, the availability, the accessibility of this mind-altering herb everywhere, despite the fact that government is talking about, arresting those who either grew them or use them, is indicative of a failure itself. It means something is wrong somewhere.
Government cannot be everywhere. It is we that can help ourselves. They are doing their best.
The side effects are numerous. They include addiction, decreased mental ability, behavioral problems, chronic coughing, red eye, dry mouth, and exposure to respiratory problems. What are the implications of these hazards on the future of the Nigerian youth?
As long as you are taking it over a period of time, you become chronically mentally unstable. That chronic psychosis now comes in, what you call schizophrenia. Then you now become a liability, both to yourself and to the society. Liability in what way? Of course, by the time you become easily aggressive, we see that in our youth nowadays. By the time you become aggressive, of course you might have to harm one or two people. And of course, because you are taking this thing, you have to have money. If you don't see money, because even you see that the people are taking it are the youth who probably has no job, then pilfering starts, stealing starts, and all sorts of social vices.
A smoker, I will feel fine, walk fine. But some people smoker, you feel ugly, you cannot walk, you go down.
Despite the known side effects, why is the abuse still on the increase among youths?
They believe that the thing really doesn't harm them. They take it, they think they are much better than what they are before, which is to the contrary.
When I take it, I feel good, I feel all right, because when I take it, even though I'm not before, when I take it, I will just calm myself down.
They make me think well. Nobody say they think go do bad thing or the thing we no good, but they make me walk well.
When they take it, of course, they are euphoric, they become euphoric, but it might give them anxiety and all those things. Because they give them they are euphoric, they will want to take more. And at the end of the day, they become addicted to it.
Statistics has shown that Nigeria is ranked as one of the highest consumer of marijuana, in spite of the stringent laws put in place against offenders.
It is very, very common in this country. And unless the mechanisms are put in place to check all of these loopholes, will still be left with that feeling of frustration.
We advise them not to be taking this thing, and at the end of the day, they will see that they will become more useful than when they were taking it.
Be that as it may, all hands must be on deck to checkmate this abuse and its addiction. A stitch in time.
750 rhinos.
At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to rewild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime de-risking effort from a conservation initiative at scale that's never happened before. So I think for the species, it's a massive opportunity.
The rhinos were bought from private breeder John Hume. He sold the animals because of the high cost of protecting them. Poaching remains a severe threat in South Africa. 499 were poached in 2023, according to government data, an increase from the year before. Rhinos are targeted for their horns, which are in demand in East Asia for traditional medicines and jewellery.
Whilst plastic bags will take an estimated 500 to perhaps even 1,000 years to decompose.
50 million tons of plastic are produced globally. In 2016,
there was an amendment to the customs tariff so that they can collect some taxes.
And people are still littering their waste on streets. The system will not be sustainable.
A very convenient mechanism for packaging.
My name is Richmond Kennedy Kwaku. You can also call me Legacy. It's part of my name. I'm a trained merchant navy officer by profession. I work on ships, on cargo ships, bulk carriers, basically big ships moving cargo from port to port. But at the moment, I'm on land, so I am running an NGO, Plastic Punch. We started Plastic Punch in January 2018. So Plastic Punch was started by a multicultural group of 7 from different nationalities. So we are from France, from Spain, and of course Ghana. We started when we went for a theta monitoring session. So we are a set of professionals in different fields, just concerned about the environment. So we went for a theta monitoring session in Ningo Pram Pram. And out of the 6 turtles we saw on this night, 5 of them were dead. I mean, we could not scientifically diagnose what was the cause of death of these turtles. But then when you look at the nature of the beach and some of these turtles entangled in plastics, dead and lying on the beach, we realized that there was this link. And considering how turtles are very important to the ocean ecosystem, we felt we should take action.
We clean these beaches because they are turtle nesting beaches. It is very important to let the community come in contact with the problem on the beach. So, for example, this beach, Ningo Pram Pram, the people don't feed on the turtles, not like other communities where they poach the turtles. So then it is very necessary that these people are not poaching the turtles, but then they find the turtles dying on their beach. And then looking at the nature of this beach and looking at all these plastics and trash we collected yesterday, you could see that, of course, if a turtle should come here to nest, it's going to be a big problem. So 2 things: to get the beach clean for the turtles for the next season, and then the other thing will be for the community to be in contact with the problem and also be able to reduce their plastic blueprints by participating in activities like this. This is why we find it necessary to come here. I mean, it is very disappointing. The last time we were cleaning, we found some turtles under the trash. That is to show you that there is life, but then there's death everywhere, and that we can get this extinct species back to more productivity in the sense of things. But at least we've done our best, and we'll keep doing our best, and hopefully one day people will dump less stuffs, and then we don't have any beach cleanups anymore because everywhere will be clean. It's difficult to work with the authorities sometimes. They are making arrangements for transportation, etc., with the municipal assembly, the district assembly, whatever, the waste management companies. There are these laws of zoning and jurisdiction, and yes, they are kind of taking care of these laws, but then it is a problem because you are not able to work with more than one waste management company. You just need to work with what is in the district. This will be a problem. The other problem obviously will be finance, but yeah, I mean, we are keeping our head above water, so I think that is okay for now.
I've really been concerned about the plastic topic in a while. I really got concerned about it in 2012 when I started my thesis on the topic, and then I realized how it was affecting marine ecosystem.
So Richmond was very interested in plastics, and for me, when he came with a project about plastics, I was interested because having been at sea, I know the dangers of plastic. Plastics are in different forms and different materials. what we see ashore here is not just what it is, but on the ocean, we see plastics in various forms. And most of the time, the cargo or cargo ships work with plastic materials, mostly like the ropes and, plastic clothes, for separation of cargo and all that. And from my experience, I know that the oceans are the greatest dumping ground, because after discharging the cargo, where do you take the rest of the refuse to? We dump to our seas.
Good morning. My name is Richmond Kennedy Papa. I'm with an NGO, Plastic Punch.
So Plastic Punch, our aim is to raise awareness on the dangers of plastics for the environment, for humans, and for marine life. So also in raising awareness, in awareness creation, we use different strategies because we want to communicate the problem in different forms. The most common one will be the beach cleanups. So we hold regular beach cleanups on turtle monitoring beaches or turtle nesting beaches, beaches where turtles come to nest. This is what we do. One of the awareness strategies. The other awareness strategies will be for these beach cleanups, we couple it with workshops, and not even only at the beach cleanups, even in the schools.
So when we say Plastic Punch. We are an NGO. We're raising awareness on the dangers of plastics and for the environment, for marine life, and for human health generally, and coming up with sustainable waste management solutions. Our work is basically education. We go to the schools, we go to the churches, we let the people aware of some of these things that were said here today.
We have workshops, like gardening workshops, upcycling workshops, reusable and repurposing workshops, so that people could find value for these plastics or try to reuse them in different creative ways. So these are some of the awareness strategies. We also have different awareness strategies through the media. This concept we call edutainment. That's a combination of entertainment and education at the same time. So with this, we have the Plastic Punch drama, which we have translated into the Plastic Punch series, so that people could see this on TV, on the screens. And basically, what this series tries to do is it's stating the norms or the unfortunate norms in the Ghanaian society at the moment. People throwing things out of trotro, and it's trying to propose best waste management practices in trying to safeguard the environment.
Chaskele is a concept that I evolved with my crew. The team I selected from the community I'm working with. So what we are trying to do is to look at the issues in the community, and also we had a workshop on the Sustainable Development Goals. So we decided to work on Goals 3, 6, and 15. And luckily these things are interwoven, and the big thing they look at is sanitation, hygiene, and health. So that is what we came up with, pushing the concept and all. So it was through the process when we're betting things and other things that I got in touch with Legacy because of the Plastic Punch advocacy. So I realized that it's in line with our work. So I shared the idea with him, and he was very okay with it. So my thing is that we are advocates for environment, and all we are looking at is to use the performing arts to push it. So as Plastic Punch also is an advocate, and they have so many forms, we feel that collaborating with them to push this agenda will be right.
So with our beach cleanups, we do not want to be in the business of shifting or moving trash from the beach to the landfill. We don't want to be in this business at all. But what we realize is that we find 70% of plastics at every beach cleanup. So what we do is we try to create a circular economy model around this plastics that we find on the beach. Things like segregating. You know, people are ready to collect if there's a good mechanism in place. And this is what we have to try to build. This would have otherwise ended up on the beaches or in the gutters or somewhere.
Nelplast recycle all kinds of plastics except PVC into building materials like the paving block, interlocking blocks that doesn't use cement in building. Legacy, it's a guy I know for long. He normally collects the plastic from the beaches and other places and bring it to me. It's very great working with him because I can get the plastic that I need for my work also. Sometimes he do take cash, sometimes he do take bricks. I support him because it will send a signal on how plastic is important, how it's best not to just throw it away, but to keep it and benefit from it at the other end. 50, no? Or it's different?
Except break near 3 CD and not 2 CD.
Okay. So you just add
11
to the 60. So you get around 71. 72.
Okay,
72. So 72 divided by 1.2.
Why are you dividing again?
So 60 bricks.
60 bricks, yeah. It was 50 bricks.
By trying to encourage the principles of reuse and this circular economy, we call for a flea market, or before we call for donation, to be able to raise funds also at the same time, and also people trying to find nice things for cheap price in the sense of things. So then people bring nice things, people come to buy these things, and whatever we make, we take it to promote our project or to support the project. Whatever things are not sold, we give them to charity. And this is why we find the flea market concept as a nice one, because then we are able to go beyond our margin or our missions of just plastic punching to extending to help other charities or people who might need these items that we get that nobody may want. These things extend from toys to books to clothes to a lot of different things, jewelry, accessories, and I think all the donations we have made so far, the people receiving them were very happy. So it's a nice activity, and we make some money also to promote our projects. Dada waho. Eh, tamana na nyanushan kusafenye. Auntie. Dada makino. Yebeshia.
Okay.
Atu. Shey why? Esege dada. Esege. Esege. Yo, me dog no grey ha. Play the viao.
Gomatza, nyema sagomoa. Man of us some long bella but Siman obey. Kaka, as time goes on, Mokoba Nuyaka or Comfy, I knew even on the shores of Accra, Luna. Mapona plastic punch tower, near door one, I knew Nanto. Rubber turtles, Mawa, new prevent now from the sea. Kaka plastics, you no way a woo now. If they are being hatched at the shores, or we choke now, qua, okuna. Yamavanya body, this is the uses. Eji Jomni. Alaba a domania income doraka you.
Richmond, of course, is a brother from another mother. We grew up in this area, in this neighborhood together since childhood. Yeah, so he has been the best of friends. You know, when we are together and maybe someone drops maybe a plastic or maybe a lettuce, rubber or something, he's like, no, come on, don't do that. It's bad manners. So you should pick it up. And he'll be like, okay, then he'll pick it up. And he's fond of that. He likes picking plastics from the floor, ground, puts it in the dustbin, and I'm very happy. I'm very happy, and I'm very happy is what he's doing. I'm very happy for him, and I felt very good because he's my brother. So I always want the best for him.
But this thing, somebody step on it, or it's strong. Because it doesn't look so strong. Did they have any casualties in this regards?
Yes.
when the girls' dormitory, the toilet over there were defective. The feces was overflowing into the room, into girls' dormitory. So they have to tiptoe before the shit. So one squats on the seat, and the seat got broken, and then cut it. So secretly, they send the child to. What Legacy is doing, to me, is very, very important, because collecting these plastics, the toxic waste from the plastics that is causing aquatic death is reduced. And then this year, when we had flood, no water entered into anybody's room, and nobody complained about flooding too, because the system is now clear. Plastic punch tool may not know all the sources of these plastics, but if you engage community participation, they will now bring it from all the obscure corners, and then plastic will be out from our midst.
When I'm not punching plastics, I'm concentrating either on my media business. I spend time with my wife. We punch plastics together.
Yeah, Legacy is my partner, or my chérie, how we call each other. So yeah, we have been together since, I don't know, 2.5 years or something like this. And he took me on his plastic punching journey. We are now living together and punching plastics together. He's very passionate about this project, very dedicated, very ambitious too. His energy, his passion is what is also pushing the project forward. And it's good, we have a good balance. I am more relaxed and he's more pushing. And I think that's why the project is also working well. Before, I was not really an environmental activist, but I was living in Europe, in Germany, so recycling is something very obvious. I remember when I came to Ghana first, I was like keeping all my plastic bottles and I didn't know what to do about it. And when I met Legacy, well, you cannot be with someone who has such a project and not help. For me, it was obvious that I have to support and I have to be there. He has to continue to keep this energy, to keep this good vibe he has, and I think it will go very far. And I will try to do my best to continue to support as much as I can.
Ghana is dirty at the moment, unfortunately. All the beaches I knew 15 years ago, where I used to go and have fun, like in Dansoman, in Labadi. All these places are beaches where you wouldn't want to swim right now. So, and the problem is not so much of a monetary one. It also has to do with education and awareness and people checking each other, citizens checking each other. And this we can impact by our actions that we are carrying out already. I mean, we will not give up. I don't think we will give up till Ghana is clean again. It's not so much of a difficult job to get Ghana clean. It's just people changing their mindset and doing simple things like taking baskets to the market like we used to do, rather than taking all this so much single-use plastics. When it rains right now, you go to the beach, you see a lot of single-use plastics floating on the water, endangering marine life and all. When it gets to the point that we get the people to understand the implications of these actions on their health, on their economics, because most of these people sustain themselves on fishing activities. So when we let them understand the impact of these small actions on their environment and what it reciprocates to them, I feel that there will be a change in the mindsets, because that is the biggest problem I see right now. I really enjoy what I'm doing right now. I mean, it is a little, it is like building something, trying to change minds. Sometimes you are not able to measure the impact. It is quite different from business, where you are able to measure with profit. You carry out initiatives, you do things, you go to places, you talk to people. But at the end of the day, the thing is, how many of these children have really been impacted by the knowledge you are trying to give, or how many people are really going to practice what you are preaching to them? And it is a little difficult to measure. But the indicators, well, hopefully we are sure it is doing well due to the feedback we get from all these people who are supporting our cause. We cannot give up. The problem is a big one, and we need to really stand strong. I mean, there are going to be a lot of hurdles. No one said it's going to be easy because you have a strong plastic manufacturing base worldwide. It's a thing of business and environment, business versus environment, profits versus the environment. And we choose to stand on the side of the environment. And I feel if we don't stand for the environment, we'll fall for anything that goes in the way of profit. So no, we will not give up despite more punching.
For 2 years, Precious Mbomboli took pills daily to prevent infection with HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. But the 21-year-old is among the first in Zambia to receive a new injectable prevention drug.
For 2 years, yes.
I changed the new injectable on 25th February because the pill was difficult for me, as I used to forget to take it. Sometimes I was not at home at the time of taking the medication, so the injection makes me feel better and confident.
The new drug is known as cabotegravir, long-acting. Each shot prevents infection for 6 months. Zambia is the first low or middle-income country to offer the drug to the public. Lina Mwango is technical director of the local non-profit CHEP Zambia.
Our target age group for this is adolescent girls and young women who are aged 16 to 24, as well as we're reaching out to their sexual partners.
Local representatives called connectors are helping roll out the program.
The connector is based in the community. We do community mobilization, we do community sensitizations. We go on, screen the girls that are eligible for dreams, those that are eligible get to be enrolled.
The U.S. government has donated nearly 15,000 vials of the drug known as cabotegravir. That's enough to protect 2,000 Zambians against HIV for 1 year, the U.S. Embassy says. But experts say people who get the shot still need to take precautions.
People get the injection and then they think it's a silver bullet, in that then they can go out and sleep around. And really the message here is that that's not why this drug has been brought on board. To realize that this drug does not prevent pregnancies, it doesn't prevent other sexually transmitted infections.
About 1.4 million Zambians are living with HIV, with about 33,000 new infections per year. Experts hope the new drug can help bring those numbers down. Kathy Short, VOA News, Lusaka, Zambia.
Anna Jufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Ajufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Okay, let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today, I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajufo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business online, internet access has done most of it, 80% of it. Without the internet, we won't be able to do any of those things.
And for many, like Ajufo, the internet means more income and opportunity. A January 2024 World Bank report discloses that Sub-Saharan Africa recorded a 115% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021. This, the bank said, also reduced extreme poverty by 7% in Nigeria, fostering economic growth and innovation.
Opportunities abound in terms of the benefit for e-commerce, benefit for e-health, benefit for e-government, and as well as in terms of basic commercial transactions.
Despite the gains, the World Bank says women in Sub-Saharan Africa have less access to the internet compared to men. The report also says women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet services than men, and that women in rural communities are affected most by the lack of digital access.
Once they cannot have, one's means of, accessing the internet or data becomes much out of their reach, they become deprived. In fact, they become deprived educationally, they become deprived in terms of skills, and once all of these things, they become deprived in terms of having access to basic information about markets, about services, about even how to improve them. And once that is done, because then they become left behind.
Rural women in Sub-Saharan Africa earn about 77% less than men, while urban women earn 46% less, according to data from the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
Quite a number of women, particularly in rural Nigeria, cannot afford the cost of basic smartphone or feature phone.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says it has launched projects to close the country's gender digital gap. Among them are the Digital Skills for Women and Girls Initiative, Nigerian Girls Can Code, and Women in ICT. Experts say there is a need to double these efforts. They suggest the government ramps up grassroots access to internet-enabled devices at affordable rates to get more women on board. For Gibson and Mika in Abuja, Nigeria, Mary Alice Salinas, VOA News.
Welcome to Political Platform on Repower FM, Africa Independent Television AIT, and the Political Platform YouTube channel. I'm Okiria Agbonsuremi. The Office of the National Security Advisor, ONSA, is established by statute rather than being an ad hoc political appointment. Its creation is supported by the National Security Agencies Act Cap 74 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, which was originally promulgated as a decree number 19 of 1986. Recently, the president appointed a special advisor on Homeland Security. This, of course, has raised questions about what gaps the president is trying to address with the new position. This will be one of our main discussion points today. In Kano, political dynamics shift daily, but they often feel the same. With a large population like Lagos and Rivers, Kano remains a hotbed for political activity and a place of interest for presidential office contenders. The ongoing rift between within the Kwakwashia movement, particularly between Musa Rabiu Kwankwaso and his estranged governor, adds to the turmoil in Kano. Will Kano's block votes stay consistent in the coming elections? Our guest on the program today is Yagbagi Sani, an engineer and the national chairman of the Action Democratic Party, ADP. Now, let me introduce my colleagues. Uju Eje is on the platform.
Good morning, Ohiria. Welcome, listeners and viewers.
And I have Amechi Anakwe. It appears we thought the windows for movement has been closed.
The transfer window.
The transfer window has closed.
Yes.
Somebody is moving.
People have
Makinde is Shey
already in APM.
Is he already in APM or they are?
The paperwork have been completed. The formal announcement or formal defection will take place tomorrow, that's Thursday. So not just him, so many have moved, but in the days to come, it will come to light. You know,
so what
Makinde is joining his fellow PDP governor, Bala
Mohammed.
Earlier moved into APM. So suddenly APM has become, in terms of number of governors under his fold, the second biggest political party, even bigger than ADC.
Because of the governors that
yes, even in terms of governors.
What about the National Assembly? They also have good representatives in the National Assembly?
Makinde will not have gone alone. So in the defection rally in Maboho, in Ibadan tomorrow, you see those National Assembly and State Assembly members that will move with him.
Mustafa Mohammed, what are they moving for? Are they moving to win presidency or just to get the ticket to either the Senate or wherever they want to go?
It's not just the ticket. Many of them are looking for platforms where nobody will be breathing on their neck and giving them directives, forcing them to do what they don't want or take away the plate of food from their table.
But, you know, in the case of Makinde, remember there was a time he was holding meetings with the APC chieftain and he went to the villa at that time.
I was told the information that came out was that he was rejected.
Yes, that was what...
The door was not opened.
Okay, let's say the door was not opened and they were not really amenable to his... coming over. And then, of course, you talk about his dealings with ADC. In his first term, the ADC was highly instrumental in bringing him to office in Oyo State, because at that point in time, ADC was a very strong party in Oyo State, and they had an alliance with the PDP, which brought him to office. But people are saying that when he came to power, he forgot the ADC block, and he never really compensated them for all their hard work and whatever.
Was that why he couldn't go into the reformed ADC?
Well, that might be partly so, but I cannot say categorically. But he did not, according to them, because I know a lot of them, they said he did not, and I know that none of them got any appointment, not even special advisor. And so at the end of the day, I think that he didn't think it would be quite right, you know, going back to the same ADC. He wasn't sure the reception he would get in his own state. I'm not talking of the larger ADC, because everything is about his state now, his senatorial ambition, everything.
The same thing happened in Bauchi State, where Governor Bala Mohammed also was speaking to APC. You talked about the door being shut again.
Yes.
They opened the window a little, and they were having the conversation.
I think there were conditions.
They opened the door eventually. But when it was clear that they were not going to leave the door ajar for
Bala
Mohammed, he pitched his tent with APM because the idea or his goal was to give me the structure at least 60%, but they said no, we will determine our candidate. So I don't know when Makinde visited the president in Ibela, whether I came up. There were reports that I came up. So, but these are things we are getting. So two of them have decided now to move into APM. And Makinde also had overtures from ADC, held meetings with Atiku Abubakar. There were speculations, he's going to be running mate, held meetings with everybody, just like Bala Mohammed in Bauchi, but at the end of the day...
His problem was ADC in his states, not outside.
Not outside. One thing that is clear is that politicians in Nigeria, they move based on their interests, not the interests of either their state or the federation. They just look at the interest. Atiku Abubakar is a perfect example for that. He moves based on his own interest. But let's take a break. And when we come back, we'll be looking into the office of the NSA. We'll give you analysis, what we know, and what people are talking about in the media, why the president decides to appoint a special advisor on homeland security. Stay with us.
Break Online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live. In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the president.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says...
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
Let us tell ourselves the truth. Why are we here talking about LGBT, GTBT, whatever?
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m.
Thank you for staying with us on Political Platform. And the office of the National Security Advisor, the NSA, serves as the central coordinating authority for the country's main intelligence agencies, including the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, the National Intelligence Agency, NIA, and the Department of State Service, DSS. The NSA, Nuhu Ribadu, and the new Special Advisor on Homeland Security, Major General Adeyinka Famadewa, will need to collaborate effectively to effectively enhance security in Nigeria. What specific gaps has the president identified that led him to this appointment? That is what we'll be talking about now. Of course, the new man is not new in the security area. He's been around, he's worked in the office of the NSA. What has triggered the president to bring in somebody politically into this office. Criticisms have been flying that is going to cause a lot of challenge. The coordinating efforts will be hampered, and we may go into an era where the president deals with individuals, and it will create a lot of suspicion within the security circle. Because what we have now is that the office of the NSA gathers, coordinates, gets all of them. Is this man going to be reporting directly to the president? If he does, what will he be telling the president? And how will this one impact on what we have?
As soon as I heard that day, I think that was 2 days ago, my first thought was, are their responsibilities not going to overlap? Now you talk about Nuhu Ribadu, the NSA, and the advisor on Homeland Security. And you begin to wonder, because a lot of talks had been going on, and particularly when the rumors of the coup came out before the trial, before anything, that some of them
were linked
to the office of the NSA.
Yes.
And if you were in the shoes of the president, that should make you a bit worried or jittery or whatever word you want to use to describe it. And I think that this must have influenced to a certain extent what is unfolding, because if some of them came from that office, how can he fully trust them?
That's not all. Amechi, remember El-Rufai said he tapped into the phones of the NSA, which embarrassed everybody. Everybody, we all felt, how can it happen? I mean, how can a civilian tap into the phones of the NSA? Did the president get a wrong signal?
I read a piece this morning. Some gentleman celebrating this, saying El-Rufai even in detention will be laughing because of the rivalry between El-Rufai and Nuhu Ribadu that has been there for some time, which has played out significantly in recent times. But you mentioned one thing. Office of the National Security Advisor is statutory, constitutional provision. One of the few offices that have constitutional backing. Then you talked of the other one, political expediency. Then you also mentioned what gap is the president trying to fill. Now, some people will ask whether it's a gap or whether it's a displacement in the long term. Now, these are issues that are out there. Now, the National Security Advisor, you rightly talked about, coordinates security, but this one is new for the first time. We are having a special advisor on Homeland Security. In U.S., we have that secretary, that's Minister for Homeland Security.
And the implication is actually, because the role of the NSA is worldwide, both external and internal.
But if the normal interpretation, the immediate interpretation is that the NSA will now be limited to external aspects of his work. The job. Why this Homeland will deal with internal. That is what the work of the work is. And you talked about reporting line. We are waiting patiently to see what reporting line, because the heads of intelligence agencies report to the NSA. Now, the Homeland agencies,
which is a political office
immigration, who they continue to report to the National Security Advisor, or would they report to the Homeland Advisor? And can Homeland Advisor assess the president by special advisor? The position of federal special advisor is a cabinet position. Yes. And you have direct access to the president. So the security advice, National Security Advisor will have direct access. The Homeland Special Advisor will have direct answers. And no matter how you try to see it, you see conflict. Except the president is very dexterous in portioning out the responsibility. But some people have said, this president, the Wale-Edu factor. Yes. Take away the breeze from him, take the responsibility. Make him redundant. Whether it's the same in this case, we don't know.
Mustafa, is there anything that we not want to look at on ground? Let us even give credit to the president that probably he has seen something on ground that he needs. This the new man that has just come in was in the office of the National Security and he developed some templates in the villa security templates. He has been around. Is there anything that will support that Ribadu couldn't do locally, particularly the insurgents and other things we think this man can bring to bear, which he could do directly with the president and does not necessarily have to go to through the NSA office?
The appointment of the new gentleman into the Homeland Office, the new Homeland Office, does not mean that Nuhu Ribadu is incompetent. For those of us who are students of conflict studies at a higher level, you know that the issue of security is a huge network. The issue of security is not a one-stop shop where you just enter, buy something, solve problems, and go away. For the expediency of the security system, I think the president is wise enough to bring in the issue of the Homeland Security, because beyond even the intelligence agency we have, the NSA office is a statutory and has been there for a very long time. Look at the conflict, the security conflict we have in the country.
But the question is, Mustafa, sorry, the question is the DSS. It is not, we are not talking of the DIA now or the NIA as it case. The DSS deals with homeland security and intelligence. We also have the Ministry of Interior, which superintend helps to look at the various customs, immigration, and all those. We have the police. All these are internal. They are all homeland security, and they all function along with the NSA office. Okay, so the fear is, or the anxiety, or what people are asking, what does the president want?
You are talking about overlapping responsibilities.
Exactly.
But then, if all these agencies you have mentioned are very effective, should we have the personnel of the Nigerian Army and Air Force at every checkpoint, flying jets, bombing,
so with this one cure it?
This one can add colors of efficiency to it. When you look at Homeland Security, look at the model in the United States, from device tracking of telephone tracking to location monitoring, live feeds. They have arrested a lot of people whom they thought were enemies of their state. And we are hoping that this new appointment can do the same thing in Nigeria. Look at Zamfara, Katsina. We hear about bandits who even record videos, post on the social media. Nigerian Army will go because the other agencies don't have capacity.
Now,
many of them have not been arrested.
Very important to hear. Just hold on, Amechi. Farmer Dewa established the Intelligence Fusion Center in the office of the NSA.
When he served as a principal staff officer to the former NSA.
So now we are looking at somebody who has a global picture. When I say global, I mean he has...
All his military life has been intelligence corps.
Now, you go on with your point.
Now, my concern, because interagency rivalry is a concern for every security architecture, even in the US, up till today. We know it's here in Nigeria. And this new appointment, if the president and commander-in-chief does not specify strict rules, it may exacerbate that rivalry. So I'm hoping that the president will quickly align all these positions to prevent a rivalry of any form.
Well, I agree with you because
Uju, the question that many people have asked, which I have read in the media, is Ribadu on his way out? Is he a way to ease him out? They said the president...
You cited the Edu, example. At that time, even the presidency came out to deny that he was sick and said, no, there's nothing wrong, no problem. But we saw what panned out eventually. Some said sacked, some said, oh, no, he wasn't sacked, he resigned. Whatever happened, anyway, he's no longer there. And then again, you look at the situation. Ribadu had just come back from a very high-level meeting with the US president of the United States of America. And then, just as he was wrapping up and getting home, this one happened. Obviously, I smell something. I smell something. I know that the president is up to something. And if you ask me, I would say, it is not just for the general security of Nigerians, but for his own protection and peace of mind, too.
You have raised a very, very serious matter, because it ties or resonates with the earlier point you made about the coup, some of the coup suspects aligning with his office. Is the president getting to see what other people are not seeing? Is it a matter of panicking?
He has intelligence reports that may not be open to the ordinary Nigerian.
Self-preservation? Is it a matter of, look, this man is not doing what I need somebody to be on ground so that I have his ears, I can talk to him, I trust him, he can do the job. And again, where is he from?
Ocean State. So when you talk about panic and such an appointment going to Ocean State, you begin to see whether there is a connect between them.
It's okay. Now, let's go to the next issue that we have for you. That is, we'll be going to Kano. But let's take a break briefly, and when we come back, we'll be going to Kano State. And remember that a guest is in the waiting for us, and they will give you, ask all the questions as we usually do on the program. Let's take a break. We'll come back shortly.
Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
We are on Political Platform. Thank you for remaining with us. Let's go to Kano. Of course, when you talk about Kano, you are looking at the political multi-points in the north. Kaduna used to be the traditional headquarters of
regional.
This regional. I mean, you talk about politics, you say, where are the power blocks, where do they hold those their meetings?
The Kaduna Mafia.
But Kano, over time, the influence of Aminu Kano, the influence of those who were there before, the kind of unity, how religion is fused into politics in Kano is one that continues to reverberate. Like I said earlier, it is a place where things seem to be changing, but remain the same. Mustafa Mohammed, what is happening in Kano? What is the background? What is the foundation for some of the things we are seeing in Kano? Before we come to the real politics of today.
Politically, when you are talking about both national and regional politics, whoever controls Kano has an element of win, whether at the federal or state level. Let me give you an example. With 44 local government, with that kind of population of over 5,500,000 registered voters, most of whom have 98% have collected the PVC, you cannot just rule them out. And a lot of things happened in the past few years. You know, the current governor was a protege of Rabiu Musa Konkoso, who couldn't win during the previous election, not past election. Something like 2019. Something like inconclusive election came and they lost out. But then they didn't lose hope. Eventually, he was wired again and he won the election. But Rabiu Musa Konkoso, the political godfather and in-law of the current governor, never ever thought, as we never ever thought, that this governor will one day defect from under his party to another political party. And then they like pulled the rug from under him. But unfortunately, or fortunately, the occultic followership of Rabiu Musa Konkoso in Kano, whether Abba has defected or not, I foresee a very difficult moment for anybody who's trying to wrestle the Kano governorship from under Rabiu Musa Konkoso.
Even with the Gandujes,
even with the Gandujes. And then number two, you look at how many political parties are there trying to compete. You have the National Democratic Congress, to which Konkoso and Obi have entered. You expect that Konkoso will come in with lots of his followers into this party. And then Nasiru Yusuf Gawuna, who contested during the last election and then was floored by the current governor, has joined Kwankwaso's party, instead of going along with his former boss Ganduje, to whom he was a deputy governor. Of course, there's also a third party, ADC, Atiku Abubakar's current party. But the truth of the matter is, it's not making much wave, and PDP, People's Democratic Party, is virtually non-existent.
Is that the back door?
Yes, but then Kano is a state to watch because of also political violence and thuggery. I was there 2 weeks ago when a fracas happened at the farm center when a politician was at a particular hotel and his followers came. Other talks from other politicians came, and there was attack. There was allegedly even 2 people have been killed. So Kano, when the next election comes for governorship in Kano, we only pray that these things will end up well. But Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso and his party are very strong.
Kano is a revolving situation. Mustafa talked about Gawuna, who ran against Abba Yusuf in 2023 under ADC, aligned with Ganduje. Now, Ganduje has welcomed Abba Yusuf, who was with Kwankwaso in 2023 and won narrowly. So Gawuna read that he will be given a return ticket. So his interest will be to align with the Kwankwaso, hoping that the Kwankwaso he'll get the ticket.
What happens to the deputy that resigned?
What we are hearing is that he made deputy. That's what we heard. After that movement, just to say that APC was talking to both Kwankwaso and Abba Yusuf. Recall, Kwankwaso gave 2 conditions: either a presidential candidate, a vice president. And former governor, former senator, Ganduje and Abba Yusuf grabbed Ibrahim Shekarau, who will likely be a senatorial candidate for Kano Central, though there are troubles within. But the one funny thing about Kano politics is that since 1999 or since 2003, if Ibrahim Shekarau is on this party, Rabi Musa Kwankwaso will be the other. When Kwankwaso crosses from the PDP to the another party, Shekarau leaves. And that's what happened up till this. So they keep changing position because of interest, like you said.
You tend to be overlooking even the National Assembly, because as I was looking at the visual of the Oga of Kwankwasia, talking about Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, I saw a whole lot of people you could call heavyweights in the National Assembly, people who have been there for 5 times, 4 times. I saw Kawo, distinguished Senator Kawo, and then of course you talk about Adodogua, all of them. They are also people who have built up their own bloc. If you can come back 4 or 5 times, the deputy secretary, you know that they are not just anybody too, and if they are behind anybody, that person would sleep.
Just your last.
Yes, another thing that would influence how this election will take place is the issue of the emirate tussle, Sanusi, Aminu Ado Bayero.
Exactly.
Then the other issue is the angry traders whose shops and buildings were demolished by this administration when they came in. So you cannot actually rule out all these indices when the election.
All right, that is Kano. Kano is a multi-point. It has a block vote that you cannot ignore, over 5 million. In fact, nearly 6 million, because 5,900,000 and something. Over 90% of these, they have picked up their PVC. So it is not a state that anybody with a presidential mindset wants to play with. That is why those who are angling to get votes in 2027 will not allow Kano to be until it is in their pocket. We are going to take a short break, and when we come back now, we have our guests in the studio. Please don't go away.
The issues news as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting
the scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time. In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program inside the parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the president.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says,
but who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
Let us tell ourselves the truth. Why are we here talking about LGBT, GTBT, whatever?
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m.
You are still onto political platform. And we have our guest in. He is Yabagi Sani. He's an engineer and is the national chairman of the Action Democratic Party, ADP. We are privileged to have you here today, this morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, let me ask Dr. Amechi to fire the first salvo.
I know you would have been quite busy since last weekend when the transfer window closed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm referring to.
Even though people are still transferring.
The transfer window. Perhaps, did you catch any big fish?
Yes.
Where I got to know?
No, it's not be fair for me to say it here.
Why? Is it a secret?
I won't be fair to you if I mention the name.
Why? Please go ahead. Tell us.
It's an official action that was taken in compliance with the Electoral Act. It's for public discourse.
Yeah. So, it shouldn't come out from my mouth because...
Okay, you expect the person to make the announcement?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So how was it, that period? Not just for you, but for all the political parties? Signing in, releasing players and all that?
Yeah, well, it's, for the first time, I think we must commend the efforts of INEC in ensuring that the process leading to primaries, it's streamlined, by way of ensuring that whoever is appearing is somebody that has been registered. You know the person knows the party. And then from that standpoint, it gives you a very clear, understanding and also the pathway to building a very strong, democracy. Because, like elections are very, very fundamental as far as democracy is concerned. Because it's through elections that you can have the citizens to now express their interest as to who they want to preside over their affairs. And that is what democracy is all about, to have ability to choose who you want to choose from whichever party you want to choose. So I think I commend INEC for coming very strongly on the issue of registration and how to ensure that the primaries are less prone to litigations as we have had it before this time. Having said that, again, perhaps I also have some discomfort as far as the timeline itself is concerned. It was too tight, and that does not augur well for democracy, in the sense that, to a very large extent, democracy is about freedom, isn't it, of expression, association. And if you want as many people as possible to come into the space, time is a big element in allowing people to get themselves
Chairman, we have well over 20 political parties in Nigeria, and the ADP is one of them. There's this thing in the air out there that some of these political parties were registered and were housed. They are not serious about contention. They don't have the energy to do anything. So they are just warehoused and kept for those who have the money to come in. And every time they contest, they always have a presidential candidate and they don't get anything out of it. Tell us, is ADP in this category?
No, we cannot be, because even we have a senator, and to have a senator of Federal Republic of Nigeria is not it's not a joke. It takes a lot before you can win a seat at that level. And we've had, House of Assembly members, House of Rep members, and what have you. And the fact of the matter is that Nigerian political space is not as what you can call normal, in the sense that you have everything stacked against the opposition, everything you can think of. In politics, you need money. In politics, you need laws that will make the field, make the space to be level, for everybody. It's not the case in Nigeria. The case in Nigeria is that the party in power has unhindered access to our resources, and they dish it out the way they want, at the expense of the citizens and the opposition parties you are talking about. The laws are not even favorable. They are not friendly to the opposition. When something happens, where do you go? You say you want to go to court. They own the court. How? How? Because decisions are not made in a way that will reflect, what the court is supposed to represent.
That's the last hope of the common man.
Yes, supposed to be. It's supposed to be.
Did you have defections?
From where?
From those who were elected under your political party.
Yeah, we had defections.
What happened? It goes to the point I made earlier. People who have the resources, who have the money, after they have quarreled with some party, they can't get this. They come to your party, get elected, and then they defect.
Yeah, but I can tell you, for free, that in our party, I'm not sure that will happen this time around, because we've learned our bitter lessons. We've made it such that if you are going to part, you want to defect, you will have to pay a lot.
You put a fine?
Yes.
You put a fine if you are
Of course.
Is it a signed agreement? Is it signed?
It has to be, of course, signed. Before we give you a ticket, you have to sign.
That's an innovation, Uju.
Yes. You have to pay us, some billions before you go. Because, no. The issue is this. People have taken it for granted that, no, don't worry, I'll go to that party, just get elected, and I'll just move on. Like the case we have today.
Like a music.
It's so clear in the Constitution that you cannot leave a party that you won your seat on, election, and then go to another party unless there's a division in that party, of leadership, or there's a merger. This is so clear. But we wrote to the courts, we wrote to the National Assembly, we wrote to INEC, we wrote to the person. What are you talking about?
All right, let's look at the larger picture now, the dynamics that have been panning out. You have people moving from their original parties to another party, and then within a short time moving also from there to another party. It appears to be what is trending right now. How does that augur well for democracy? When you talk in terms of ideals, you talk in terms of ideologies.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the onus is on the leadership of the country, because it's so obvious that Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration is out to install what is called one-party system.
Is that?
In the most, in the most reckless manner that you can think of.
How can you prove that?
I can prove that because even that man will just, by the way, when you ask somebody to go and scatter them, and when you allow, you don't allow, what you call a level playing ground by way of, how can you,
Is he inducing politicians? Is that part of the allegation? Because
using our resources, using our mandate. We gave him mandate to lead the country. It's not to make the country a one-party state. You don't use the office of the president to now intimidate and induce people.
But he has denied this.
Yes, he will deny it, but we are not doing.
Although he said he's not sad about it. He's happy that there are disorganizations.
But he has no hand in it.
He has no hand in it.
Are you also?
Who hasn't? The devil has a hand in it.
But are you also?
Are
you also saying that people do not have rights to fight and disagree and walk away from some parties when they feel they are no longer,
that your interests are
no, the Constitution has guaranteed you your inalienable right.
You don't have to
your right to your right to associate with whoever you want to associate with, isn't it? It's democracy we are practicing, isn't it? But when you find a situation where people are taking the laws into their hands and you don't have a recourse, then what do? The law also allows you, as the runners of the parties, to protect the party. So that's why we're not saying you can't disagree and then go to wherever, but there has to be obvious reasons, and the obvious reasons are: this party, are they having a division? Is that
are they in a merger?
Yes, are they in merger with another party?
But let me ask, sir, can you just be specific? How is the president creating the one party? How is he disorganizing the other parties? Let us just get it.
Okay, let me tell you, I have said before.
Yes.
Our democracy is not normal. Whether it was deliberately done or is inadvertently, appear to be like that. I mean, to be where we are. Where is it normal? A situation where you have all the institutions that governs and guarantee democracy itself, elections, processes, and everything is in the hands of one person. And this person, often than not, is also a participant. He's also contesting. You have Mr. President who appoints almost everybody.
So it's by design.
So it's by design. So this man becomes an emperor. And you say you want democracy.
He's taking advantage of his
Certainly.
position.
So it's not his fault, actually. I always say. It's our own fault. Why don't we amend our laws? Since we know
Jonathan
that
found himself in that situation too.
Pardon me?
Jonathan found himself in that situation.
In the situation whereby
he was in control of everything in 2015.
Yes, but what the law anticipates or intends, the Constitution, is that you will find somebody who will love this country, who will be a Democrat.
Okay, that's the anticipation of the Constitution. Well, let me take you back, because what you said will generate a lot of interest, legal interest, that you have a pre-signed agreement with your members.
Yes.
Because I know what the provisions of the Electoral Act has provided the framework guidelines for defection.
Yes.
Now, to what extent, perhaps you tell us what are contained in that agreement you're signing with people, that once they use your platform to win elections, they must not defect. What are the constituents of that agreement?
No, the constituent
agreement. And is that justiciable? Is it legal?
Oh, yes, it's legal. It has what we call automatic triggers.
So what's the content?
The content is that you are loyal to the party, which is number one, prerequisite of every political party. The party is supreme. But a case where you can just come, use the party's platform, win an election, and before you say Jack Robinson, the man has left because he has now that, I will go to the party in government. Not caring about how much you spend, time, energy, resources.
So is it that you make them to sign an agreement offering resignation from the position?
Everything that you can think of. Everything you can think of. Just like you treat us. Just like it's not too harsh. Is it not too harsh for you to just take off and leave, walk away from
You want them to remain loyal members.
Do you know how much it takes to build a political party?
Well, we can imagine how much it takes to build a political party.
Believe me, aside from money, your time, your energy, your brain, the frustrations you go through.
Is it possible? Is it possible, Chairman?
Yes.
That some people who actually feel uncomfortable coming to this, I wouldn't want to say smaller political parties, those political parties that are not as big as that, they find it difficult because the chairman is always the contestant. Is always the presidential candidate. It's like a zoned political office. You were the presidential candidate.
Tell me a party which is not like that.
No, I'm
is it APC or PDP?
Yeah, the chairman of PDP, the chairman of APC don't necessarily have to be.
Who says?
The presidential candidate.
Who told you that?
No, we have seen it.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu is leader of APC.
He was not chairman of the party.
He appoints whoever he wants to be the chairman.
No, he was not chairman of the party.
But he appoints the man.
But you are chairman of the party. You were presidential candidate.
Yes.
Is there going to be another person being presidential candidate?
Say what?
Will you allow any other person to be presidential candidate?
Why not?
Would there be primaries?
Certainly, there will be primaries. Certainly, why not? We are looking for people to come, to participate.
It's too late. The window is closed.
No.
The era would have never taken consideration.
People are getting it wrong. You know that there is a stage at which you can still, replace your candidates.
But that replacement must be a member of the party as at May 10.
No.
Okay. But with the measures that you put in place.
The issue is this. The Electoral Act itself says you have to conduct fresh primaries.
All right, let's wrap it up because the time is up.
I wanted to ask him, can you force loyalty? With the measures that you put in place, can you force loyalty? Because there are some persons, they're in a particular party, but they are also in another party, acting for the party. I've seen somebody from ADC who came to my program wearing the president's cap.
And why are you fishing too far, Uju? We have a Yes or Wike who is in PDP, the leader of one of the factions, and is visiting the chairman of the APC.
And his followers are screaming for APC.
So those are some of the things.
You have an autocratic system of democracy, in Nigeria. That's why anybody can do that. Because they believe once you can show that even by what you wear or what you say, that you are in support of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, nothing will happen to you.
All right,
whether you are another party or something else, nothing happens to you.
We must thank you so much, Chairman, for coming on the program. We are really glad to have you here, and we hope that in the course of time, maybe when you become the presidential candidate of the party, if your members allow you to, then we'll be able to come here again and explain what you have for the people. I'll be speaking with the chairman of the Action Democratic Party, ADP, Yabagi Sani, who has been with us on the program to tell us what he knows about the political situation in Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Now we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll take our mails, and then we'll wrap up.
People, politics, and power brings context and clarity to issues and events in governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics, and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
The government should come. We need Nigeria to work.
We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, Politics, and Power with Imoni Amarere.
We want performing agencies to be held to account, or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
At 1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
Thank you. Let's go to our mails, and Uju, you have the mails.
Yes, the first one is from Oguche Paul, who sent this from the UK. He sent one yesterday, too. Your yesterday's insightful analysis on the growing trend of politicians sponsoring their children for elective positions while they are still active in politics themselves refers. One cannot help but wonder whether Nigeria is gradually drifting toward a monarchical system of government. This practice effectively denies capable young Nigerians from ordinary background the opportunity to serve their country, simply because they lack political connections or family influence. Leadership should be based on competence, integrity, and the will of the people, not on bloodline or inherited political structures. And the second one is from Thomas Egbele. Nigeria's politicians are the same, he says. They are all culpable for causing us the pains we're passing through. Even heaven does not know where we are heading to. APC, PDP, ADC, NDC, etc. are all special purpose vehicles meant to grab power. However, it is clear that we're passing through hell. The youths are not serious.
Okay, I'll take the last one just to note that there is a C in all the major parties, ADC, NDC, APC, Cs, all the Cs. They will end with Amechi Obochi from Kubwa in Abuja, and he says the federal government has intensified discussions with the World Bank over a fresh $1.25 billion loan aimed at supporting economic reforms, job creation, and competitiveness. Reports indicate that the facility has reached an advanced stage in the lender's approval processes. President Tinubu must understand that borrowing a loan cannot and will not take Nigeria to its desired level of development. Hence, Nigeria cannot borrow its way into prosperity without strong productive policies, accountability, and sustainable economic growth. Nigeria must move away from all these strangulating loans.
I think that mail is in line with yesterday's pronouncement by the Minister of Finance, who says Nigeria cannot borrow into prosperity, which means there's a rethink. But it never ends. The president continuously looks fish. There must be a group of people who are looking for where money is available anywhere in the world just to borrow and bring in here. And what do we use the borrowed money for? That's a different discussion for another day. Are we borrowing for productive purposes, or we are just borrowing to consume? These are some of the things. We want to thank you for always reaching out through Citizens' Perspective, the main segment of our program. Please continue to reach us through political platform at darkgroup.com. And that's how we are going to be wrapping up the program this morning. I will sure come back tomorrow, and what we'll do, we'll come with other exciting analysis, reports, and what you really need to hear, and we'll take your mails as well. On behalf of my colleagues, Mustafa Mohammed, Amechi Anakwe, and Uju Eje, I am Okiri Agbonsoremi. Thank you for remaining with us, and stay out of trouble.
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cast says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows, mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cast launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Oworu says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
Cast says the success of the movie Lionheart, directed by Genevieve Inaji, which became the first Nigerian film to stream on Netflix in 2019, also inspired filmmakers.
We actually didn't have avenues of distribution like that, but ever since Genevieve came up and did Lionheart, and it just opened up, the door to Netflix and other streaming platforms. It just made people see possibilities.
But filmmakers say access to funding is still a challenge and want Nigerian government and financial institutions to invest more in the movie industry.
There's been improvements in the cinematics, the cinematography, the lighting, so there are more opportunities, sound design, as opposed to before when it was just, get a camera, you have a story, you point and you shoot.
And the result and the growing market is good news for filmmakers like Paul Cast and millions of Nigerians who are waiting to see the next big film on their screens. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
"19-year-old Hussein Abdurrahman comes to this butcher shop every day to buy 8 to 10 kilograms of meat for Mogadishu's stray animals.
He is such a kind person. It's wonderful to show compassion and kindness to those who cannot afford it. He deserves support for this initiative.
Nearly 70% of Somalis live in poverty, making it challenging for many to afford food for their families.
Ghana to evacuate 300 people from South Africa over immigration protests. 22 people set to leave hospital after antivirus isolation. And very the leader of the United States high-stakes talks following President Trump's arrival in Beijing. It's a 3-day stay at the invitation of Chinese President Xi Jinping. Trump is also the last American leader to visit China and he came to Beijing in 2017. During his first term, this time, there are key issues on the table, as Xi and Trump will have in-depth exchange on major issues concerning China-US relations and world peace and development. Trump was greeted by Chinese Vice President Han Zhang at the airport, as well as by Vice Foreign Minister Ma Zhong and Chinese Ambassador to the United States. Now to break down what's happening on ground, let's join my colleague Clement Ohezwa, who is live in Beijing. Hello, Clement.
Hi, good evening from China, from Beijing.
Okay.
China.
Okay, I'm sure this is about 11 p.m. in Beijing, right? Clement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what's the atmosphere like on ground ahead of the Trump? Can you hear me? What's the atmosphere like on ground ahead of the Trump-Xi meeting?
Well, the atmosphere is really normal. I wouldn't say it's electrifying, but it's normal. And everybody's happy. They are happy that Trump is coming, considering how they welcomed him at the airport. It was more like a carnival kind of reception. Everybody, and that's what Trump likes, just normal, but it's cool.
Okay, now what are the issues in Beijing? What are the issues that Beijing is signaling will prioritize in the talks they're going to have between Trump and Xi Jinping?
All right, one thing China doesn't want is war. They are not comfortable with the everyday quarrel between China and US. China wants a stable relationship with the US. They want a stable relationship. That is very, very important to them. A stable relationship. They want to see themselves as allies, not as enemies. That's one. Secondly, the tech problem they've had, competition and everything. They want to make sure they deal with that issue and sort it out once and for all, and and not begin to go back and forth. And then one of the most important things too, it's the issue of tariff. They need to trash out the issue of tariff once and for all. Yeah, because the idea of including charging tariff for goods and services and all of this stuff, they are not comfortable. They need to sort that and discuss that. And another thing, the issue with Taiwan. China is very, 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 very. They are not joking with the issue of one China policy. They want to integrate everybody.
Okay.
So they want to discuss the issue of Taiwan with the Americans and with Trump. And that's just it. That's some of the things they will be discussing.
Okay, now let's look at this. The U.S. is imposing more tariffs at the moment, while China came up and said zero tariff for countries in Africa who are willing to come do business. How do you think they are going to balance this in this meeting?
If Trump knows very well that he needs to come and discuss with these guys, because that zero tariff is going to take away business from America, whether we like it or not. It's going to take away business from America. It's zero tariff. You're not paying anything. And if I'm a businessman, I'm coming to your country and say zero tariff, I'll run to you first because I need to make profits. I'll run to you where I won't pay taxes. I will not entertain. I won't go for any country that would say pay this amount of, with huge taxes or tariff for my goods. They know very well that they need this market, so they need to discuss so that they can sort out all of these issues once and for all.
Okay, but another issue that I'm very sure will come up strongly is the war in Iran at the moment. Don't you think that is going to come up very strongly?
It definitely will come up. It definitely will come up. It definitely will come up because energy, oil is not something that you joke with. The whole world needs it. So they need to discuss the war in Iran and find a way of settling that issue. They must get to a middle point. They need to just sort it out once and for all.
Yeah, Pakistan has been trying to do that for quite some time now.
There must be a middle point.
Okay.
Yeah, but now both leaders will have to sit down and they must meet at the middle. They must meet at the middle.
Okay, thank you so much, Clement, for joining us on the World News. Well, Well, moving ahead, United States President Donald Trump has taken a host of top business and technology industry executives on his trip to China this week. Among those joining the president on this official trip to Beijing are Navida's Jason Hangu, Tim Cook of Apple, Elon Musk of Tesla, and SpaceX Larry Fink of BlackRock, as well as other executives from Meta, Visa, JP Morgan, Boeing, Gargrill, and more.
Humanity of murder, along with Duterte and other co-perpetrators. I wish Marcos would not send me to the Hague, but to any court in the Philippines. De La Rosa told reporters as more than 100 riot police stood guard outside the Senate building. De La Rosa's former boss, who was president from 2016 to 2022, was arrested in Manila in March last year and flown to the Netherlands that same night. Duterte has been held at the ICC. In a statement, Marcos' spokeswoman said the president would not interfere in the decisions of the Senate, while declining to discuss the details of the warrant against De La Rosa. De La Rosa's defense team, meanwhile, has filed an injunction with the country's Supreme Court, seeking judicial protection from what they called a coordinated enforcement strategy against him.
That report is former Philippine leader Rodrigo Duterte's top drug war enforcer that are ready to surrender at international courts. The draft United Nations Security Council resolution calling for freedom navigation through the Strait of Hormuz has gained 112 co-sponsors, according to diplomatic sources, underscoring the breadth of global concern over the closure of one of the world's most critical shipping lines. The resolution, tabled by Bahrain and the United States, seeks to protect international waterways, commercial shipping and energy supplies, as well as to ensure the safety of seafarers.
It also calls for an end to Iranian attacks on its Gulf neighbors. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait have joined Monarma and Washington as principal sponsors, while India, Japan, South Korea, Kenya, Argentina, and most member states of the European Union have also signed on, the sources said. It is the second such resolution Bahrain has put before the Council. The first, tabled last month, was vetoed by China and Russia. Both countries have voiced reservations about the new draft, though it remains unclear whether they intend to veto again should it come to a vote. No date has been set for a vote.
And 22 people have been evacuated from a cruise ship after a hantavirus outbreak are set to start leaving a Merseyside hospital where they have been isolated since returning to the UK. The passengers and crew who were on board the MV Honduras will have spent 72 hours isolating at Arrowy Park Hospital in Wirral and will be expected to isolate for another 42 days at home.
They include 20 British nationals, a German national who is a UK resident, and a Japanese passenger. 10 other passengers and crew members have been brought to the UK from British territories in the South Atlantic, St. Helena and Ascension Islands as a precaution. The 10 people are being moved because the NHS in England was well equipped to respond if they become unwell, the UK HSA said. Earlier this week, Professor Robin May, Chief Scientific Officer at the UK HSA, said those at the hospital were healthy and asymptomatic. They have been staying in flats with food and other essentials provided alongside ongoing care from UK HSA and NHS teams. Public health and infectious disease specialists will assess whether the individuals are able to self-isolate at home or whether another location should be arranged. We want to reassure both passengers and the wider public that robust arrangements are in place and that everyone involved will be looked after every step of the way. Since the outbreak, 3 people have died, with 2 confirmed to have had the virus. This included an elderly Dutch man who died before being tested his wife, and a German woman. Director General of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, said on Tuesday that while there is no sign that we are seeing the start of a larger outbreak, work to contain it was not over, as it's possible we might see more cases. The Dutch MV Honduras had 87 passengers and 60 crew members on board when it docked in Spain's Canary Islands last week, according to the ship's operator, Oceanwide Expeditions. 2 British nationals have also returned home on repatriation flights to the US, while another British national is due to return to Australia, the UK HSA said. Another 2 British nationals who have been confirmed to have hantavirus are being treated in the Netherlands and South Africa.
The Hausa district of Samsun in Turkey's North Black Sea region stands flooded after a sudden downpour caused the river to burst its banks and flood the city's infrastructure. According to the resident, there has been no human loss. There is some damage to people's shops, damage to vehicles, and some of their homes have been affected. The mayor, Halt Dogan, added that the government will compensate for the damage as soon as possible. The bodies of 3 women have been recovered from the sea in Britain. Police say, Sussex Police emergency services were called over concerns for the welfare of the women at around 5:45 today. Fast-moving inquiries are ongoing to confirm the identities of these 3 women and understand exactly what has happened. That's according to the Chief Superintendent Adam Hayes. He says the public have been asked to stay away from the scene near the Maternal Drive. The Coast Guard says teams from across Sussex plus 3 real lifeboats joined the rescue efforts, but they don't know who the women were or they were in the sea. CP Superintendent says earlier that the fast-moving inquiries were ongoing to confirm the identities. It's not known who raised the alarm or whether the 3 women were part of a larger party. And in Africa, Ghana says it will evacuate 300 citizens from South Africa following a recent wave of protest against foreign nationals. Foreign Minister Samuel Ablakwa said in a post on X on Tuesday that the Ghanaian president had granted approval for their immediate evacuation.
He said the distressed Ghanaians had registered at the country's embassy in Pretoria to be rescued in response to an advisory by the Foreign Ministry following the latest wave of xenophobic attacks. Last week, South African authorities denied that anyone had been attacked, saying the widely circulated videos were fake. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said the recent protest and criminal acts directed at foreign nationals did not reflect government's policy, describing them as isolated acts of criminality. He added that South Africa would regulate migration, secure our borders, and enforce our laws. Thousands of South Africans joined protests against illegal immigration, demanding the mass deportation of undocumented foreign nationals. Protesters say illegal immigration has had an impact on jobs, housing, and crime. The Ghanaian embassy in South Africa advised nationals to be highly cautious and prioritize their safety by avoiding public gatherings and shut their shops or businesses in the port city of Durban ahead of a protest planned on Wednesday. Ghana and Nigeria have recently summoned the South African envoys to their respective countries over the mistreatment and harassment of their citizens. Ghana has also written to the African Union asking it to discuss the issue, saying it posed a serious risk to the safety and well-being of Africans in South Africa. South Africa responded by saying it had nothing to hide. The government had condemned the circulation of what it called fake videos and images described by some as recordings of attacks on foreign nationals. Other countries that have warned their citizens in South Africa, including Kenya, Malawi, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe. According to official figures, South Africa is home to more than 3 million foreigners, or about 5% of the population, but there are believed to be many more without papers. Xenophobia has long been an issue in the country and has been accompanied by occasional outbursts of deadly attacks.
A Chinese national who allegedly led a multi-billion-dollar hacking ring that targeted a member of the K-pop supergroup BTS, among others, has been extradited to South Korea. Seoul's Justice Ministry had accused the 40-year-old suspect of stealing 38 billion won from various victims by hacking into the websites of government agencies and public figures. The scam ring allegedly got hold of a securities account belonging to BT's vocalist Gyeongkong's name and tried to transfer 8.4 billion won worth of shares that Gyeongkong held of the group's management company, Hybe. The transaction was blocked after the entertainment company froze the account. South Korean media reported the alleged hacking took place between August 2023 and April 2025, according to reports. The chairman of a major conglomerate and the boss of a venture company were among the other victims, according to the AFP news agency. Police have also said the plan to seek a warrant to arrest the suspect after questioning him and analyzing evidence. The suspect, who is unnamed, was based in Bangkok until the extradition. In August last year, a 36-year-old Chinese national who is part of the same ring was also extradited from Thailand. He was indicted in September and is now standing trial in South Korea. Israeli strikes targeted 2 cars on Wednesday on a major highway linking Beirut to southern Lebanon, according to state media. Despite the truce and the war between Israel and Hezbollah, the attacks took place near Algeria, about 20 kilometers south of the capital. Lebanon's national news agency said, without specifying if there were casualties.
A burnt-out car was seen in the middle of the road and rescuers carrying a body. On Saturday, similar strikes targeted 2 other cars in the same area. Israel has kept up airstrikes in Lebanon against the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah, despite a truce since April 17 aimed at halting the fighting. On Tuesday, 13 people were killed in attacks on towns in the south, according to Lebanon's health ministry, which said a total of 380 people had been killed since the start of the ceasefire. On Wednesday, the Israeli military also issued new evacuation warning for 6 villages in the Thai region in anticipation of fresh attacks. The violence came with Lebanon and Israel due to hold a new round of direct negotiations in Washington on Thursday, brokered by the United States. Hezbollah, which has been launching attacks on northern Israel, as well as Israeli troops who have entered and occupied a section of southern Lebanon, says it opposes the negotiation in the U.S. On Tuesday, its leader, Niam Qasem, warned that he would turn the battlefield into hell for Israel. Since Hezbollah dragged Lebanon into the wider region war in early March, more than 2,800 people have been killed in the country, including 200 children, according to the health ministry.
You're still watching the World News. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more reports. Please stay. And now let's bring you a bit of sports as the nations across the world continue to enhance the economic power of sports tourism. Stakeholders in Nigeria are pushing for stronger collaboration and strategic investment to position the country as a major destination for sporting and cultural events. The conversation took center stage at the National Sports Tourism Conference and Exhibition in Abuja, Nigeria capital.
In Abuja. The conference, organized by Ringo Sports Club, focused on promoting sports tourism as a tool for economic growth, youth empowerment, and national development.
Tourism and sports can be found in all the ministries, in all the agencies. Our presence here is very, very important, is very, very key. We have a very important role to play. We have to synergize, collaborate, cohabit in order to grow the economy of Nigeria through sports and tourism.
Delivering the keynote address, the guest speaker explained the importance and benefit of sports tourism, describing it as a major industry capable of generating revenues, creating jobs, and attracting international investment. He, however, lamented the lack of proper coordination among relevant ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, stressing that stronger collaboration is necessary for Nigeria to fully benefit from the sector.
Number one, out of the recommendation is to establish a National Sport Tourism Council. This will make the collaboration easy if you have the council that handles the sport tourism. Secondly, is to develop a national sport tourism policy and promote public-private partnership in promoting the sport tourism.
Representative of agencies, including the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, Nigerian Customs Service, and the Nigerian Immigration Service also highlighted their various roles in ensuring the growth of sports tourism through efficient services, security, and easy movement of visitors.
Expanding aviation infrastructure presents a unique opportunity for the country to attract major regional and international sporting events. But realizing this potential requires deliberate planning and sustained investment in the system that connects Nigeria to the world.
The National Orientation Agency, as the government's lead agency for public enlightenment and behavioral change communication, recognizes the critical role of strategic awareness, citizens' engagement, and value reorientation in achieving the goals of sports tourism development.
The conference also featured awareness of the game of Ringo as part of efforts to promote indigenous sports and expand participation at grassroots level. Osaibovo Usifo, AIT News, Abuja.
Well, that's the World News on AIT. I am Sadiat Dusmo. Thank you so much for staying with us.
At Chabindu camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Moulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanem Netizaidi, VOA News, Goma.
The number of children dying before their 5th birthday has hit a record low, according to new United Nations estimates. And Malawi is among countries highlighted in a UN report released on Wednesday for making significant reductions in child deaths. It, alongside Cambodia, Rwanda and Mongolia, have all been credited with a more than 75% drop in under-5 mortality since 2000. In the Malawian town of Nemetete earlier this year, parents like Secret Gibson were queuing up to get their children vaccinated against malaria, under a new program being rolled out in countries across the continent.
When a child receives the vaccine like this, it means as he grows, he will be a healthy and strong person. But also, as he attains maturity, it's like you have already laid a good foundation for him. Because if you don't take him for the vaccine, the clinic has reservations to treat a child who did not take the jab.
Preventable and treatable causes such as pneumonia, diarrhea and malaria made up the majority of the 4.9 million under-5 deaths in 2022. While that's a halving of the mortality rate since 2000, it also still represents 1 death every 6 seconds. And the UN warned that the world is behind in its goals for reducing preventable deaths by 2030, with progress slowing since 2015. Overall, deaths of babies and children under 5 in 2022 were concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. It represented 57% of the global total, despite only accounting for around 30% of the live births that year. The UN said better access to primary healthcare and community health workers could vastly improve the outlook. But it also warned that climate change, increasing inequity, conflict and the long-term fallout from the global health crisis could all threaten progress.
Hello and thanks for joining us on your #1 labor program from Africa to the rest of the world, the tripartite, the worker, employer, and government roundtable. I am your host, Abulu Osemahu. Thanks for being there. Now, May 1 globally is celebrated as International Labor Day or International Workers' Day, or if you like, May Day. And that week is celebrated by workers, and the month of May has been dedicated to the celebration of workers and their effort to make the wealth. We will bring you interviews we had with the labor minister in Nigeria and some labor leaders. They told us what they didn't tell the workers on the podium on that celebration day. Wait for that in our Let's Talk segment. Did you know that the International Labour Organization is cash crunch? What that means is that countries around the world are not paying what they are supposed to do to the international organization. Therefore, they say workers' rights are hanging in the balance. We'll bring you a story by Electoral, one of the global union, who is very, very much concerned. We also want to let you know that the brain drain that Africans and Nigerians are crying about will increase because the US say they have shortage of medical personnel. So they've done a U-turn. So doctors in Nigeria can now apply for visa in the US. And there it goes. We are back here suffering lack of medical personnel. We will bring you that in our global update on labor stories.
Tripartism, because that is at the heart of free trade union engagement. That is government as a player and a state, private sector and then the trade unions. Working together, they can create a new work environment. So I urge people to key in and watch the tripartite program on AIT.
Let's quickly give you that clip we talked about, what the International Labour Organization is going through as a result of countries not paying their dues. The International Labour Organization, or ILO, is confronting the worst financial crisis in its recent history. The US has not paid its dues since 2023, and several other countries are late with the payment. The consequences for workers worldwide could be severe. Electoral Global Union is calling on affiliate unions to act now, press governments to pay their ILO dues. ILO Director General Gilbert Ngo has described the situation as serious and unprecedented in recent decades, warning that it is already affecting its ability to meet the expectations of its constituents. The cause is straightforward. Member states are not paying what they owe. Arrears from several member states now totaling more than 260 million Swiss francs, that is $295 million US, approximately a third of the organization's biennial budget, pushing it into a serious liquidity crunch. According to reports, the United States, the ILO's largest contributor, providing 22% of its regular funding, owes more than 173 million Swiss francs. China, Germany, and others are also behind on payment. The ILO has responded with a structural reform built around 3 pillars: reorganizing headquarters, reprioritizing its 2026-2027 program of work, reinforcing field capacity by reviewing regional structures, and decentralizing development corporations, and consolidating support services, and establishing a new global service center. According to internal documents reported by Reuters, without sufficient funding, the ILO could be forced to cut up to 295 positions, around 8% of its global workforce. Gilbert Ngo, that is the Director General, has confirmed that the organization has had to shut down some 50 projects in the United States and lay off around 200 staff as a direct result of the funding shortfall. The ILO has also published a risk register and a live tracker showing which member states have paid their contributions and what remains outstanding, a public accountability tool that makes the problem impossible to ignore. The ILO is the only tripartite global body where unions sit alongside government and employers to set binding international labor standards. Those standards on freedom of association, collective bargaining, forced labor, child labor, occupational safety and health underpin the legal framework that industrial law and other global unions affiliates rely on every day.
My name is Adewale Smart Oyenride, the Director General Chief Executive, Nigeria Employers Consultative Association. Keep watching the tripartite.
Let's quickly take you to the Eagle Square in Abuja, in Nigeria's capital, where we spoke with the Minister of Labour and Employment and some labor leaders about what Workers' Day really means.
You see, my most important wish for Nigerian workers to have decent jobs, to have a very fair pay, and to have a very secure working environment so that they can perform more dedicated and more productively for the betterment of our country. Yes. If our worker can get this, then we are sure that he is going to produce more, he is going to dedicate himself to the service of his country, and we expect our economy to boost and to be more agile and more progressive for our dear country.
What would you say about the President's welfare packages to workers?
Well, that has gone to show the commitment of this administration to the welfare of our workers. If you look at the allowances, they cut across all workers, federal civil servants, and we're sure they are intended to boost and to encourage them to do more.
I wish them all the best. I wish them all that they wish themselves. I wish they will see things from the side of the workers.
What is the worker expecting when we go to the International Labour Conference in a month's time?
A lot can change between now and the next 1 month. The usual things, decent work, decent wage, living wage, and good work environment, good welfare package, and a work environment that is devoid of intimidation and oppression. A work environment where agreements matter, where the employer honors the agreement that they voluntarily covenant to.
The day set aside for workers to appreciate themselves, for building a resilient economy, for building and improving the state of infrastructure, for building and improving the state of infrastructure in Nigeria. We quite appreciate ourselves, and we are quite happy that as Nigerian workers, we are here today, sound, healthy, and alive. Having said that, also, you know, today is a day whereby we look at where are we coming from, where are we today, and where do we want to be tomorrow. So, looking at where we want to be tomorrow, we want a Nigerian worker that could go to work without necessarily being afraid of insecurity. A Nigerian worker that the purchasing power of his salary could be strengthened. A Nigerian worker whereby inflation will not continuously erode the purchasing power. Devaluation will not continuously erode the purchasing power. So for us, our wish is that as we move forward, government should bring about a state of technology to solve the security security challenges, because today security is not just an issue whereby you solve by having men physically around the country, but it is solved by putting in place impeccable technology to solve the challenges. So we urge government that government will go further to even reduce budget in other ministries in order to solve security challenges. Because if you don't solve security, building road become meaningless, building hospital become meaningless, because when people are alive, that is when they go to hospital, that's when they use the road. So for us, that is key, and we want government to act on this. And beyond that as well, the purchasing power of Nigerian workers are being eroded. So that is why, if you remember, we have been advocating since 2024 January how government could do everything possible to improve our exchange rate, because today our exchange is about 1,400 to $1. We still feel that it is undervalued. We believe that the exchange rate should be around 800 naira to $1. What will this do? If exchange rate today is strengthened, the issue of the cost of PMS will come down drastically. The issues of Jet A1 will come down drastically in terms of naira. But when your naira is not strong, when your naira is undervalued, what your naira could buy will be reduced drastically. So for us, we want government to look in this direction, while also putting measures in place to cushion the challenges that Nigerian workers, most especially those in public sector, in the federal government, state and local government, the challenges they are passing through today in terms of their take-home pay. So we want them to act on this decisively.
Workers create wealth. Without workers, nothing would move. The economy would be down. So they are the backbone. The workers are the backbone. Whether they are in government or they are in the private sector, they are the backbone of the economy. And therefore, they occupy a very special place. So I want to thank them for their resilience, to thank them that, in spite of everything, they are still standing tall and they are still working. So may God continue to bless and keep them while they do what they are doing. On the part of government, I would want to advise that when government is coming up with policies, there should be policies that wear a human face, and there should be policies that would make the worker feel more comfortable. And if on the course of churning out policies, you discover you have made a mistake, there is no shame in going back to change one or two things so that the worker is happy and those that are served are happy.
Expectation of the worker ahead of 2027.
Well, workers, we have told workers, don't just stay outside the political space, and when other people win election, you protest, you carry placard. No, why don't you come and contest as well? You can come from any of the unions, be a legislator, so that when laws are being made, you are sitting in the chamber and it is with your voice that those laws will be made. With your contribution, those laws will be made. That way, you will not have to carry placard anymore. You will be in the chamber to decide what happens. So I think that's the best way out.
Otherwise, in this country, workers, other than farming, you can't do anything. If you go into any commercial venture, it's illegal. So the only trade you can go into is farming. And if you are not protected as a farmer, then that means there's something. So we urge government at all levels to subsidize our farming in this country.
Because what minimum wage, with the issue of inflation, the economic situation, everything has been defeated. The fuel increase recently of the price. Where is the enjoyment? Where is the money? Who is enjoying? So I didn't see it. We can't say we are enjoying because certainly things are not going the way they are supposed to go. But the reality of things is things are not moving the way they are not supposed to. Because coming to office, either by your car or by commercial alone, talk less of feeding, talk less of health. All those challenges are there, and with going with the economic reality, all is not well.
My wish is that, as you are aware, this day is a day when the workers will express their challenges to their employers, and the employers use the opportunity to express their commitment toward decent work. So as health workers, we want to call on government to specifically implement whatever we agreed, particularly on the issue of CONHES adjustment. Because CONHES adjustment is a lingering issue that stays for decades, and we have been on it, and government has promised so many times. So we want to seize this opportunity of Workers' Day to call on government to do the needful to abate further industrial disharmony in the health sector in the country.
All of our universities have been shut down administratively and operationally from today. And this did not happen out of the blue moon, just like that. We had given government and the Minister of Education in particular 1 month window period to address the problems that we have highlighted to him. And he has not been able to do that effectively. So we had no option than to necessarily follow due process. And the labor laws in Nigeria allows workers who feel shortchanged to withdraw their services. And so whatever we are doing is fighting for our rights, fighting for our people, looking for decent wage so that we can also partake in living in Nigeria.
So what will make you return to the class, to the offices there?
Well, the options are there. One is that we had said that this prolonged renegotiation of 2009 agreement should be concluded without further delay. And this can be done within 24 hours because the Ayale Committee must be commended for what they have been able to achieve on the basis of what was given to them as the framework for their work. But the government should be able to give them the latitude, the free hand, to be able to negotiate with unions, because it is about CBA, collective bargaining agreement. So we must agree. They give us offer, we look at it, we take to our members, we discuss it, and once we agree, fine. So, but where we are today is it is a brazen show of injustice. It is a brazen show of treating the non-teaching staff in our universities as second-class citizens. And we all know universities are universal and that every component of the system is complementing each other.
My name is Mohammed Megardi Gadi, the Minister of Labor and Employment. You are watching the Trap program on AIT.
Welcome back. Let's take you around the world. You hear stories about the worker, the employer, and the policies of government.
The United States has lifted its suspension on visa processing for foreign-trained doctors, including those from Nigeria. According to a report by the New York Times, the restriction was introduced in January and had stopped decisions on visa extensions, work permits, and green cards for citizens of about 39 countries under the U.S. travel ban. Because of this policy, many foreign-trained doctors were unable to work. However, the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services has now updated its rules to allow medical doctors to continue their visa applications. A spokesperson from the Department of Homeland Security confirmed that applications for doctors will now be processed. This change comes at a time when the United States is facing a shortage of about 65,000 doctors, and the number is expected to increase in the future. Foreign-trained doctors make up about 25% of the U.S. healthcare workforce, with many working in rural and underserved areas. The earlier suspension forced some doctors to stop working temporarily, while others risked losing their jobs. With the new update, affected doctors, including Nigerians, can now continue working and processing their visas, which is expected to help reduce pressure on hospitals. The Estonian government intends to postpone the implementation of the European Union Pay Transparency Directive by 2 years. The Estonian Trade Union Confederation, EAKL, warns that this delay will allow wage discrimination against workers to continue. The directive gives workers tools to identify pay inequality and makes employers responsible for proving that no discrimination has taken place. Public service workers employed in Germany's AOK statutory health insurance funds, including around 60,000 workers across AOK institutions, ITS Care and the AOK Federal Association, are covered by a collective bargaining agreement reached in the fourth round of negotiations following nationwide strike action organized by Ver.di. The agreement was concluded after 3 unsuccessful negotiation rounds and a nationwide warning strike on the 13th of April, 2026, when several thousand workers stopped work to support the union's demands ahead of the final talks. Private healthcare and residential care workers held a national strike and demonstration in Rome on the 17th of April. The unions FPCGIL, CISL-FP, and UIL-FPL organized the action to protest the lack of collective agreements, reporting a participation rate of 70%. Private healthcare workers have been without a renewed contract for 8 years, while those in residential care homes have waited 14 years. Public service workers in North Macedonia across justice, prosecution, public administration, environment and state legal services are covered by a series of collective bargaining agreements signed between 2024 and 2026 by the UPOZ trade union, with several government institutions. The agreements, concluded with the Ministry of Justice, Public Prosecutor's Office, Ministry of Public Administration, Ministry of Environment, and the State Attorney's Office, introduce a broadly harmonized set of improvements across the sectors. These include strengthened employment conditions, improved social security provisions, and clearer frameworks for pay progression and job valuation. Fagforbundet has reached agreement with Spekta TFU in the 2026 main bargaining round for the theatre agreement. The agreement covers theatre workers and follows the National Front Fag wage framework. The settlement provides a general annual pay increase of 29,000 Norwegian kroner, €2,470 for all workers, aimed at supporting purchasing power and fairer distribution. Several allowances are also increased, including the shift allowance, meal allowance, tool allowance, main cleaning rate, costume change rate and annual workwear compensation from 2027. The agreement also includes specific changes for technical and artistic work. Public service workers in Montenegro took part in a protest mobilization organized by USSCG under the slogan, Together for 100. The action followed a breakdown in scheduled social dialogue with the government over wage increases and a new general collective agreement. The protest was confirmed by the USSCG Executive Board on the 21st of April, 2026 after a planned meeting between social partners and the Prime Minister, initially agreed for the 17th of April, 2026, did not take place. The union is demanding an increase in the value of the wage coefficient and the signing of a new general collective agreement, including higher complexity coefficients for job classifications. Public service workers in the Dutch central government sector are seeing collective bargaining negotiations resume following industrial action organized by FNV, after prolonged deadlock over a new collective labor agreement. The dispute was driven by the government's initial zero-line wage position, which unions warned would result in around 160,000 civil servants losing purchasing power in 2026. Talks had stalled for months over pay increases and working conditions. Trade unions have welcomed the invitation from the Minister of the Interior to restart consultations. Firefighters in Poland have received a pay increase following the entry into force in March 2026 of an amended remuneration regulation for the State Fire Service, agreed between trade unions, including KSP NSZZ and the main headquarters of the State Fire Service. The agreement provided for a two-part wage increase, combining a rise in base salary rates linked to an updated reference amount with higher rank-based allowances. Both elements were to be implemented in 2026, with only a technical amendment needed for the allowance adjustment. Health and social care workers in Slovenia with irregular working hours have secured enforceable rights to compensation for work carried out on public holidays following a March 2026 ruling by the Higher Labour and Social Court, in a case brought by the Trade Union of Health and Social Welfare of Slovenia, SDZNS. The case addressed the application of Article 32B of the Collective Agreement for Health and Social Care of Slovenia, amended in December 2018, covering workers with irregular working hours. Inconsistent employer application had led to reduced holiday pay compared to workers on standard schedules. The court confirmed that these workers are entitled to wage compensation for public holidays equivalent to those on a 40-hour week, based on the annual working calendar.
Welcome back. Don't forget, any segment of this program is open for sponsorship. As we continue to celebrate the workers in this month, you can send a congratulatory message. You can felicitate with the workers and felicitate with your employer. And why don't you celebrate also with your government for some policies they are making for the benefit of workers around the world. Thanks for investing your time with us. I am Abulu Osemahu. Let's do this again next time.
There is no greater job as being a mother than any other job on earth.
The woman is the mother of the murderer. The woman is also the mother of the peacemaker.
They must learn to say no to evil Be involved in raising your children.
I'm so concerned that a lot of the children, our children in Nigeria, do not have access to good quality education. Their parents simply cannot afford it.
Good parenting is vital to nation building.
A woman is able to program a child to be who he should be.
Actually have to make an effort at home. It all begins at home.
There's this popular saying, monkey see, monkey do.
Parents make one child seem more important than the other.
Just because your mother was a drug addict or trafficked or on the streets or whatever, that does not shape who you are.
I want you to always remember that you are stronger than you know.
It is important for a woman to critically look at your environment, at your situation, and see what you can do to add value to yourself and add value to your family.
Don't be a victim. Be the player that wins.
I am the third child of Dr. and Mrs. Gabriel Okwofo. Growing up was beautiful and it was challenging on the other hand. I grew up in a close-knit family, my mother, my father. Then we had plenty uncles and aunties. So I grew up having to work, having to do stuff because my uncles and aunties knew how to stand us up and down. Then my mom also was one who ensured that we grew up right. She made us independent from the word go. Every one of us had a portion of work to do. And woe betide you, she comes back and the work is not done. Even if you've done it and those uncles and aunties decided to mess it up, you'll be spanked seriously. So my mom was a disciplinarian. It was a no-nonsense zone. But she also taught us to be independent, to have a mind of our own and all of that. And that helped me as I grew on. I moved on to Queen's College. While I was in Queen's College, when everyone else was being chauffeur-driven, my mother made me walk to school and walk back. Oh yes, she told me that you do not have to show off to everybody and learn to go to school and come back by yourself. So that began to build the independent spirit and the drive to do stuff for myself. Growing at a point in time, things became tough financially at home. And of course, like a lot of moms have to do, my mom had to step in. You know, even though she was, of course, she had always earned and all of that, but she had to augment her earnings with work. She opened up a shop and all of that. We took turns in manning the shop, yes. The children, in fact, we took turns in going to the market with her. So I tell people all this branding and all this tushness is a lie. We've gone to Mushi markets, done all of that, carried it, manned the shop. So all this business started from then. She taught us to be rugged. My mom taught us to weather the storm. No matter what comes in, you can face it. You can, without complaining, you put a smile on your face. Whatever is going on at home, the whole world doesn't have to know. You know, just make the most of it and all of that. Growing up too was also fun because having a lot of aunties, uncles meant there was a lot of play and banter and all of that. But it also had its downside. I saw what it meant to be bullied. I saw what it meant to see some vices here and there. But growing up was beautiful. My mother, being a mother, like everyone who is a mother, I can say that being a mother changes your life. It's like a 360-degree turn. Number one, your life is no longer yours. That little bundle of joy takes over. Your home changes. The things, all your ornaments and all the aesthetic things you do in your house has to go to one corner. You're child-proofing the house and all of that. Then all your decisions, everything you do, how you spend your money, where you go to, is all about that child. Now, for me particularly, Jessica came March 2011. It was beautiful. I had this very supportive husband, very hands-on. We together raised our child for 50 months until he had to be with the Lord. A plane crashed, the Dana crashed, and he went to be with the Lord. Since then, I would say I have become a super mom, having to tend, nurture, provide, and all of that. But it's been beautiful, it's been challenging. I've had to think on my feet, I've had to make decisions on her behalf, I've had to be her protector, her guide, I've had to be her mouthpiece, I've had to be everything. It has made me stronger, wiser. I have grown up in this little time. But I will not trade being a mother for anything. And the challenges of motherhood. Now, being a mother now is not a piece of cake as it used to be. In the olden days, or during our mothers, okay, some of our mothers' times, that's my mother, you know, then the roles were exclusive. As a mother, you just tend the house and that. But now we have mothers who are career people. Now we have mothers who are also, in some cases, even the financial backbones of a family. So we are doing so much at the same time. Now you have to tend your child. For those who are married, you have to attend to your husband. Then you also need to run a business. You also need to maintain a career. You also need to have a social life. You also need to attend to your family members, friends. It could be really a lot. It could be a lot. But at the end of the day, every mother can effectively be a good mother and have a life if you would only prioritize and balance. Truth be told, there are some things we take on that are really not necessary. There are some things we do that are not as important. Ask yourself as a mother, what's important to you? Yes, attend to your child, but you don't have to do everything yourself. Get help when you need to. There are some things you can outsource. For me, I do a lot myself. I bathe my child. Okay, now she's old enough, she bathes herself. But I used to bathe my child, take her to school, bring her back, you know, and I still run a business and all of that. It can get really overwhelming. Sometimes, you see, that's why you see some mothers are just very grouchy and they get very upset. But know your body, know when to stop, know when to get help. Prioritize. You don't have to do everything yourself. Yes, we're doing so much. And it's not everything you should buy. It's not everything you should take on. Live within your means, yeah? Live within your means and things will go right.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Cadbury 3-in-1 hot chocolate, the treat you deserve.
Some say learning is fun, but as a mom, I see how demanding it can be for my child. That's why I ensure he starts every day with a cup of Bonvita. Bonvita, prepare them to win every day.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
In fact, I can't remember the last time I actually slept through the night since I had my child. You don't sleep as such. You have to work extra hard. You have to, actually, if you're a career mom or you run a business, you'd have to tend your child, you have to attend to your business, you have to deal with customers, you have to do so many things. There are times you are stressed and you still have to show that child love. So challenges of motherhood is tough sometimes. School runs, picking the bills for me. School run, picking the bills. It's a lot, but at the end of the day, women, we are multitaskers. God has blessed us with the ability to juggle everything and still keep a smile on our faces. It's tough, but it's really, I won't give up being a mother for anything. He has brought out the best in me. He has made me stronger, better. It brings out the creativity in you. Mothers were very creative people. You do anything to keep your child in check, you know, so it's there. One of the things I particularly see with a lot of mothers is a lot of mothers find it difficult to create that balance, still have your own life and tend that child. Some people, it seems like after they have a child, they just lose it totally. They are either into their careers or they are just, you know, tending the child, and that's not how it's supposed to be. That balance is, and God has helped me. I have been able to create the balance somehow. Once we prioritize and do what needs to be done when it needs to be done, leaving aside distractions, it's very attainable to create that balance. I have a soft landing because I'm not a regular 9 to 5 mom. I run a business, so I have the advantage of calling the shots in terms of my time. It's also easier for me because I run my business from my home. So I'm working I'm tending my daughter, and things are going on at the same time. So for me, I wake up in the morning, quickly tend my daughter. If she needs to go to school, sort her out for school. I made her breakfast. I don't know anything that needs to be done, and I ship her off to school. Then I come back to work. I instruct my staff on what's to be done for the day. We do what we need to do, deliveries that are done. In the process, my daughter's school is pretty close to me, so that makes it easy. When it's time for school runs, I go pick her up myself. I send one of my hands to pick her up, and we come back home. When we're back home, we quickly do homework, and we get back to work. My daughter and I, we work sometimes to keep her occupied. I just give her, I bake. Since I bake, I give her something. I take flour, I take sugar. I just find a creative way to make her, occupied while I do what I need to do. Because I work from my home, sometimes I do not exactly have a closing time. So she has come to see that this is what mommy does. So for me, it's easier because I work from home. I do something that is domesticated of some, it's domesticated. So we just work together. Others might not have that luxury, but it still comes back to creating the balance with respect to what it is. And time management. Sometimes I have to shut down. She goes like, okay, mommy, it seems like you love this cake more than me. Then I have to shut down and say, okay, it's time for us to have our mommy-daughter time and all of that. But it's just the balance. It comes back to the balance. My journey as a mother started in 2013, March 12th, when my bundle of joy, Jessica, came along. It was initially characterized by, the whole thing that comes with when you're suddenly a mother. You have to go through the sleepless nights, trying to wrap your hand around, trying to tend for a little girl and all of that. And it has been fun. It has been good. I had the support of my amazing husband, Christopher, who was a hands-on dad. And we tended our daughter gracefully till June 2012, when he suddenly left me via the Dana crash. The crash happened and he went to be with the Lord. And I had to grapple with the duty of raising her myself. It's been challenging. It's been fulfilling. It's been rewarding. My daughter is his sweetheart. She's very easy to tend, actually. But having to be mom, dad, the provider, the carer, it's been good and it's been tough. But through it all, God has been faithful. Through it all, I have so much joy knowing that she's being raised well. She's doing so well. She sees her mother work hard. She's learning to walk. She's learning to appreciate what it is to be responsible, even from this tender age, because she knows that she can't just play like her other mates do and all of that. So it's been really good. It's been rewarding, challenging but rewarding. On savings and spending, every child needs to know that you just cannot spend everything that comes your way. It's pertinent to save something. For me, my daughter has 2 savings accounts. From time to time, she's giving money. Sometimes to time, I give her money myself. Because we started this thing that I'm trying to teach her the value of making money for yourself. So sometimes we say, okay, Jessica, you're in charge of cleaning this place. And when you're done, I pay her this X amount of money. Then I say, okay, we're going to the bank. We're going to go save your money. The bank, they already know her. When she goes, she makes such a big fuss about how she's their customer and all of that. So she already knows that it's important to save. And at times she says, okay, mommy, I want that teddy bear. And I'm like, I don't have money. She said, we can go to my account and withdraw from there. So little by little, I'm beginning to show her that you don't just spend everything that comes. You save. There are times when she says, okay, I want to buy this. I say, okay, how much do you have in your account? I check that. Okay, it's not necessary. I'm not buying this now. It's not very important. It's not everything you buy. There are other times I allow her, besides the savings account, she also has a piggy bank. Sometimes she just goes, mommy, I want sweets and I have this in my piggy bank. I can actually buy it. I have worked for it. I've been good. So for every child and for every parent out there, it's important to teach our children that you really can't just have everything. There's a place of making money. There's a place of saving. Even if you have the money to buy what it is, how important is it part-time? because we want to raise children who can manage their funds effectively. We do not just want spenders, or we do not want people who are reckless with their lives. And from those little acts of saving your pocket money, saving your spend, saving from what is given to you, we can actually build a lot. I was surprised when I checked her savings account recently, and there was a time I actually used it to pay her school fees. So from there, and she knew I paid for her school fees, so she knows that it's important to save. The goal of every parent should be raising a child who is independent, who is morally upright. A child who you can go to sleep knowing that the child will do you proud, even if the child is left alone. We live in an era where we seem to overindulge our children. We give them everything they want. They are constantly in front of the TV. They are pampered, house helps, doing all of that. But that's not it. I was recently talking to a friend of mine that when we were growing up, we used to have holiday jobs. Kids have holiday jobs, they do little things, and that culture is gradually being eroded. But that shouldn't be it. We should go back to those days. And that's why a lot of us are able to turn out so right. We should raise our children in a way that, number one, let's not take away the place of God. Yes, we're funky. Yes, we're liberal. But God first. You take away the God factor, you're just setting yourself up for issues in the future. Number two, we should raise our children to be independent. Yes, we love them. Yes, we do not want them to go through a lot of the hardships we went through. But we would not always be there. So let's not make things so easy for them that when they face just a little obstacle, they have to come running to us. We should raise children that will be able to think on their feet. We should raise children that will be problem solvers, people who can see an ill and something going wrong in the society, and their issue is not how do they also just eat money and feel all right, but how would they make the world a better place. We should raise children who are givers, who see that they are here on an assignment and they need to fulfill that purpose. It's not just about them. And most of all, we should raise children that we'll be proud of. I ask people, would you be proud to hear that your child is doing this? Then if not, what are you doing? Then we should also be role models. Let's not forget about role models. A lot of us, we talk to our helps in a condescending manner. A lot of us treat our staff like they don't matter. And hello, the kids are picking it up. So what exactly, we should know that we are role models. We're the first port of call. My daughter is attending a summer school, not her usual school. And I'm shocked the first day I got there and someone just said, my daughter, your daughter says you're a lawyer and a baker and she really wants to be like you, that you work so hard and all of that. Parents, your kids are watching. What exactly are you showing them? You can say something, but you speak to them more with your character. What exactly are we showing them? We complain so much about the government, we complain so much about what's going on now, but it starts with the family. What exactly are you showing that child? Are you get a contract, you do not execute it properly, or you have work to do and you call into the office and say you are ill or your child is ill and you are just at home chilling. You are speaking to you're actually teaching that child that you really don't have to work so hard, you really don't have to do stuff. So that's my take on parenting.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
On how to raise independent children. Number one, give the children things to do. Give them tasks by age. Okay, so your child wakes up in the morning and just steps out of bed and, just begins to strut around and you're waiting for your house help to boil the water, take the child to the bedroom and give the child a bath. My daughter knows you wake up first in the morning, go back and lay your bed. It starts from there. Yes, she won't do a fantastic job, but she has started doing something. Then we're done. It's even easy because it's just the two of us in the house now. So, hello, I am not your auntie. So you have to do the work. You can't kill mommy. Besides that, children eat. The house help brings the plates to them. They finish eating, they will leave the plates there. Then you call the house help to come and take it away. You are setting yourself up. We should teach our children there's stuff they can do. Growing up, I thought my mother was mean. But at the end of the day, it turned out that she was just raising me up. As early as 4 years, 5 years, my mother, we had a lot of cousins, nephews, aunties. They used to go fetch water because we had the water issues in my area. My mother gave all of us play buckets. But in fact, there was a time I remember I was too young to carry a bucket. She gave me Ragoli's bottle to go and fetch water to. People called her and they were like, Madam, why should you do this? You have so many people with you. But she said, no, she's raising independent children. And it turned out so well for me. So with time, I learned to do things for myself. I began business in my year 2. It's so told that even at that stage, things were difficult in the house. But I knew I could do something and make money. I began to make beads. I began to do makeup. And I was making money for myself because she had taught me to not just sit back and expect things to be handed over to me. Parents, yes, you have all the money, you have the company, you have everything, but how about employing that child for the holiday? And do not just employ them as co-manager. Let them start from the basics. Because if we do not teach them these things, life would not always be a bed of roses. Things would happen. So from the house, yes, some people do not like the idea, but how about sharing chores? Even if you have all the stuff you can think of, you have chauffeur, drivers, all of them. Hey, this child, you're in charge of sweeping, even if it's just your room. You're in charge of laying your bed. Little things like that. Then as they go, you tell them, okay, it's time for you. They get to a stage where they can act, instead of getting all the lesson teachers in the world to just come and help them do their assignments, let them actually attempt to do it themselves. Then you correct. From there, things just build up. As they grow up with time, as they become teenagers, encourage them to have holiday jobs. Then they'll learn the value of making money. A friend of mine, an older friend, was talking about how her child wanted to just hang out with her friends. And she was like, she didn't have money. Okay, you go do a job somewhere. And by the time the girl was done at the end of the month, she now said, okay, now you can hang out with your friends. And the girl said, no, after I'm suffering to make this money, I'm not hanging anything. So that way she learned that you just can't spend. You need to be responsible and all of that. So that's what we need to do. That culture is gradually being eroded, and we need to go back there. We cannot afford to have a generation of children who cannot do anything if daddy or mommy doesn't call somebody to do it. Nation building starts in the home. Yes, we know that the home is the smallest unit of socialization. So everything we see in the society starts from the home. And the mother is the home builder. So, yes, right now we know that mothers are career women. We know we are business people. We are also making so much money. We're also out of the house. We're also trying to work and all of that. But we cannot relegate the responsibility of raising good children to our maids and our words. Nobody can train your child like you. Not even your parents, not even your mother. The way we were raised is not the same way we need to raise our children, because there's technology, there's the influence of, there's so much coming at them. So we need to pay attention. We need to create an enabling environment. Parents, you cannot afford to be fighting in front of your kids. You cannot afford to be abusive to your words. You can't afford to be abusive to your staff. You can't treat people around you in a condescending manner and think that your child is going to have respect for other people. It's not going to happen. You cannot also be on the phone, tell your boss that, hey, I'm not feeling fine or my child is ill, and you are there watching African Magic and you think that that child would learn to work effectively. It's not going to happen. So as parents, let's teach our children the right thing. Let's show them, let's be good examples. Show them that there's dignity of labor. Let's show them that it pays to do right. When children do stuff and we actually tell them we're going to punish them, yes, we need to play the bad cop sometimes. Go tough and ensure that they do things right. The child is not too right. If the child spills something, let the child clean it up. You learn that there's consequence for good and bad behavior. And that way we'll begin to in turn teach them. When the news is going on, it's not a bad idea to keep your child there and actually let them listen to the news, know what's going on, and tell them this is going on as a result of this and that. We can't take the place of God out. Yes, some people say we're in a liberal times, but hey, the easiest way to set your child up is not to leave out the God factor. When your child knows God and know that there are certain standards that are obtainable in the whole in the long run, we're going to have a good society. Let's teach our children to love each other, to love our neighbors, their neighbors are themselves. Let's teach them that it's important to be selfless. Teach them to sew. Once in a while, take your child to the motherless babies' home. Let them see that there are other people who do not have it as good, and they should also learn to give out. They should also learn to reach out to other people. Let's be kind to our gatesmen. Let's be kind to the security. Let's be kind to all those things. That way, we'll be a society where everybody cares for the other person. Nobody would have to steal. Nobody will have to commit suicide. Nobody will feel less than himself if we treat them that every human being is a special creation of God and deserves a chance. I believe that every mom's vision board should be to raise successful, independent children. Children who would make you proud, who would be nation builders, people who would lead in every sphere of endeavor, whatever it is they choose to do, that they are leaders in those spheres. Now, that would be a highfalutin dream if you really do not play your part as a mother. Yes, being a mother is characterized by sacrifices. Number one, we should make our children independent. We would definitely not have independent children when we keep doing everything for them. When we spoon feed them, when we give them things. Yes, a lot of us do not want our children to go through what we went through. But I think we are raising weak children. You see a child, the house help makes the food. The house help brings the plates to the child. The child finishes eating, the house help takes the plates. Then the child wants to wash the child's hand. The house help will bring a bowl to wash the hand. Hello, mom, you're setting yourself up to have a child who really cannot do anything for herself. Let's give our children tasks to do, age-appropriate tasks. Yes, my daughter wakes up in the morning and she knows that together we have to lay the bed. Sometimes she actually does it herself. She knows she needs to get her towel to go take a bath. Now she's 6. She can take a bath for herself sometimes. Yeah, she chooses to be a baby and I give her a bath.
At Shabindu camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanemneti Zaidi, VOA News, Goma.
A very warm welcome to you. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Environment Today on Africa Independent Television, your show where we x-ray environmental and public health issues that confront you and I daily, and we also seek experts' views on how best they can be addressed. My name is Nkoli Omodu, your environment diva. As usual, I'll be your guide throughout the program. But first, let's take you around the world for environment and public health issues that made the round in the last 1 week. I will be right back. As the sun rises daily, our environment changes. Shall we say human, technology, Africa, and the world, of what is happening in our society, how we can improve our environment culture. I speak to newsmakers, environmentalists, activists, and game changers. The bold moves, big issues, solution topics is all right here. Make Environment Today on AIT your weekly watch.
Our music is one of our greatest exports, but our wildlife could be another great industry if we protect it for future generations.
Right now, it's threatened by illegal wildlife trade. So please, report wildlife crime and say no to illegal bushmeat.
Because poaching steals from us all.
The 3-day peer learning forum on the National Adaptation Plan process in conflict-affected countries brought together representatives from Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Liberia, Mali, Somalia, and South Sudan. For Alec Crawford, Director, Nature for Resilience at the International Institute for Sustainable Development, and other participants here, climate-induced pressures such as extreme weather, resource scarcity, and displacement are intensifying tensions in many fragile regions, raising the need to integrate peace-building considerations into climate strategies.
Every context that we're going to see over the next 3 days is different. So many countries are approaching their adaptation to climate change in a different way. I think that they're seeing that climate change is contributing to insecurity and instability in very different ways. But I think that through peer learning and through discussions across governments, we can see what's working, what's not working, and maybe make adjustments to ensure that going forward, we can ensure that, again, climate change adaptation really does contribute to and enhance peace-building outcomes.
Nigeria, a party to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, has made commitments under its nationally determined contributions to cut greenhouse gas emissions by up to 47% with international support. But beyond mitigation, officials say adaptation planning is equally critical.
Through inclusive governance, community-based natural resource management, and targeted resilience building programs, we are beginning to see how climate action can foster cooperation, rebuild trust, and support sustainable peace. We do not claim we have all the answers, but we are committed to learning, sharing, and collaborating. That is why this peer learning platform is so important. It allows us to move beyond theory into practice, to listen to another's experiences, and to co-create solutions that are grounded in reality and tailored to our unique contexts. Let me emphasize that achieving climate resilience, sustaining peace are not parallel pursuits. They are deeply interconnected. One cannot be fully realized without the other.
you have to be informed. That's important. So when you're informed, then whatever the government is doing can now make sense. For the government of the day, as mentioned by the permanent secretaries, policies have been put in place. We have national action strategies such as that which the NAP Global Network is supporting today by peer learning. We have 12 countries come together here today to share national circumstances, exchange knowledge and ideas of what is obtainable in their country, and see how Nigeria is also doing well. That is why Nigeria has been picked as the host country for this particular learning forum.
The Peer Learning Forum allows countries facing similar challenges to share experiences and practical solutions.
The CRIPS project will see construction and upgrade of 9 schools and 14 healthcare facilities across Gombe, funded by the British Government Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office and implemented by UNICEF. The initiative targets the state's most pressing infrastructure needs,
like rehabilitation, filling cracked walls, redoing floor, replacing or fixing broken windows.
UNICEF officials emphasize that clean water and climate-proof buildings are vital to preventing disease, keeping adolescent girls in school and strengthening maternal health care.
Having safe schools in future and having safe primary health care facilities where mothers will deliver. We don't want mothers to deliver in an unsafe environment.
Representing Governor Muhammad Inuayaya, Deputy Governor Manasseh Jatal praised the long-standing partnership with UNICEF. He noted the agency's technical support being instrumental in transforming Gombe's public health and sanitation landscape.
You are adapting to the challenges, and that is what we are supposed to do. If we stand static on our former knowledge, we will fail. Things are changing, and we must have that knowledge to meet the various challenges.
The launch concluded with formal signing of agreements between UNICEF, the Gombe State Government and contractors selected to bring these climate-resilient projects to life.
The challenges domestic workers face across Nigeria remain alarming, ranging from poor wages and excessive working hours to physical and psychological abuse. And unlike several African countries, Nigeria is yet to establish a strong union structure for domestic workers, a gap labor advocates say weakens collective bargaining.
And we're looking at a situation where domestic workers in Nigeria don't just remain as domestic workers for life. I mean, they evolve into people with bigger clouds, bigger presence, bigger qualifications, bigger powers, to the point that they can even vie for elective positions. Many of them have issues with sexual abuse, psychological abuse, all kinds of abuse, because the laws happen not to be implemented or effective. And so people believe they can abuse domestic workers and get away with it. And so with the law at the National Assembly, we're hoping that we'll have a legal framework on which to build this dream of a very vibrant national movement.
It was not a good one at all.
Rose Ede was once a domestic worker. She recounts years of exploitation while working for a relative.
It was not a good one at all, especially when I was having wound, and the wound needs to be treated, is not treated and is drying up by itself. And I still have to work. And when you're working, that wound, when wound is healing, is drawing. Trying to stretch your hand, doing some things is drawing. It's painful and no care. Rather, you are still being beat up for trying to, manage the pain.
This meeting is focused on empowering domestic workers to understand their rights and participate more actively in the labor and democratic process. Advocates are also urging lawmakers to expedite legislation that will regulate recruitment and working conditions for domestic workers in line with global standards.
Today's workshop is for them to see that there's hope for them. It's for them to realize that they must live an improved working condition, and they must see themselves as a potential leader of this country, and that being the work they are doing now, they should not see it as the last hope for them. and to their employers. The employers should be able to treat them well and follow procedures that we employ them, and that is what they call there's dignity in labor. They must understand their working relationship. They must have a way of dealing with them in such a way that we are within the framework of the laws of the country.
With the 2027 general elections approaching, organizers say empowering domestic workers politically, socially, and economically could transform a largely invisible workforce into a formidable movement, one determined to demand dignity in labor and a place in Nigeria's democratic future.
That will help you implement.
At a one-day training in Abuja, media professionals were taken through the growing health risks linked to high sodium consumption and the role of policies such as nutrient profiling and front-of-pack labeling in protecting consumers. Health advocates warn that Nigerians consume nearly twice the amount of salt recommended by the World Health Organization, largely through processed foods aggressively marketed across the country.
We want to reduce sodium reduction because there's a real burden in the country when it comes to sodium. Sodium, we've seen that it leads to a lot of hypertension cases, and we found out that by reducing sodium, we can reduce hypertension cases, cardiovascular diseases, stroke, even deaths. One of the alarming numbers that we have is that we are consuming about 3.9 grams of sodium per day per person, as against the recommended 2 grams. So that's about double the expected consumption of sodium in our diet.
The Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare has published a national guideline for sodium reduction. This guideline was launched in April 2025. NAFDAC has also swung into action to draft a sodium regulation for processed and prepackaged foods. Now, this sodium regulation is what will now hold industries accountable to stay within the recommended limits for the quantity of salt and sodium that can be added to industrially produced foods. Another policy tool is the front-of-pack labels. Now, presently, if you look at the food labels in Nigeria, the back of the pack, they are written in very tiny fonts. They are very, very complex to understand. Of course, as a Nigerian, you shouldn't need a science degree. You shouldn't be an expert to be able to read what the composition of your food is. Every consumer has the right to know what they are eating.
Executive Director, Corporate Accountability and Public Participation Africa, Akimbode Oluwafemi, urged journalists to dig deeper into the food system and expose practices that could undermine public health reforms.
The idea is to see how we can partner with the media to escalate, awareness creating mechanism, to be able to educate the public, to take informed choices as per their food, the food they consume, and most importantly is to be able to situate this in the entire food justice conversation. That for us as Nigerians, we do produce healthy food. The homegrown food that we have in this country are extremely healthy, and that we need to be extremely wary of imported diets, of packaged food, of fizzy drinks and the rest of them. And we begin to inculcate that, going back home to eat what our mothers cooked, what our grandmothers cooked.
The dangers linked to excessive consumption of these nutrients of concern, and the government is working with stakeholders to put in place not just the nutrient profile model, but also other things related to how our foods are packaged so that people can read and understand what is in the packaged food products, make correct decisions with regards to what they should buy and what they are consuming, but also linked to decisions around how marketing of food products with excess of these nutrients of concern are not marketed, to our children, not marketed around schools, and places for populations that are particularly vulnerable.
For the advocates, the danger of excessive salt remains invisible but deadly, and so informed reporting and stronger public awareness could play a crucial role in changing consumption habits and pushing the food industry towards healthier standards. For most of our history, humans lived in harmony with nature.
But we have shared in the balance, exploiting our planet for product and wealth.
Creating a climate catastrophe, driving species to extinction, and polluting our land, sea, and air.
The sight is clear. Time is running out.
We must go from harming our planet to healing it. We must protect what we have and bring back what we have lost to have a more sustainable future where everyone
can survive, because there is only one Earth, and so we must protect it.
There's a massive desertification that's just coming in.
If you keep eating pangolin, you will not even see pangolin. And that means at the end of the day, we'll end up telling our children, we see open storybooks.
Join Nkoli Modu every Wednesday, 5:30 p.m. on Environment Reports. Despite regulatory frameworks in Nigeria, harmful beauty cream substances or products, if you like, containing hydroquinone and mercury still abound in both formal and informal markets in Nigeria. And these substances or these products have been linked to so many complications of health. And this is why the Women Environmental Program, WEP, has put together a documentary which is titled Fairness at a Cost, unveiling the truth about skin whitening in Nigeria. So stay with me as I take you through all that transpired during the unveiling of the documentary in Nigeria, of course here in Abuja. And this exposes the dangers of skin lightening in the country and why people need to avoid them. For many women, skin lightening products promise beauty, confidence, and social acceptance. But beneath that promise lies a growing health crisis. A documentary titled Fairness at a Cost, unveiling the truth about skin whitening in Nigeria, produced by the Women Environmental Program with support from the Women Engage for Common Future and the European Union, is bringing the issue to the forefront. The film highlights the alarming spread of creams and cosmetic products containing harmful substances such as mercury, hydroquinone, and corticosteroids, chemicals linked to severe health complications.
Our skin is just our assets. And bleaching is different from looking good and fresh. We actually do not change skin color. We kill melanocytes. We kill natural cells that God put in our body for a reason. That is what happens. And those things that people wrote topically all the way, people now even do IV fluids or go for laser to burn off your superficial skin. The kind of sun in this Abuja, I don't think bleachers will be having a good time. So let us start to educate people and talk more about this harmful practice.
These things, once they get into your system, there is no way you can get it back. Just look at a lot of women and a lot of men that have bleached. Just look at their skin. Once it gets dark, there is nothing you can do about it because your skin vessels have been killed already as a result of this chemical. So no matter what you do cannot be reversed. And of course for the women and for those that the thing has gotten into the womb, it is either your womb is being removed or there is nothing you can do about it because you won't be able to conceive because the chemicals has already damaged your uterus. The economic perspective, just as the director from the Director of Pollution talked about, our food are not able to be exported because of the chemical content that is in it. And then the social vices, she has also talked about how it affects each and every one of us, both as human and even the animals and even our environment, because those toxic, as you wash them down, you don't know that the water that flows, it flows into the system, it flows into our farms, it flows into the water that we drink, and this affects us.
Despite existing regulations, these products remain widely available across both formal and informal markets. Advocates say Nigeria now records one of the highest rates of skin bleaching in the world, with more than 70% of women reported to have used skin lightening products at some point.
The first thing is labeling. We need to stigmatize bleaching if we want it to stop. India has done it. So if we ask NAFDAC to ensure that all skin lightening products that contains mercury must have that labeling. It is very, very important to work with NESRA, NAFDAC, as well as the Federal Ministry of Health. Let's have doctors talking about banning mercury.
When you begin to think you don't appreciate who you are, who God created you to be, you want to be like someone else, it's as a result of low self-esteem. We need to really take this advocacy beyond. This small project you are doing is a big project that everybody should be involved in. It's a big project that the church, the mosque, the school should be involved in, to be able to begin to socialize our younger one around this subject matter. It is a project you are opening our eye to a pandemic that is coming.
Through personal stories, expert insights, and scientific evidence, the documentary aims to challenge societal beauty standards and raise awareness about the long-term consequences of skin bleaching.
Hello, we're welcoming you to our social media platform for more information about our program, Environment Today. On Facebook, you can reach us on Environment Today. On YouTube, subscribe, like, and share every of our episodes on Environment Today. Instagram, it is Environment Today. On Twitter, /Environment Today. And on WhatsApp, you can reach us on +234 8033 356 388. Catch up and do interact with us, and don't miss any of our environmental issues. Like, subscribe, and share. Thank you.
And up next is our feedback segment. This is where you get to hear your views and your comments regarding the program. Do not forget to hook up with us on all our social media handles displaying on your screen. We've got a WhatsApp number through which you can reach us. You can also just drop a WhatsApp message for us about any environmental hotspot within your locality that requires immediate attention. We are the bridge builders, the link between you and the government. All right, after that, we'll bring your environment quotes for this week.
All right, this is where we will be wrapping up Environment Today for this week. We appreciate your time with us, for allowing us space into your living room once again. We do not take that for granted. Please join us again, same time next week, right here, when we'll bring you a fresh package. But until then, please remember that environment is life. So do your bit. We'll do ours from this end so we can all preserve it. From everyone on the Environment Today crew, we wish you the very best. Bye for now. My name is Nkoli Modu.
As they break, the multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting the scheming.
This is not a period we should slip our goal.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigue.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Ghana to evacuate 300 people from South Africa over immigrant protests. 22 people set to leave hospital after antivirus isolation. And The leader of the United States takes talks following President Trump's arrival in Beijing. It's a 3-day stay at the invitation of Chinese President Xi Jinping. Trump is also the last American leader to visit China, and he came to Beijing in 2017. During his first term, this time there are key issues on the table, as Xi and Trump will have in-depth exchange on major issues concerning China-US relations and world peace and development. Trump was greeted by Chinese Vice President Han Zhang at the airport, as well as by Vice Foreign Minister Ma Zhong and Chinese Ambassador to the United States. Now to break down what's happening on ground, let's join my colleague Clement Ohezwa, who is live in Beijing. Hello, Clement.
Hi, good evening from China, from Beijing.
Okay.
China.
Okay, I'm sure this is about 11 p.m. in Beijing, right? Clement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what's the atmosphere like on ground ahead of the Trump? Can you hear me? What's the atmosphere like on ground ahead of the Trump-Xi meeting?
Well, the atmosphere is really normal. I wouldn't say it's electrifying, but it's normal. And everybody's happy. They are happy that Trump is coming, considering how they welcomed him at the airport. It was more like a carnival kind of reception. Everybody, and that's what Trump likes, just normal, but it's cool.
Okay, now what are the issues in Beijing? What are the issues that Beijing is signaling will prioritize in the talks they're going to have between Trump and Xi Jinping?
All right. One thing China doesn't want is war. They are not comfortable with the everyday quarrel between China and US. China wants a stable relationship with the US. They want a stable relationship. That is very, very important to them. A stable relationship. They want to see themselves as allies, not as enemies. That's one. Secondly, the tech problem they've had, competition and everything. They want to make sure they deal with that issue and sort it out once and for all, and and not begin to go back and forth. And then one of the most important things too is the issue of tariff. They need to trash out the issue of tariff once and for all. Yeah, because the idea of including charging tariff for goods and services and all of this stuff, they are not comfortable. They need to sort that and discuss that. And another thing, the issue with Taiwan. China is very, 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 very. They are not joking with the issue of one China policy. They want to integrate everybody.
Okay.
So they want to discuss the issue of Taiwan with the Americans and with Trump. And that's just it. Some of the things they will be discussing.
Okay, now let's look at this. The U.S. is imposing more tariffs at the moment, while China came up and said zero tariff for countries in Africa who are willing to come do business. How do you think they are going to balance this in this meeting?
If Trump knows very well that he needs to come and discuss with these guys, because that zero tariff is going to take away business from America, whether we like it or not. It's going to take away business from America. It's zero tariff. They're not paying anything. And if I'm a businessman, I'm coming to your country and say zero tariff, I'll run to you first because I need to make profits. I'll run to you where I won't pay taxes. I would not entertain. I won't go for any country that would say pay this amount of, with huge taxes or tariff for my goods. They know very well that they need this market, so they need to discuss so that they can sort out all of these issues once and for all.
Okay, but another issue that I'm very sure will come up strongly is the war in Iran at the moment. Don't you think that is going to come up very strongly?
It definitely will come up. It definitely will come up. It definitely will come up because energy, oil is not something that you joke with. The whole world needs it. So they need to discuss the war in Iran and find a way of settling that issue. They must get to a middle point. They need to just sort it out once and for all.
Yeah, Pakistan has been trying to do that for quite some time now.
Be a middle point.
Okay.
Yeah, but now both leaders will have to sit down and they must meet at the middle. They must meet at the middle.
Okay, thank you so much, Clement, for joining us on the World News. Well, moving ahead, United States President Donald Trump has taken a host of top business and technology industry executives on his trip to China this week. Among those joining the president on this official trip to Beijing are Navida's Jason Hangu, Tim Cook of Apple, Elon Musk of Tesla, and SpaceX Larry Fink of BlackRock, as well as other executives from Meta, Visa, JP Morgan, Boeing, Gargrill, and more.
Will not send me to the Hague, but to any court in the Philippines, De La Rosa told reporters. In a statement, Marcos' spokeswoman said the president would not interfere in the decisions of the Senate, while declining to discuss the details of the warrant against De La Rosa. De La Rosa's defense team, meanwhile, has filed an injunction with the country's Supreme Court, seeking judicial protection from what they called a coordinated enforcement strategy against him.
That report is former Philippine leader Rodrigo Duterte's top drug war enforcer that are ready to surrender at international courts. The draft United Nations Security Council resolution calling for freedom navigation through the Strait of Hormuz has gained 112 co-sponsors, according to diplomatic sources, underscoring the breadth of global concern over the closure of one of the world's most critical shipping lines. The resolution, tabled by Bahrain and the United States, seeks to protect international waterways, commercial shipping and energy supplies, as well as to ensure the safety of seafarers.
It also calls for an end to Iranian attacks on its Gulf neighbors. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait have joined Monamo and Washington as principal sponsors, while India, Japan, South Korea, Kenya, Argentina, and most member states of the European Union have also signed on, the sources said. It is the second such resolution Bahrain has put before the Council. The first, tabled last month, was vetoed by China and Russia. Both countries have voiced reservations about the new draft, though it remains unclear whether they intend to veto again should it come to a vote. No date has been set for a vote.
And 22 people have been evacuated from a cruise ship after a hantavirus outbreak are set to start leaving a Merseyside hospital where they have been isolated since returning to the UK. The passengers and crew who were on board the MV Honduras will have spent 72 hours isolating at Arrowy Park Hospital in Wirral and will be expected to isolate for another 42 days at home.
They include 20 British nationals, a German national who is a UK resident, and a Japanese passenger. 10 other passengers and crew members have been brought to the UK from British territories in the South Atlantic, St. Helena and Ascension Islands as a precaution. The 10 people are being moved because the NHS in England was well equipped to respond if they become unwell, the UK HSA said. Earlier this week, Professor Robin May, Chief Scientific Officer at the UK HSA, said those at the hospital were healthy and asymptomatic. They have been staying in flats with food and other essentials provided alongside ongoing care from UK HSA and NHS teams. Public health and infectious disease specialists will assess whether the individuals are able to self-isolate at home or whether another location should be arranged. We want to reassure both passengers and the wider public that robust arrangements are in place and that everyone involved will be looked after every step of the way. Since the outbreak, 3 people have died with 2 confirmed to have had the virus. This included an elderly Dutch man who died before being tested, his wife and a German woman. Director General of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, said on Tuesday that while there is no sign that we are seeing the start of a larger outbreak, work to contain it was not over, as it possible we might see more cases. The Dutch MV Honduras had 87 passengers and 60 crew members on board when it docked in Spain's Canary Islands last week, according to the ship's operator, Oceanwide Expeditions. 2 British nationals have also returned home on repatriation flights to the US, while another British national is due to return to Australia, the UK HSA said. Another 2 British nationals who have been confirmed to have hantavirus are being treated in the Netherlands and South Africa.
The Hausa district of Samsun in Turkey's North Black Sea region stands flooded after a sudden downpour caused the river to burst its banks and flood the city's infrastructure. According to the resident, there has been no human loss. There is some damage to people's shops, damage to vehicles, and some of their homes have been affected. The mayor, Halt Dogan, added that the government will compensate for the damage as soon as possible. The bodies of 3 women have been recovered from the sea in Britain. Police say Sussex Police emergency services were called over concerns for the welfare of the women at around 5:45 today. Fast-moving inquiries are ongoing to confirm the identities of these 3 women and understand exactly what has happened. That's according to the Chief Superintendent Adam Hayes. He says the public have been asked to stay away from the scene near the Maternal Drive. The Coast Guard says teams from across Sussex plus 3 real lifeboats joined the rescue efforts, but they don't know who the women were or they were in the sea. CP Superintendent says earlier that the fast-moving inquiries were ongoing to confirm the identities. It's not known who raised the alarm or whether the 3 women were part of a larger party. And in Africa, Ghana says it will evacuate 300 citizens from South Africa following a recent wave of protest against foreign nationals. Foreign Minister Samuel Ablakwa said in a post on X on Tuesday that the Ghanaian president had granted approval for their immediate evacuation.
He said the distressed Ghanaians had registered at the country's embassy in Pretoria to be rescued in response to an advisory by the Foreign Ministry following the latest wave of xenophobic attacks. Last week, South African authorities denied that anyone had been attacked, saying the widely circulated videos were fake. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said the recent protest and criminal acts directed at foreign nationals did not reflect government's policy, describing them as isolated acts of criminality. He added that South Africa would regulate migration, secure our borders, and enforce our laws. Thousands of South Africans joined protests against illegal immigration, demanding the mass deportation of undocumented foreign nationals. Protesters say illegal immigration has had an impact on jobs, housing, and crime. The Ghanaian embassy in South Africa advised nationals to be highly cautious and prioritize their safety by avoiding public gatherings and shut their shops or businesses in the port city of Durban ahead of a protest planned on Wednesday. Ghana and Nigeria have recently summoned the South African envoys to their respective countries over the mistreatment and harassment of their citizens. Ghana has also written to the African Union asking it to discuss the issue, saying it posed a serious risk to the safety and well-being of Africans in South Africa. South Africa responded by saying it had nothing to hide. The government had condemned the circulation of what it called fake videos and images described by some as recordings of attacks on foreign nationals. Other countries that have warned their citizens in South Africa, including Kenya, Malawi, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe. According to official figures, South Africa is home to more than 3 million foreigners, or about 5% of the population, but there are believed to be many more without papers. Xenophobia has long been an issue in the country and has been accompanied by occasional outbursts of deadly attacks.
A Chinese national who allegedly led a multi-billion-dollar hacking ring that targeted a member of the K-pop supergroup BTS, among others, has been extradited to South Korea. Seoul's Justice Ministry had accused the 40-year-old suspect of stealing 38 billion won from various victims by hacking into the websites of government agencies and public figures. The scam ring allegedly got hold of a securities account belonging to BT's vocalist Gyeongkong's name and tried to transfer 8.4 billion won worth of shares that Gyeongkong held of the group's management company Hybe. The transaction was blocked after the entertainment company froze the account. South Korean media reported the alleged hacking took place between August 2023 and April 2025, according to reports. The chairman of a major conglomerate and the boss of a venture company were among the other victims, according to the AFP news agency. Police have also said the plan to seek a warrant to arrest the suspect after questioning him and analyzing evidence. The suspect, who is unnamed, was based in Bangkok until the extradition. In August last year, a 36-year-old Chinese national who is part of the same ring was also extradited from Thailand. He was indicted in September and is now standing trial in South Korea. Israeli strikes targeted 2 cars on Wednesday on a major highway linking Beirut to southern Lebanon, according to state media. Despite the truce and the war between Israel and Hezbollah, the attacks took place near Algeria, about 20 kilometers south of the capital. Lebanon's national news agency said, without specifying if there were casualties.
A burnt-out car was seen in the middle of the road and rescuers carrying a body. On Saturday, similar strikes targeted 2 other cars in the same area. Israel has kept up airstrikes in Lebanon against the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah, despite a truce since April 17 aimed at halting the fighting. On Tuesday, 13 people were killed in attacks on towns in the south, according to Lebanon's health ministry, which said a total of 380 people had been killed since the start of the ceasefire. On Wednesday, the Israeli military also issued new evacuation warning for 6 villages in the Thai region in anticipation of fresh attacks. The violence came with Lebanon and Israel due to hold a new round of direct negotiations in Washington on Thursday, brokered by the United States. Hezbollah, which has been launching attacks on northern Israel, as well as Israeli troops who have entered and occupied a section of southern Lebanon, says it opposes the negotiation in the U.S. On Tuesday, its leader, Niam Qasem, warned that he would turn the battlefield into hell for Israel. Since Hezbollah dragged Lebanon into the wider region war in early March, more than 2,800 people have been killed in the country, including 200 children, according to the health ministry.
You're still watching the World News. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more reports. Please stay. And now let's bring you a bit of sports as the nations across the world continue to enhance the economic power of sports tourism. Stakeholders in Nigeria are pushing for stronger collaboration and strategic investment to position the country as a major destination for sporting and cultural events. The conversation took center stage at the National Sports Tourism Conference and Exhibition in Abuja, Nigeria capital.
In Abuja. The conference organized by Ringo Sports Club focused on promoting sports tourism as a tool for economic growth, youth empowerment, and national development.
Tourism and sports can be found in all the ministries, in all the agencies. Our presence here is very, very important, is very, very key. We have a very important role to play. We have to synergize, collaborate, cohabit in order to grow the economy of Nigeria through sports and tourism.
Delivering the keynote address, the guest speaker explained the importance and benefit of sports tourism, describing it as a major industry capable of generating revenues, creating jobs, and attracting international investment. He, however, lamented the lack of proper coordination among relevant ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, stressing that stronger collaboration is necessary for Nigeria to fully benefit from the sector.
Number one, out of the recommendation is to establish a National Sport Tourism Council. This will make the collaboration easy if you have the council that handles the sport tourism. Secondly, is to develop a national sport tourism policy and promote public-private partnership in promoting the sport tourism.
Representative of agencies including the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, Nigerian Customs Service, and the Nigerian Immigration Service also highlighted their various roles in ensuring the growth of sports tourism through efficient services, security, and easy movement of visitors.
Expanding aviation infrastructure presents a unique opportunity for the country to attract major regional and international sporting events. But realizing this potential requires deliberate planning and sustained investment in the system that connects Nigeria to the world.
The National Orientation Agency, as the government's lead agency for public enlightenment and behavioral change communication, recognizes the critical role of strategic awareness, citizens' engagement, and value reorientation in achieving the goals of sports tourism development.
The conference also featured awareness of the game of Ringo as part of efforts to promote indigenous sports and expand participation at grassroots level. Osaigbovo Usifo, AIT News, Abuja.
Well, that's the World News on AIT. I am Sadiat Dusmo. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Federal Capital Territory Minister says a visit to home of National Chairman of All Progressive Congress shows it does not engage in politics of negativity. Former Power Minister Salam Maman sentenced to 75 years imprisonment for fraud. And the Colleges of Education Academic Staff Union accuses federal government of sidelining it. And welcome, this is Abuja Report on AIT. I am Oyebimpe Wealth. Welcome. Now, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has responded to critics over speculations surrounding his recent visit to the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Professor Neltawa Yilwatda. He stated that he does not engage in what he described as politics of enmity. Speaking with journalists after a project inspection tour on Wednesday, Wike clarified that his meeting with the APC chairman was based on personal relationship and professional courtesy and not a formal political engagement.
A viral photograph of the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike and the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Professor Neltawa Yilwatda, has drawn significant attention from observers of the political space, leading to speculations as to the intent. On Wednesday, during his inspection tour of ongoing projects, correspondent took up the minister on the developments.
I mean, why would I tell you about my private life? If I come to visit you to have a drink with you, I'll tell the whole world, I'm going there to have a drink with you. Who has ever told me when they go for their own drinks? Come on, let us know that everybody we have our freedom to associate with who we want to associate with. But don't also forget that he was a minister. We are all colleagues before he left for the chairmanship of APC. So what I should do, if anytime I see him, I'll hide. Anytime he sees me, he should run away. So people will not say something. People should continue to say whatever they want to say.
The FCT minister insists that his primary focus remains on delivering quality governance to residents of the Federal Capital Territory.
It's a opinion, whatever anybody wants to think, I don't know. I don't care about what people say. What's important to me is what I'm doing for my people. My job that's assigned to me to do is not about what somebody on the road is thinking or their perception. That's not my business. My business is, are you doing what is right? Are you carrying out your duties dutifully? And once I'm satisfied and my appointers satisfied, I don't give a damn.
During the inspection tour, the minister visited the ongoing reconstruction of the Karu Township roads, the Apo Karishi Road, and the Bazango Road, also known as Arab Road. These projects, with the exception of Apo Karishi, are expected to be completed ahead of the president's third anniversary in office later this month. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
A suit filed by the All Democratic Alliance, ADA, against the Independent National Electoral Commission has been dismissed by the Federal High Court in Abuja for being improperly commenced. Delivering judgment, Justice Emeka Nwed held that the suit was incompetent because it was commenced through an originating summons despite containing allegations of fraud. The court ruled that allegations of fraud or criminal conduct cannot be determined through originating summons, but must be initiated by a writ of summons, which allows for a full trial process, including oral testimony and cross-examination of witnesses. The judge noted that originating summons is limited to affidavit evidence. Justice Unworth held that the mood of commencing an action is fundamental as it determines the jurisdiction of the court, adding that where the wrong procedures is adopted, the court is deprived of jurisdiction to entertain the matter. The judge further held that the procedure adopted by the plaintiffs denied the second and third defendants the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses on the affidavit evidence, thereby affecting their right to fair hearing. It consequently upheld the preliminary objection raised by the defendants and dismissed the suit for being improperly instituted. The plaintiff in the suit are Umar Hado, Majority Judge Anthony Ojeshino, Alhassan Nuhu, Kosim Okpakunle, and Agbo Ndudu Hamaka Justina. In March, Akin Rockets and Aminu Hamed were joined in the suit as the second and third defendants, respectively. The suit followed ADA's application to INEC for registration as a political party, which the association claimed had met all Status 3 regulations. The plaintiffs argued that the association satisfied the conditions stipulated under sections 222 and 224 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, as well as sections 75 and 79 of the Electoral Act 2022 and the INEC regulation and guideline for political parties. They further contended that despite fulfilling those requirements, INEC failed to register the association within the time frame prescribed by law. The former Minister of Power, Salah Maman, has been sentenced to 75 years imprisonment by the Federal High Court in Abuja over money laundering offences involving 33.8 billion naira. Justice James Omotosho delivered the judgment on Thursday, sentencing the former minister in absentia on a 12-count charge brought against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. The court ordered that the sentences run consecutively and not concurrently. Justice Omotosho held that Maman's absence in court, both on the day of judgment and at the previous sittings, was a deliberate attempt to frustrate the course of justice. The judge argued with counsel of the EFCC, Rotimi Oyedepo-Osan, that under the provisions of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015, the court was empowered to proceed with sentencing despite the defendant's absence.
That Justice Omotosho held that Maman's absence in court, both on the day of judgment and at the previous sittings, was a deliberate attempt to frustrate the court of justice. The judge agreed with counsel for the EFCC, Rotimi Oyedepo-Osan, that under the provisions of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, ACJA 2015, the court was empowered to proceed with sentencing despite the defendant's absence. He ruled that Maman could not claim any miscarriage of justice, having participated fully in the trial process. The court sentenced the convict to 7 years imprisonment each on counts 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, all without an option of fine. He was also sentenced to 3 years imprisonment on count 4 with an option of 10 million naira fine and 2 years imprisonment on count 5 without an option of fine. Justice Omotosho ordered that the sentence would commence from the date of his arrest. He further directed all security agencies within and outside Nigeria, including Interpol, to arrest Maman wherever he is found and hand him over to the Nigerian Correctional Service for the commencement of his jail term. The court also granted the prosecution's application for the final forfeiture of 2 of Maman's properties located in choice areas of Abuja, as well as monies recovered in different currencies. Additionally, Justice Omotosho ordered that the balance between the assets and funds recovered and the 22 million naira established by the prosecution as proceeds of crime out of the 33.8 billion allegedly diverted from Zungeru Hydroelectric Power Project and Mambila Hydroelectric Power Project be refunded by the convict. Chibuzo Okezie, EIT News Abuja.
The African Democratic Congress has launched an attack on the ruling APC-led administration, alleging that governors diverted over 800 billion from Federation Account Allocation Committee. Allocation to finance the 2027 re-election campaign of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The National Publicity Secretary of the party, Bolaji Abdullahi, through a statement, described the alleged diversion of public funds as a shameless, cruel, and criminal, accusing the progressive governors of prioritizing politics over the welfare of suffering Nigerians. The opposition said the allegations reportedly published on the media confirmed the long-standing fears among citizens that the APC government had turned public resources into a political war chest ahead of 2027 general election. The ADC lamented the continued collapse of public infrastructure, underfunded schools and hospitals, poor welfare, workers' welfare and growing insecurity across the country, insisting that governance had taken a backseat to political ambition. The party further argued that if the allegations are proven true, the action will amount to a direct theft of resources belonging to the Nigerian people, emphasizing that FARC allocations are constitutionally meant for development projects, healthcare, education, salaries and securities, not partisan political campaigns. Now, the Democratic Leadership Alliance has elected Samuel Meme as its national chairman and its maiden national convention in Abuja. The event also marks the official launch of the party's political movement and governance roadmap. AIT's Oge AMFP reports.
Having been duly elected,
delegates and party stakeholders gathered in Abuja for the first national convention of the Democratic Leadership Alliance. National Chairman Samuel Meme described the convention as a historic milestone for national transformation.
Founded on the belief that credible leadership is the key to national development. Our vision is to build a science and technology-driven economy, promote justice, reforms, empower young people, protect farmers and farming communities, and move Nigeria from a consumption-based economy to a productive economy.
DLA heavily criticized the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, accusing the current government of worsening economic hardship, driving inflation, and lowering living standards.
We urge the APC-led government under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to show greater compassion and seriousness in addressing the challenges confronting Nigerians.
Registered by the Independent National Electoral Commission in February 2026, the DLA claims it operates completely free of political godfathers. On the 2027 general elections, the party rejected the traditional zoning of its presidential ticket.
It is clear that there's hope for Nigeria. This is a new party that does not have godfather. We don't know any godfather. We're just ourselves. We are young people that came together to form this party, and it's the only party that was duly registered. It's not by court order like other parties.
The agenda that the DLA is running on is actually to build a new country, a country that Nigerians can actually be proud of, those who are out of the country, those who are within the country, and on that principle we stand.
The new political movement positions itself as the primary ideological-driven alternative for Nigerians. Oge Ihimekmen, AIT News, Abuja.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has arrived Kigali, Rwanda, ahead of the Africa CEO Forum opening on Thursday. The summit themed the skill imperative, why Africa must embrace shared ownership, is expected to bring together African leaders, investors, and business executives to discuss investment, industrialization, and the continent's economic future. Our State House correspondent, Yemi Adebayo, is in Kigali and now reports.
President Bola Tinubu arrived in Kigali Wednesday afternoon to participate in the African CEO Forum, one of the continent's most influential gatherings of political and business leaders. He was received at the airport by Rwanda's Minister of Defense, Juvenal Marisumunda, alongside senior Nigerian government officials. The two-day summit is expected to bring together more than 2,000 chief executives, investors and policymakers from across Africa and beyond. This year's discussions come amid growing global economic uncertainty, with participants expected to focus on scaling investment, strengthening regional cooperation, and accelerating industrial growth across the continent. Energy transition and industrial development are also expected to feature prominently as African economies seek to balance economic expansion with sustainability goals. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, is also expected to participate in discussions around Africa's evolving energy landscape and investment outlook. President Tinubu's participation is also expected to spotlight Nigeria's economic reform agenda and the country's strategic role within the African Continental Free Trade Area. With high-level discussions set to begin Thursday, attention is now on how African leaders and investors will translate this theme into practical steps for economic growth and continental integration. From Kigali, Rwanda, Yemi Adebayo, AIT News.
And this is update reports on AIT, reaching you live from Akpadma studios here in Asokoro. Here's a reminder of our top stories. Federal Capital Territory Minister says visit to the home of the National Chairman of All Progressive Congress shows it does not engage in politics of negativity. Former Power Minister Salam Maman sentenced to 75 years imprisonment for fraud. And the Colleges of Education Academic Staff Union accuses federal government of sidelining it. Welcome back. The Federal Ministry of Youth Development has concluded plans for the My Family Companion National Reading Relay, a landmark Guinness World Record attempt aimed at promoting literacy, youth participation, family well-being, and maternal health advocacy across Nigeria. The initiative, scheduled for May 15, 2026, coincides with the International Day of Families and is expected to bring together about 300 young Nigerians in a coordinated online reading relay.
The Federal Ministry of Youth Development says it remains committed to creating opportunities that empower young people socially, intellectually, and economically to enable them contribute meaningfully to national growth and development. Speaking during the official press conference in Abuja, Director of Youth Health Development, Emmanuel Essen, who represented the Honorable Minister of Youth Development, says the reading relay aligns with the federal government broader commitment towards strengthening family values and promoting sustainable social development.
Nigeria has consistently demonstrated that our young people possesses the creativity, the resilience, and the excellence required to lead on the global stage. Today, we are building on that spirit of innovation and national pride, but this time in a way that directly advances family well-being, health education, and social education development.
At the center of the campaign is the book titled My Family Companion, a simplified research-based family health resource designed to educate families on maternal, newborn, and child health.
Our idea is to empower 300 champions of maternal and child health who will not just be Guinness World Record holders, but who we can now work with to begin to spread the news, because we have a curriculum, we have videos, we have training materials, and want this to spread all across the country.
The Federal Ministry of Youth Development says the National Reading Relay represents another opportunity for Nigerian youth to showcase creativity while contributing meaningfully to nation building. Unekwojo Atta, AIT News, Abuja.
Colleges of Education Academic Staff Union has accused the federal government of sidelining it in what it calls drastic and hasty policy decision to exempt prospective students of National Certificate of Education, NCE, from sitting the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME. In a communique read by the President of OKOASU, Ahmed Lawan, after its National Executive Council meeting, the lecturers admitted the low enrollment of students in the Colleges of Education and Agriculture, but insisted that the solution is not by exempting them from UTME, but to fix the peculiarity of the teaching profession. OKOASU President said, for example, in the last UTME, 98% applied to universities and only 1% to colleges of education and polytechnics. That is because governments consistently regulate teacher education.
We were not consulted in the discussions that led to the development of this policy. Teacher education and agricultural education are the least subscribed courses in Nigeria. We don't want to eat food, and we don't want to have knowledge. So I don't know how a country like Nigeria will survive. But what we are saying, even if there are policies like that to exempt, it's not just enough. The apathy on teacher education is not about JAM processes. It's about the incentives. It's about how a teacher is carried in Nigeria.
However, the body has hailed the federal government for reaching advanced level in its 2010 agreement and demands same treatment to other unions and the colleges to maintain industry harmony.
Concluded our discussion with federal government, and we have signed the agreement with the federal government. These are issues that we have been looking for 16 years ago, since 2010 when the last agreement was signed. NEC also note that with grave concern and dismay, the attitude of some states like Kwara State, Gombe State, Osun State, Ebonyi State, Ogun State, Kaduna State, Yobe, Oyo, Borno, Adama, Abia, and Imo State, who are still paying peanuts as salaries in our respective colleges of education.
I also use the opportunity to call on Nigerians to support teacher education and not to allow it to go into extinction. Nigeria is intensifying efforts to promote cleaner and more affordable transportation alternatives as Kano State prepares to champion the Northern Corridor compressed natural gas and electric vehicle program. The expansion of CNG and EV infrastructure forms part of broader efforts to cushion the impacts of rising fuel prices while advancing environmentally friendly transportation options nationwide. The presidential initiative is on compressed natural gas and electric vehicles, says the initiative is aimed at accelerating the expansion of CNG and EV infrastructure across northern Nigeria while encouraging wider adoption of alternative fuel transportation systems. It, however, called for collaboration among policymakers and industry players on the development of Nigeria's clean mobility ecosystem, particularly in the Northern Corridor, where demand for affordable and efficient transportation continues to grow. And that's Abuja Reports on AIT. I am Oyinpe Wells. Thanks for staying with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The fall armyworm has caused devastating crop losses across Africa since it arrived in 2016 in Malawi at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Biotechnology research scientist Kingdom Kwapata is leading studies in 2 varieties of maize whose genes have been modified to resist the pest. Such engineered crops are considered genetically modified organisms or GMOs.
We needed a solution because our farmers are suffering. Our main purpose and aim for the research is to establish whether the gene that confers resistance against fall armyworms and other lepidopteran insects is effective.
The trials are expected to take about 5 years. They are conducted in a fenced and confined maize field 500 meters away from any traditional crop to avoid possible contamination with the traditional varieties. In the meantime, lawmakers, traditional leaders, and farmers have visited the trial site to observe its progress. Some farmers are excited about the trial, which is in its first year.
This will solve the problems of lack of money to buy pesticides to kill fall armyworms, which have affected my maize harvest for many years. And I am now a happy farmer because these trials are providing solutions to the problem.
Another subsistence farmer, Esther Ganjawala, is skeptical about the technology. She notes that replacing local maize varieties with high-yielding hybrids has created new troubles.
These new varieties are not good at all. You can't harvest anything without applying fertilizers, and they are easily attacked by pests. That's why there is growing poverty. But with our local varieties, we can harvest even without applying fertilizers.
Researcher Kwapata says genetically modified crops have been introduced safely elsewhere, including the United States, Brazil, and Argentina. But many in Malawi are concerned about possible health and environmental impacts.
So even though the target is to make sure the stalk borer doesn't attack the maize or the armyworms, but actually the introduction of this GMO will affect other beneficial insects such as bees and other birds. So that is something that we don't want. We don't want to disturb that cycle.
Ghania also fears that once introduced,
Hello there. As Nigeria approaches the 2027 general elections, the conversation extends beyond political personalities and party platforms. At the core of national stability is a fundamental requirement. That's the delivery of a credible, transparent, and verifiable electoral process. Past election cycles in Nigeria have brought technological advancements to the country and to the Nigerian people at large, like the beavers and the IREV, into focus for the 2027. The benchmark for success is the absolute reliability of these systems to ensure that every vote counts. Now, the political terrain is expected to be highly competitive. Parties are restructuring, coalitions are being considered, and policy debates are clearly underway. The race so far has been defined by unprecedented defections, unfinished talks about opposition alliances, economic anxiety, and a fiercely demanding electorate. Over the past few years, the nation has been contending with inflation, currency fluctuations, and, of course, security challenges across all 6 geopolitical zones. At the moment, it appears key issues for the campaigns will be economic survival, national security, and institutional trust. Yet, As the background to the race takes shape, the integrity of the votes and emerging issues are deeply intertwined with the delicate politics of identity. The debate over zoning, the rotational arrangement of power between Nigeria's northern and southern regions and across the 6 geopolitical zones has again moved to the fore. Political parties are contending with the issue of balancing regional equity with constitutional rights, leaving the electorate to question whether merit or geography will dictate electoral contests. In all of this, the true test of electoral credibility does not begin on election day. Rather, it begins within the internal structures of the political parties themselves. With the apex electoral body, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC's window, driving high-stakes preparations across the political parties, the contentious issue of party primaries has taken center stage. At the moment, accusations of lack of internal democracy, the imposition of candidates, and disputes over expensive nomination forms are capable of threatening internal party cohesion. Now, how can Nigeria's democratic process survive the geopolitical and intra-party primaries pressures? You know that there are pressures mounting, of course. Now, the electorate is left to wonder if the current primary season will reflect the willpower of ordinary party card-carrying members or the dictates of powerful party stakeholders. Well, can a credible national poll emerge from a flawed internal party process? What is even the current state of preparation for the polls across political parties? You know that the opposition parties are, deft with, internal leadership crisis at the moment. Now, what are the critical pillars required to secure public trust in the upcoming ballots? Well, a politician, a media guru, and former director of Nigeria, Voice of Nigeria, Osita Okechukwu, and a traditional title holder, indeed, will join me tonight to discuss these issues shaping the 2027 polls. And by the way, my guest is a chieftain of the ruling APC. I am Enemaku Ojochegbe, and this is Democracy Today on AIT.
Ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. This month of May, the conversations that matter most are stepping into.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, before I engage with my guests, let us take a look at the critical developments driving the news headlines. From the courts, a federal high court in Abuja has dismissed the suit filed by the All Democratic Alliance, ADA, seeking to compel the apex electoral body, INEC, to register it as a political party. Now, the court ruled that the suit completely lacked merit. It upheld INEC's earlier administrative decision that the political association failed to meet the mandatory legal, constitutional, and procedural thresholds required to transition from a mere political association to a formally recognized political party. The ADA, led by its National Secretary, Dr. Umar Ardo, had asked the court for consequential orders to compel INEC to register as an official political party ahead of the 2027 polls. This verdict deals a massive blow to the ADA's ambitions, even as the association's leadership previously expressed deep frustration over perceived double standards regarding how other coalition umbrellas were cleared.
The court, in its wisdom, held and agreed with our position that going by the affidavit before him, the plaintiff have alleged issue of fraud. An issue of fraud must be proved beyond reasonable doubts. So it is on that premise that the court dismissed or struck out the matter. The court did not end there. The court then went into the substantive matter to decide whether or not the plaintiffs have proved their case beyond on the balance of probability as provided by law. And it also came to the conclusion that they have not, given the fact that their allegation that they are the pro-tem chairman and pro-tem national secretary was unfounded. Because going by the document before the court, and the reason why INEC declined the registration is the second and third defendant, that is Chief Ricket Akin and Mr. Aminu, that they were the one that applied for ADA to be registered, which they were pre-qualified. So the court held that the plaintiffs have not discharge the burden placed on them, and he dismissed the case in its entirety.
And the Honorable Judge has delivered the judgment by dismissing our application to compel INEC to register ADA. We are going to look at the judgment and consult, and then we'll take appropriate step thereafter. I'm sure by then all of you will know the next step we are going to take.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the President.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says...
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
Let us tell ourselves the truth. Why are we here talking about LGBT, GTBT, whatever?
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m.
Thanks for staying with us. This is Democracy Today on AIT. What are the critical pillars required to secure public trust in the upcoming ballots? On Democracy Today tonight, we're discussing the democratic standards for the 2027 general election. My guest is a politician, is a media giant, you know what I mean, and of course, the former Director General of the Voice of Nigeria, the nation's own radio station, foremost radio station, and of course, he's a traditional title holder as well. We'll get into that much later in the discussion. I'm talking about Dr. Osita Okechukwu. Many thanks for joining the program tonight.
My pleasure.
It's been quite a while. I'm trying to imagine what you've been up to, especially now that the elections are heating up, since I've not been seeing you around.
You know, we are trying to package our political party for the coming elections.
All right.
And luckily, we have bounty of 31 governors, majority in the parliament, at the national level, at the state level. So our business today is to how to peacefully, harmoniously manage our candidates. Because in certain states like Kwara, we have about 16 persons going for governorship. We have 6 somewhere, we have 11, we have 8, we have... basically, it's only states where there are incumbent governors that we do not have up to 3. Minimum of 3.
Okay.
So we have bounty, and like every event, how to manage the bounty is where we are.
Apart from managing the bounty, which not just you are excited about that, your entire party, all the stakeholders of the APC are really rejoicing about it at the moment. But Nigerians still have a feeling, Nigerians whom you are trying to, patronize, have a feeling that the APC is somewhat jittery in spite of the number of governors it has in its fold and the strength of the party across all, the length and breadth of the country. Because they're wondering and they're asking, what will the APC be campaigning with, as the elections approach? For instance, what kind of campaigns are you, as a chieftain of the APC, expecting? Verbal wars or issue-based campaigns or full of confusion, considering the status quo at the moment?
Basically, we are coming on a moral high ground. That President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, boldly embarked on the economic reforms. And he made it clear from day one that the reform will come with some pains. And it's better for the country. And luckily for President Tinubu, all the major presidential candidates, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, His Excellency Peter Obi, they all agreed with him at the campaign. They were in league with him that they're going to remove the fuel subsidy and do an overhaul of our economic model. And that's exactly what Mr. President did. Yes, agreed that the returns from the reform is coming on a gradual basis, which is normal. But we are confident that if President Tinubu is given another term, he will consolidate and the Nigerian people will be happy with the reform program.
You know, as the campaigns, the primaries are, are about to begin. Some parties are already, gearing for their primaries. Yours will start in a few days. After the primaries, definitely the campaigns will start gearing up for the campaigns. You see, it is already looking like there are certain specific issues on which the campaigns will be based on. Economic survival of the country, the fluctuation of the national legal tender, the Naira, the banging headache kind of disturbing, security situation in the country at the moment. Do you think the APC, let me put it this way, how do you think your party, the APC, will respond to these issues when the campaigns begin?
As I told you, both the traducers of Mr. President agreed that the reform is a must done. And that is what he boldly embarked on, one. Secondly, every other person agreed as well that he had been able in getting the states to get their allocations. By invisible hand, more states are doing well today than they were doing before. Like if you come from a state where I come from. Well, that means that the states were prepared, contrary to their perspective. And on the military and the armed forces and the insurgents. Recently, Mr. President appointed an advisor on home security, a retired General Adega Famadewa, who was PGSO under Mongonu, who had attended many courses and has at his fingertips how best to add to what Nuhu Ribadu is doing. The other day, you saw Nuhu Ribadu, the National Security Advisor in the U.S. Do you think he went there for Jamboree? It is how to couple the insecurity in the country. Nobody's saying we do not feel it. If we don't feel it, then we're idiots. So what they will ask, what are we doing? And it is not fair for me to come here and also go details on what the government is doing to contain the insurgents and insecurity in the country.
Details are necessary, not the nitty-gritties of how to expose let's say the war plan, but to some extent something to lift the hopes of, for instance, the victims, places that have been attacked and been sacked, and indeed all Nigerians who are optimistic that there could be a respite in terms of security of lives.
If you know who General Denka is and the much Ribadu and co have been doing, don't forget that when Mr. President decided to make General Musa Minister of Defense, I don't think he was joking.
Former Chief of Defense Staff.
Former Chief of Defense Staff. Instead of allowing him to go home, In our plea there with His Excellency Badar, please, let this military man head the defense echelon of our, in an effort to tackle the insecurity. So where you blame Mr. President is if you do not see the visible strategies he's coupling together to address it. If he had gone to bed, then I would join those who be criticizing Mr. President. But if I look deeply, I know that he's trying to bring all the relevant pieces and individuals who could add. I was okay. Anybody that asks, that have an idea of what happened all over the world, asymmetric warfare is not a one-day matter. These are the issue where some of the boys live with their families. It's not that where you will see this is the war front. The other people are on the other side of the Benue. Let me go the other side of the Benue, or the other side of River Niger, let me go the other side. That's not that type of warfare. It's asymmetrical. So it's a very difficult engagement throughout history. In certain countries, it lasts for over 50 years. But we hope that the way they are going, we're going to find a solution sooner than later. So if it is about that, the opposition, if I ask you, though it's not my business to ask you questions here.
I'm the one asking questions.
Have you seen any document they presented that differs from what President Tinubu is doing?
You're the one in power now.
No. Assuming you're on daily basis here, and you talk to the opposition as well. Please, could they bring their own format that differs with what President Tinubu is doing?
Well,
if they do so, then the Nigerian people will say, okay, why don't us, the APC, why don't we copy them?
Well, you do know that whatever format or agenda you have on paper, it remains as such until, of course, you clinch power, then you can actually deliver on those, game plan, if you will.
I've seen who were in opposition from 1999 to 2015.
All right.
And we presented Nigerian people with our platform. What we have that differed with then PDP government, that made the Nigerian people to vote for us.
How well have you done so far since 2015?
We've done a lot, but we still need to do more. That is where I agree with you.
Now that we're talking about security issues, look at the issue of, reintegration and rehabilitation of repentant terrorists and all of that. Many people believe that it somewhat undermines, the fight against terrorism. As of course, these are already radicalized. Yes, they are being de-radicalized, but how genuine, are these young people and former terrorists, if you will? Many Nigerians believe that it sort of undermines the fight against terrorism.
I did ask that a question in the close quarters. And the answer they gave me was that when they capture some hundreds, at the interrogation room, you will discover that some actually are innocent. It doesn't mean that anyone identified seriously as a murderer, as an insurgent, or a terrorist will be let free or reintegrated. I don't think so. Nobody ever does so.
Apart from that, the attention in terms of rehabilitation, reintegration, and provision for these repentant terrorists, is sort of, more intense or more giving more attention than the actual victims of terrorism who are in IDP camps as we speak. Many of them have, complained severally. Is there a plan for...
It's just like when you see sometimes Air Force bombs a place and they say there are casualties that are civilians. Some, I've seen that during the Biafran-Nigerian War. Some do not have the capacity to live where they are staying, no matter the crisis, because they don't have the capacity. They will consider, where do we head to? With what? A lot of people would think that immediately there's crisis here, that everybody here will leave. No. Some, if there's a crisis in Abuja today, some do not have transport fare to get to Lokoja. They are here. Not that they willingly want to be here. So sometimes when you capture some of these terrorists, on closer interrogation, you must distinguish those who actually were caught by the crossfire of the scenario where they find themselves. I'm not saying that if there's any mistake for anybody to say is repentant like the Boko Haram, don't forget it's ideological. Anybody who is convinced that even a Muslim, that his own variant of Muslim is not the correct Muslim, for God's sake, nobody will integrate the person.
Let's go back to the issue of opposition. Talking about the reforms that your government is into right now. Yes, some of the opposition candidates during campaigns talked about the same thing, removal of subsidy and some of these reforms and all of that. There are allegations, we hear it every day, that, okay, fine, yes, the governors have more money now in their coffers, but it is not reflecting in the lives of citizens of these various states. As a result of that, it gave rise to the allegation that perhaps what gave rise to the mass defection of these governors into the APC is actually because of these offers, made to them as a result of the process of the subsidy in the first place.
I don't know about that. You know why I say I don't know about that? Because there's a revenue formula allocation. And my friend, MB Shehu, happened to be the chairman of Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Correction. The last time we were discussing, we came about this kind of matter. And he reassured me that nobody will utter a formula without amendment in the Constitution. The whole of the local councils have about 20 points. The state governors across the federation have about 26 points. But because of the fact that you remove the subsidy, they got more money. It's not about dash. Even those who did not decamp, my friend, the governor of Bauchi, is he not doing well? The governor for your state, is he not doing well?
So how many APC governors are doing well at the moment?
No. I'm saying, if you are saying that is because they came to APC, they now dash
It's not me
money.
saying. The allegations are everywhere on the streets of Nigeria.
These are political. It's political. If you
wave it up as political.
If you take any propaganda of the opposition as serious, anytime you say the one that is a fact, I will join you.
But the indices are very clear, and there is high stakes hunger in the land. In the so-called states where they have more money, in addition to the allocations, federal allocations, and indeed the process of subsidy removal.
No, I will not encourage that myself. If I'm a governor, I will do my best to address some of those issues. But it's not a matter of whether you're APC or you have no particularization. Somebody who do not have public interest at heart, no matter whichever political party it belongs in, it will not.
Let's go back to the issue of primary elections that are upcoming now. The two options left for political parties, including yours, are either consensus or direct primaries. Whichever way you look at it, it can be monetized. Considering, past experiences in this country, how are you going to ensure as a party that monetization of these primaries, does not occur? And of course, as I said, considering the experiences we've had in previous election cycles in the country.
Can I let you know, throughout history, there is no polity known in history of the world, and there is an issue of election where there is no issue about money. The point of difference is that it's not what money does here that money does there. Like in the United States of America, for instance, you cannot carry cash and start giving people. But you had to do adverts. You had to be on the radio or on the social media, engage influencers. That's money.
That's campaign.
And that's campaign.
What we're talking about
No
now is
you
inducement.
do, you must have money.
There is clear-cut inducement that goes on during primaries.
Don't forget, we're talking about human element.
Okay.
The issue, if you ask any member of the parliament, the National Assembly, for instance, why was the issue of indirect primaries removed from the table? They're trying to avoid the issue of using money. That's why they limited it to consensus and direct primaries. And if you listen the other day, when we assembled at the International Conference Center, the secretary of our party, Senator Bashiru, openly told us that in any state where our candidates fail to agree on a consensus, we're going to adopt the red primaries. There's a contender against President Tinubu in the APC, one Mr. Osifo.
Right.
Because of that, we're going to do direct primaries. All the membership of the APC, I think it's on 23rd or thereabout, we're going to throw votes, 5 of them, which leaves you at liberty to vote for President Tinubu or vote for Osifo. It's open. We're not going to say, oh, Mr. Osifo, please go and sit down. How can you contest with Mr. President?
Absolutely. How is he going to contest? It's the same
not going to
party.
say that.
It's his president. President Tinubu is a sitting president.
No.
Several groups and organs of the party have several times endorsed him across the country as their sole candidate. So what is Osifo actually going to bring to challenge him?
We want to obey the law. There's a fundamental...
Yes, you're obeying the law, but, how...
You don't want us to obey the law again?
Absolutely not. That's not my meaning. But,
this is it.
Nigerians are asking that. How does it... He's barely even known, right? Except for the fact that he's a member of the party. So this is his party. So how is he going to even campaign?
Are you saying he's not qualified?
It's not about his qualifications.
So what are you talking about?
How is he going to challenge a sitting president who has been endorsed by several organs of the party?
There's no president...
And then ensure fairness.
There's no president in the world where 100% of membership of his political parties will agree with him or the voters of the country. Let us allow the day to come after the election, the direct primaries. We know how many votes. But don't sit down here and canvass who is going to emerge until the election is over.
You don't want to admit that it's just to fulfill our righteousness like many people think.
I do not want to go that way because if you go through the resume of Osifo, you will notice that he's not just a kid. So he's an adult that decided. We'll hear from him what he will tell us that we should prefer him to Mr. President. And that is the juice of democracy.
According to INEC's revised rule, I know that will, of course, help to prevent parallel primaries and all of that. Now, are you, by any chance, hopeful that, this may be helping to bid farewell to, post-primary elections litigations as time goes on?
No. We're not, when you follow the rule of law, you don't bother yourself. We're not like the opposition, like the ADC, that deliberately, a party that was making us to be afraid, when it was growing from strength to strength, suddenly we discovered that it had been converted into a special purpose vehicle for His Excellency Atiku Abubakar.
How was it converted? Is it not qualified to run?
Who said, thank God, that if he allows his membership to vie off, that to whose advantage? It's the APC's advantage. He did so in 2023 when he deliberately refused to adhere to the zoning convention. And this is a beneficiary of the zoning convention. Because if not for zoning, he could have been vice president. I remember vividly some big wigs the northern bigwigs. You have, for instance, flamboyant Abakarimi, who was in SDP. You have Umaru Shinkafi, Adamu Chiroma, Sholo Seraki, all northerners who wanted to contest. But they were told that for the peace, unity, equity, and justice of the country, for sense of belonging, let us allow the team to start from the south. And then now Obasanjo won. Immediately Obasanjo won, the lot fell on Atiku to become the vice president. If Rimi had won in the SDP, I think he could have been vice president in PDP. I think he could have been vice president. If Adam Chiroma and the others had won, he couldn't have been a beneficiary. In 2018-19, no Southerner aspirants contested in Porakot. Even the wicked that hosted them. All of them said, in obedience to the zoning convention, let only the northern aspirants, because it's their term. And they contested an Article 1. In 2002-03, he said, no, let's throw it open. He forgot. Outside the fact that it's a convention nationally, that every other person believed for equity, justice, fairness, sense of belonging, we should do zoning convention. The PDP constitution he stood on, under Section 7, expressly provided for rotation. They didn't mind. They abandoned it. And he won. That's where the PDP had not recovered from that dislocation up to date. That's what gave birth to Wike's 5 governors masquerade. Okay. That is safe hunting the PDP. So tomorrow, you blame the APC or you blame President Tinubu?
Well, considering what we have now regarding the zoning thing, isn't it about time that, start thinking towards a constitutionally recognized rotational presidency rather than zoning? In other words, zoning it to merit, zoning it to individuals rather than to a region. Individuals who have the pedigree, the capacity, and the qualification, as it were, so that everybody can at least test their popularity rather than to a region, as it were, and then backed by the Constitution.
Please, can I tell you one thing? I don't know that region of the country that do not have qualified individuals for the presidency of the country. One. Secondly, there must be Nigeria before you become president. So if anybody is saying, we don't need to have peace, we don't need to unify before we can talk of presidency. In Switzerland, for instance, the Swiss, far back 1648, started the convention of zoning. And it's been in practice. What was the idea in Swiss? The idea, first of all, a united Swiss. So those who came to this level, also in 1999, both military and the civilian politicians, they all agreed that the unity of the country is first and foremost. That was why, after Chief Obasanjo's 8 years, there were Southerners who were very close to him. Somebody like His Excellency Dr. Peter Odili was very close to Obasanjo. The wedding he had in the villa with his late wife Stella, his sponsor was Peter Odili. And Peter Odili was prepared for the presidency of the country. So he told him, no, going by this convention, we're going not for God's sake. And that was what happened. Throughout history, there had only been in the public domain, the Lego arm with its legal teeth, and the convention with its moral weight. Why did they tell us, they told us in primary history, that the British government had no written constitution? As strong as they are, a country that once controlled 1/4 of the world, what did they use? Convention. And it worked for them.
So in effect, zoning should remain. Geographical zoning should remain rather than...
Until the day, if there's no zoning, somebody like President Jonathan could have been president, coming from a minority ethnic group. It's just to curtail the human ambition. Because if you know you are a majority, for God's sake, you put your chest up. They say, what are you talking about? Did you say that politics is a game of numbers? And we have the numbers. So why should you challenge us? So that's what we're trying to avoid. But luckily, for the APC, for President Tinubu, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar and his goons, I saw one of our big brothers in the profession, Dele Momood.
Why don't you rather call them brothers rather than calling them goons?
No, one of our brothers, no, I mean Dele Momood, trying to canvass why zoning. The other day, Atiku pushed off a statement that is self-defeating. I said, no. What you are doing is self-denial. Don't deny it. It exists. And it's for the good of our dear country, Nigeria.
Still talking about the zoning thing, considering the economic status of the country at the moment, right? You think a hungry electorate will bother about, the geographic, location or the geographic concerns of a candidate rather than, the interest that he is looking for? When the electorate are hungry, would they even care about the geographic, corner of the country where the presidential candidate comes from, rather than the interest they are looking for?
It's only been a combine on us. You can't single out one and run with it. I will not do so, because I've seen it happen before. Where one, the consideration, as you said, is given to what the person believes in. And then secondly as well, for equity, justice, sense of belonging. It happens. Except if you want to deny it, like the ADC is doing, ADC could have been stronger today. Do you know what it means for ADC to lose the obedient movement and the Kwakwassia movement? It's a big loss. No matter whatever they tell you about rationalization of, oh no, don't worry yourself. One, would have been immodest. His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, the man I have respect for, because he was very close to my big brothers like late Dubemoye and others, late Chibokadiwa and others. Very close to them. I have my respect for him. But for His Excellency Atiku Abubakar to think that he has the cult followership Buhari had in the north, it would be an illusion. He doesn't. Nature.
What's wrong with believing in oneself and believing in one's pedigree?
No. What I'm saying, where is the vote coming from? He's going to degrade the APC and, if possible, impact on the other opposition parties.
You are not the one that will vote for him, so how would you know?
I've been in this game for I've been in this in partisan politics for the last 48 years.
48 years?
Yes.
Before I was born.
I joined the PRP in 1978. Later, when we came to the campus, the PRP did not gain much in the Enugu. We now switched to the party on the ground, the MPP. Since then, I have participated in what is going on.
You mentioned earlier that you people were afraid, the APC was before now afraid of the ADC. Leave it at that. You told me already.
Cautious.
Fear, caution, whatever it was, fine.
We're cautious.
That means if the ADC was giving you concern, now it does not. What about other opposition political parties? You may not be privy to, all of their, underground works. So that's also giving you concerns as well, I believe.
No. The point of the matter, it could have been stronger if all of them had been in one unit. It's a natural cause.
Well, apart from Atiku, who has a large following, just as you have, witnessed to, there are other candidates who have large following. Peter Obi, former governor of Anambra State, and the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate has a large following as well, especially the young Nigerian folk.
I agree with you, but I'm saying,
gives you concerns too, isn't it?
I'm saying we could have been more concerned if Obi and Kwakwassia were running in ADC. It could have been more. We could have been more cautious. It's not that we're not cautious. We also know that we're going into a electoral battle. So, but that could have presented us with great danger. But luckily for us, His Excellency Atiku had become our unannounced, unintended savior. Because he's going to chop some votes from somewhere which the opposition could have had.
How can you tell? The elections are still months away, and who knows what alliance may see. Remember the summit in Ibadan where they, promised to fight a single presidential candidate? You think that's no longer possible?
Was that the outcome of the Ibadan meeting?
That was one of the, decisions
the main
from
issue
that summit.
Was defeated. They agreed on a single candidate, but the Article group refused on zoning to the south.
Who says they cannot go back to it?
No, they can't. It's too late in the day. Don't forget that by 30th, we have all the submissions. We have all the, how many days?
That's the law, but
can you imagine?
An unofficial arrangement will still happen.
The Nen and Usman Labour zone to the south. The new NDC zone to the south. The Turaki faction of the PDP zone to the south. For God's sake, is the NDC the only wise man in town? That wisdom is in our interest. That's what I'm saying.
All right. By January next year, elections would have already been upon us as a country, right? In the 2023 elections, the apex electoral body, INEC, did, embrace some technological improvements like the BVAS, the IREV, even though the issue of the technical glitch is still haunting many Nigerians still today. What's the APC-led federal government doing now in order to forestall such infractions, if you will, in the event that technology is also embraced? Yet the new Electoral Act, they talk about, mandatory transmission of results, but it will still fall back to, from ECA in the event that there's a network fluctuation and all of that. We all know that. So what steps are being taken in order to, forestall all of that?
What I would do, would refer you to, INEC did an advert yesterday.
Okay.
I think it's about 2 or so pages. If you go through that advert, you could see the kind of tools they are looking for. And luckily, Mr. President as well had told them that your fund is a direct line funding. He will not complain of funding. And going by the Procurement Act, you cannot advertise or award contracts if you don't have the fund. So if you go through what INEC has, that will convince that INEC is actually doing the best they could to put all the dots and T's where they should be. And they can't do it empty-handed, and that had been demonstrated by the advert they did yesterday.
All right. So as the elections approach, and primaries are yet to be conducted, but they are approaching ever so fast. So what should Nigerians expect from your party, first of all, and of course, from the opposition political parties, and INEC is watching?
What the whole meeting I attended in my party, we were prepared for free and fair election.
Osita Okechukwu, chieftain of the APC. Many thanks indeed for.
Foundation member of the APC, not the chieftain. I'm
you,
just an ordinary member. I'm not a chief of
you can't remain an ordinary member. We'll still see you as a chieftain.
I'm not a
as a matter of fact, an elder of the party.
No.
But it's all good.
Foundation member.
It's all good. Many thanks indeed for joining the program tonight. I'm looking forward to another encounter, especially as the elections approach.
I appreciate it.
That's our show for today. Don't forget, it's not over yet. You can follow us on all social media handles, and of course, find me on all social media handles. I'll be waiting for your comments, suggestions, and discussions. Continue right there. I'll see you again tomorrow. I am Enemaku Ojochebe. Bye for now.
750 rhinos.
At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to rewild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime de-risking effort from a conservation initiative at scale that's never happened before. So I think for the species, it's a massive opportunity.
The rhinos were bought from private breeder John Hume. He sold the animals because of the high cost of protecting them. Poaching remains a severe threat in South Africa. 499 were poached in 2023, according to government data, an increase from the year before. Rhinos are targeted for their horns, which are in demand in East Asia for traditional medicines and jewellery.
At Shabindu camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanemneti Zaidi, VOA News, Goma.
Marijuana is a psychoactive drug from the cannabis family, which primarily serves medical purposes. It comes in green, brown, or gray color. Affordable and available in every part of our society, although its possession and consumption is illegal. Marijuana is gotten from dried flowers, leaves, stems, and seeds of the cannabis plant, and is one of the mostly and widely abused drugs and probably the most easily accessible in the world despite its illegality. In our local parlance, some call it ganja, grass, hemp, weed, gangster, while others call it eja, igbo, broom, ewe.
It's marijuana. We call it igbo for Yoruba land. You call it sensimilla, you can call it marijuana.
This one they will call smoke or eja.
This confirmed taba.
It's very easy to get.
is cultivated here. That's why we no longer call it Indian hemp. We call it cannabis sativa.
In Nigeria, its production and use is criminalized by local laws, yet it is one of the illicit drugs produced domestically. The reason it is secretly sold and used. Some wrap and conceal it in small pieces of paper to smoke.
Marijuana, Igbo, cannabis, or skunk, they're giving it so many names. It's actually illegal in Nigeria. The first thing to say is to let Nigerians know that if you do smoke any of these substances, you're actually engaging yourself in an illegal act. There are laws in the land that specified clearly, the penalty for smoking, which is about 25 years, the penalty for growing, which could be as high as even life imprisonment.
The fact that you still have the prevalence of marijuana, the availability, the accessibility of this mind-altering herb everywhere, despite the fact that government is talking about, arresting those who either grew them or use them, is indicative of a failure itself. It means something is wrong somewhere.
Government cannot be everywhere. It is we that can help ourselves. They are doing their best.
The side effects are numerous. They include addiction, decreased mental ability, behavioral problems, chronic coughing, red eye, dry mouth, and exposure to respiratory problems. What are the implications of these hazards on the future of the Nigerian youth?
As long as you are taking it over a period of time, you become chronically mentally unstable. That chronic psychosis now comes in, what you call schizophrenia. Then you now become a liability, both to yourself and to the society. Liability in what way? Of course, by the time you become easily aggressive, we see that in our youth nowadays. By the time you become aggressive, of course you might have to harm one or two people. And of course, because you are taking this thing, you have to have money. If you don't see money, because even you see that the people who are taking it are the youth who probably has no job, then pilfering starts, stealing starts, and all sorts of social vices.
A smoker, I will feel fine, work fine. But some people smoker, you feel ugly, you cannot walk, they go down.
Despite the known side effects, why is the abuse still on the increase among youths?
They believe that the thing really doesn't harm them. They take it, they think they are much better than what they are before, which is to the contrary.
When I take it, I feel good, I feel all right, because when I take it, even though I'm not before, when I take it, I will just calm myself down.
They make me think well. Maybe say they think go do bad thing or the thing we no good, but they make me walk well. When they take it, of course, they are euphoric, they become euphoric, but it might give them anxiety and all those things. Because they give them they are euphoric, they will want to take more. And at the end of the day, they become addicted to it.
Statistics have shown that Nigeria is ranked as one of the highest consumers of marijuana, in spite of the stringent laws put in place against offenders.
It is very, very common in this country. And unless the mechanisms are put in place to check all of these loopholes,
President Tinubu arrives Kigali for Africa's CEO Forum, targeted at industrializing the continent's economy. Federal High Court sentences Nigeria's former Minister of Power, Salim Mamman, to 75 years in prison over 33 billion naira money laundering offences. And South Africa's xenophobia crisis deepens as Ghana orders evacuation of 300 citizens from troubled spots. In business, Nigeria and Germany strengthen economic development cooperation. And in sports, FIFA set to pay football clubs over 90,000 euros daily for World Cup players. This is the News Hour on AIT. I am Binta Bukar, and tonight with me on the AIT News Hour is Enemaku Ojochegbe.
Thanks for staying with us. President Tinubu has arrived Kigali, Rwanda, ahead of the Africa CEO Forum opening on Thursday. The summit themed the scale imperative why Africa must embrace shared ownership is expected to bring together African leaders, investors and business executives to discuss investment, industrialization and the continent's economic future. State House correspondent Yemi Adebayo now reports.
President Bola Tinubu arrived in Kigali Wednesday afternoon to participate in the African CEO Forum, one of the continent's most influential gatherings of political and business leaders. He was received at the airport by Rwanda's Minister of Defense, Juvenal Marisumunda, alongside senior Nigerian government officials. The two-day summit is expected to bring together more than 2,000 chief executives, investors and policymakers from across Africa and beyond. This year's discussions come amid growing global economic uncertainty, with participants expected to focus on scaling investment, strengthening regional cooperation, and accelerating industrial growth across the continent. Energy transition and industrial development are also expected to feature prominently as African economies seek to balance economic expansion with sustainability goals. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, is also expected to participate in discussions around Africa's evolving energy landscape and investment outlook. President Tinubu's participation is also expected to spotlight Nigeria's economic reform agenda and the country's strategic role within the African continental free trade area. With high-level discussions set to begin Thursday, attention is now on how African leaders and investors will translate this theme into practical steps for economic growth and continental integration. From Kigali, Rwanda, Yemi Adebayo, AIT News.
The government of Ghana says it will evacuate 300 citizens from South Africa following a recent wave of protests against foreign nationals. Foreign Minister Samuel Ablakwa said in a post on X on Tuesday that the Ghanaian president had granted approval for their immediate evacuation. Meanwhile, Nigerian government last week also promised to evacuate the citizens affected by the xenophobic attack as soon as plans are concluded.
Ghana and Nigeria have recently summoned the South African envoys to their respective countries over the mistreatment and harassment of their citizens. Ghana has also written to the African Union asking it to discuss the issue, saying it posed a serious risk to the safety and well-being of Africans in South Africa. South Africa responded by saying it had nothing to hide. The government had condemned the circulation of what it called fake videos and images described by some as recordings of attacks on foreign nationals. Other countries that have warned their citizens in South Africa, including Kenya, Malawi, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe. According to official figures, South Africa is home to more than 3 million foreigners, or about 5% of the population, but there are believed to be many more without papers. Xenophobia has long been an issue in the country and has been accompanied by occasional outbursts of deadly attacks.
Now, joining us live on the News Hour to share the latest on this thorny issue is a former president of the Nigerian community, Austin Okeke. He's a lawyer and he has lived in South Africa since 1994. Thanks for joining the News Hour tonight. Now, we hear that a couple of mayors in South Africa, some towns in South Africa, have given foreigners, including Nigerians, some sort of ultimatum to, evacuate. Can you confirm if this report is true?
Good evening, everyone. The report is true. We have 3 ultimatums standing right now. The first one will hit on the 31st of May. This ultimatum was given by the mayor of Escort for foreigners, including Nigerians, to leave their municipality. The second ultimatum will be 1st of August. This was given by the mayor of East London. East London is the area where we had this issue of Eziwo ceremony, which brought about a whole lot of controversies. In May, I think it was in April, and the man in the center of the whole controversy, and his family has been asked to leave the municipality. Then the third one is the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal. This is a governor of a state, has given a deadline of 7th June for people to leave his province, that his state. These 3 ultimatums are standing. The president of South Africa is not doing anything about it. The Nigerian High Commission is not transmitting or interfacing with the Foreign Affairs Ministry of South Africa, in spite of several warnings written to him and 2 note verbals written to him by the Consul General of Nigeria in South Africa. The acting High Commissioner, Mr. Ajayi, Alex Ajayi, has actually ignored these 2 note verbals. And we have 3 ticking time bombs, and the government of Nigeria is not doing anything about it. We are talking about citizens of Nigeria. The evacuation exercise by the Nigerian government has not started. Ghana has commenced, and I don't know why Nigeria has not started to evacuate our citizens. These are destitute. These are people that are stranded in South Africa. They have no money. They have wife and kids, several kids, so they need help. They are prone to these attacks because they are vulnerable. They are destitute. Some of them are not destitute. They have homes, but they cannot even afford 3 square meals. So they need the help of our government. Okay,
Mr. Okeke, can you give us like a rough figure of how many Nigerians have been hit so far by this xenophobic attack, this recent one since it started, if you can, and what is the state like?
It is chaos because most of them don't go to their businesses any longer. The mayor of Escort, a municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, got angry because these business people had to close their shops and businesses during a march, a protest march against foreigners. So they got angry that these foreigners did not actually open their shops for their people to loot them and destroy their businesses. That was just their sin.
All right, we see videos of, these attacks, all over the place, and some of them can be really quite disturbing. Now, sometimes ordinary citizens approach, other nationals and demand their, immigration documents and all of that. Does it mean that the government is by any means in support of what is going on in South Africa, where ordinary citizens would demand, they're not immigration officials, they're not police? Is the government in support of what is going on by any chance?
From what you see by the acquiescence, you have police and the federal police and the metro police escorting these protesters on the streets, and they do all manner of things that are not proper, but they don't do anything. So it gives the impression that the government don't care. We do not want to use the word that basically that we now have a breakdown of rule of law, but they should do something about it. They should make some pronouncement. They should direct their police to act accordingly.
All right.
But this is absent.
Austin Okeke, former president of the Nigerian community in South Africa. Many thanks for joining the news hour tonight.
Thank you.
And back here in Nigeria, former Minister of Power Salim Mamman has been sentenced to 75 years imprisonment by a federal high court in Abuja over money laundering offences involving 33.8 billion naira. Justice James Omotosho delivered the judgment this Thursday. Minister in absentia, brought by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission.
Both previous straight to the Court of Justice. The judge agreed with counsel for the EFCC, Rotimi Oyedepo SAN, that under the provisions of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, ACJA 2015, the court was empowered to proceed with sentencing despite the defendant's absence. He ruled that Mamman could not claim any miscarriage of justice, having participated fully in the trial process. The court sentenced the convict to 7 years imprisonment each on counts 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, all without an option of fine. Justice Omotosho ordered that the sentence would commence from the date of his arrest. He further directed all security agencies within and outside Nigeria, including Interpol, to arrest Mamman wherever he is found and hand him over to the Nigerian Correctional Service for the commencement of his jail term. The court also granted the prosecution's application for the final forfeiture of 2 of Mamman's properties located in choice areas of Abuja, as well as monies recovered in different currencies. Additionally, Justice Omotosho ordered that the balance between the assets and funds recovered and the 22 million naira established by the prosecution as proceeds of crime out of the 33.8 billion allegedly diverted from Zungeru Hydroelectric Power Project and Mambila Hydroelectric Power Project be refunded by the convict. Chibuzo Okezie, EIT News Abuja.
And operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, have arrested the Director General of the Energy Commission of Nigeria, Mustafa Abdullahi, over alleged money laundering offences involving an estimated 500 billion naira. A source within the anti-graft agency who pleaded anonymity disclosed that Abdullahi was arrested in Abuja and is currently in the custody of the EFCC. Attempts to reach the EFCC spokesperson, Dele Oyewale, for official confirmation were not successful at the time of this report. President Tinubu appointed Abdullahi as the Director General of the Energy Commission of Nigeria on October 24, 2023.
Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara says he remains a loyal member of the All Progressives Congress, the APC, insisting that there has been no change in his political affiliation. Speaking with Government House correspondent on Wednesday, Governor Fubara dismissed speculation suggesting that he plans to dump the APC, describing such report as false and misleading. The governor urged those spreading negative stories about him to desist, maintaining that he has no intention of leaving the party.
I'm a member of the All Progressive Congress, and nothing has changed. People should stop using whatever situation that they pick up from the social media or their own interpretation of any situation to present me wrongly. I have not gone anywhere. I'm still a member of the All Progressive Congress, and I remain a member. Whatever happens, what is most important is supporting the overall interests of the party.
Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has responded to critiques over speculation surrounding his recent visit to the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Professor Nentawe Yilwada. He stated that he does not engage in what he described as politics of enmity. Wike was speaking with journalists after a project inspection tour on Wednesday and clarified that his meeting with the APC chairman was based on personal relationship and professional courtesy and not a formal political engagement.
A viral photograph of the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, and the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Professor Nentawe Iwada, has drawn significant attention from observers of the political space, leading to speculations as to the intent. On Wednesday, during his inspection tour of ongoing projects, correspondent took up the minister on the developments.
I mean, why would I tell you about my private life? If I come to visit you to have a drink with you, I'll tell the whole world, I'm going there to have a drink with you. Who has ever told me when they go for their own drinks? Come on, let us know that everybody we have our freedom to associate with who we want to associate with. But don't also forget that he was a minister. We were all colleagues before he left for the chairmanship of APC. So what I should do, if anytime I see him, I'll hide. Anytime he sees me, he should run away. So that people will not say something. People should continue to say whatever they want to say.
The FCT minister insists that his primary focus remains on delivering quality governance to residents of the Federal Capital Territory.
It's opinion, whatever anybody wants to think, I don't know. I don't care about what people say. What's important to me is what I'm doing for my people. My job that is assigned to me to do is not about what somebody on the road is thinking or their perceptions.
During the inspection tour, the minister visited the ongoing reconstruction of the Karu Township roads, the Apo Karishi Road, and the Bazango Road, also known as Arab Road. These projects, with the exception of Apo Karishi, are expected to be completed ahead of the president's third anniversary in office later this month. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
The Democratic Leadership Alliance, DLA, has elected Samuel Meme as its national chairman of its maiden national convention in Abuja. AIT's political correspondent Ogie Ihemekwen was at the event and now reports.
Having been duly elected,
delegates and party stakeholders gathered in Abuja for the first national convention of the Democratic Leadership Alliance. National Chairman Samuel Meme described the convention as a historic milestone for national transformation.
Founded on the belief that credible leadership is the key to national development. We urge the APC-led government under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to show greater compassion and seriousness in addressing the challenges confronting Nigerians.
Registered by the Independent National Electoral Commission in February 2026, the DLA claims it operates completely free of political godfathers. On the 2027 general elections, the party rejected the traditional zoning of its presidential ticket.
It is clear that there's hope for Nigeria. This is a new party that does not have godfather. We don't know any godfather. We're just ourselves. We are young people that came together to form this party, and it's the only party that was duly registered. The agenda that the DLA is running on is actually to build a new country, a country that Nigerians can actually be proud of, those who are out of the country, those who are within the country, and on that principle we stand.
The new political movement positions itself as the primary ideological-driven alternative for Nigerians. Ogie Ihemekwen, AIT News, Abuja.
A top aspirant for the Cross River North senatorial ticket, John Agaba, says the decision to represent his zone in the Senate is born out of the desire to advance the socio-economic well-being of his people. Speaking to AIT in Abuja, Agaba said that while he remains resolute in his ambition, he will abide by the outcome of the party's screening process and the directive of his governor, Basil II.
The race for the Cross River North Senatorial District on the APC platform is getting thicker. 4 aspirants are contesting for who will be the standard bearer in the zone, including incumbent Senator Jarigbe Agom. Agaba, a businessman and grassroots mobilizer, is undeterred going into the ring, which he says is motivated by the desire to fully support Governor Basil II and President Bola Tinubu.
My loyalty lies with the governor, not with anybody. It's only the governor of Cross River State that can ask me to step down. Outside that, the number one person is His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If the President says, look, Chief, we need you to step down and support, give your support, of course, why not? And if the governor calls me today and says, John, step down, of course I will, because my loyalty lies with the governor.
The aspirant assured that his representation will bring unprecedented growth to marginalized communities, speaking to party stakeholders to zone the tickets to his region to restore political balance and inclusion.
The other constituents have been holding it for a long time. The likes of the Grekungaji, Gaji, late Rose Oko, then Senator Jerry Bay, then Ayadi, Musa Didi. All of that have been going on. How about Bekwara? Bekwara have no leader who has represented them in the red chambers. It's just been 3 months that Kanagabi held it, and then they went on recessions, and the next thing he was given a federal appointment.
He promises to complement state and federal development strides if he secures the ticket and wins the election.
The state is back to its cleanliness, neatness. It's providing a lot of jobs for the youth. So far, some of us are telling him, look, in our senatorial district, there's no light. And he has given us his word that he would give us light. And that is why we want to work with him. I want to work with him. Because if I work with him collectively, we can achieve a whole lot. Loyalty is a scarce commodity, you know, but that you won't find with me. And that is why I look forward to working with him in the red chambers.
The entrepreneur stated he possesses the grassroots structure to mobilize massive support for the APC and has pledged to work tirelessly to advance the collective interests of Cross River North.
Investors, home seekers and stakeholders in Nigeria's housing sector gathered in Ogun State as Green Pasture Dynamic Land and Homes Limited officially commenced the Federal Housing Authority FHA Gateway Estate project in Mowe, Ofada area of Obafemi Owode local government area. The developers say the estate will deliver modern, affordable and professionally planned housing backed by credible title documentation, quality infrastructure and a strong commitment to timely delivery. Managing Director, Green Pasture Dynamic Land and Home Limited, Engineer Oloyede Oluwale, stated this during the groundbreaking ceremony in the Gateway State.
I'm in between the both of
The estate, a partnership between the Federal Housing Authority and Equinox International Company Limited and Green Pasture Homes Limited, is expected to deliver 195,000 units within the next 24 months. The Managing Director of Green Pasture Dynamic Land and Homes Limited, Oluyede Oluwale, assured investors and subscribers that the estate project will be delivered in line with approved standards and within the stipulated timeline.
Green Pasture Home is fully committed to deliver this development on time and with uncompromising quality. We shall deploy every resources at our disposal to ensure the successful completion of this estate within the stipulated 12 to 18 months.
The developer also emphasized that the project will not become another abandoned housing scheme, noting that quality construction, transparency and professionalism will remain top priorities throughout the execution phase.
For us, it's a dream come true. It's like a homecoming project for us. We've done a lot of projects in Abuja. My MD is from the States, and for us, it's a dream come true, and we're grateful to them.
The Federal Housing Authority and the Realtor Managing Director, Equinox International Co. Limited, Kehinde Ogunusi, which are providing technical oversight and institutional support for this estate, described the initiative as a credible investment opportunity backed by valid title documentation.
The authority would be bringing its expertise and technical ability that makes it stand out of the foremost housing delivery in the country in delivery. By adopting partnership as a delivery model, we are underscoring the fact that housing provision cannot be left for government alone.
If we are not credible, they will not come here. This thing has been on for 25 years. And we started this negotiation only 15, 18 months. See where we are. All the requested, we met it. Due diligence, we're done.
The project, sitting on over 4 hectares of land, will consist of 95 units of 2-bedroom terrace duplexes and 100 units of 3-bedroom terrace duplexes. Dimas Nanzung, AIT News, Ogun State.
The Rivers State government says efforts to strengthen healthcare delivery across the state remain on track. As Governor Siminalayi Fubara on Wednesday inspected the newly completed General Hospital in Rumwibo, Obiakpo local government area. The inspection visit provided the governor the opportunity to assess the quality of work at the facility.
Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara is at Rumwibo community in Obiakpo local government area. The governor has come to inspect the newly completed General Hospital. The new General Hospital is particularly significant because Obiakpo local government area, despite its growing population and urban expansion, has long operated without a standard General Hospital.
We can see that the project is already completed. It is not 95, it's completely 100% completed. We're happy because it's a promise made and the promise fulfilled.
Governor Fubara explained that the project forms part of his administration's resolve to prioritize healthcare and ensure residents have access to modern medical facilities within their communities. The new General Hospital is being developed alongside the remodeling of the Neuropsychiatric Hospital in Rumwibo into a modern specialist health institution, further transforming the area into a major healthcare hub in Rivers State.
What is important is doing what will touch the life of our people. Our people should be first. And that is how important this project is for us.
The General Hospital is also expected to boost medical manpower development and create employment opportunities for healthcare professionals. Dagbo Obiakeme, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
And Nigeria's Civil Aviation Authority launches biometric-backed digital licensing platform to tackle aviation certification delays nationwide. Details of these and more on the news are tonight after the business break.
My Oga, welcome, sir.
Apologies. We need to look at this report.
What can we offer you?
Don't worry, I'll soon be leaving.
I'm coming.
Huh? Mr. Chef, it's a two-finger cross.
Pass the beef and crayfish.
I am the chef of life. I am the chef of life. Chef of life with Mr. Chef.
And your lamb got this.
Food is ready, sir.
I was about to take my leave.
Mazi, Iriga Digo.
With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories.
This is the true taste of home.
And culture.
Mr. Chef, taste home, taste culture.
My baba, they always say, for market, every day gets your own wahala. Sometimes people go on scam you. But Baba say, no be by gra, you must cool down, dey sharp. Because with OPay payment, your money go enter sharp, no story. But inside market, anything fit happen. One day, we no see phone again. My Baba remember OPay USSD lock, dial *955*131#. Baba press am, lock account. From market woman to driver, from small boy to big man. Now OPay, they protect people like us. My Baba fit sell, press phone, collect POS, and still they teach me price. And when they don't tire am, go just tap OPay night guard. We no fear for this our hustle life. Now OPay be the people payment shield.
It's amazing how your child grows up before your eyes. Enable their thriving development with the new NanKid 4 with HMOs to support your child's development, probiotics and high-quality proteins. And all of these work together to support your child's development and growth today and tomorrow. NanKid 4, nourish your child's potential.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Little body, big moves. Little brain, big learning. Your little child is eager to do big things. Every sachet comes with the nutrients they need every day. Made from natural grains, contains protein and fortified with iron to support their physical growth, learning, and development. So you can fully enjoy your little one's big moments of growth.
Hello there, welcome to Business Reports. I am Olamide Ario. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to democracy, regional peace and economic reforms as it seeks deeper development cooperation with Germany. Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, stated this during the Nigeria-Germany negotiation meeting on development cooperation in Abuja.
Maintain over 6 decades of with strong cooperation in energy, trade and investment. At the negotiation meeting, both countries explore ways to strengthen development and investment partnership. Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, assured German delegation of Nigeria's readiness to deepen cooperation in areas that will promote economic growth and shared prosperity.
Reforms have laid the ground for more private sector engagements. The discussion reaffirmed our shared understanding that sustainable development is possible, shared prosperity is possible, but must increasingly be driven by enterprise, innovation, and investment.
Leader of the German delegation, Philip Neal, said the discussion will further strengthen cooperation in energy, food system, and business development, while also promoting private sector partnership between both countries.
The funds that will be discussed during these negotiations, will be catalytic. They have the goal to mobilize the private sector, for example, through credit lines of the Development Bank of Nigeria, through skilling in the sector of energy and renewable energy, together with Siemens.
What we also discussed at the business day, but also what we hear from businesses in general, is sometimes mentioning that the regulatory framework is not always very clear to them, and sometimes there might be very short notice changes, and this also especially refers to the field of import and customs regulations.
The delegation also announced a 300 million euros export credit line alongside 65 million euros in development support targeted at small and medium-scale enterprises as well as women-owned businesses. Landry Babalola, AIT News, Abuja.
And workers of the Federal Capital Territory Internal Revenue Service, FCT IRS, are threatening to commence indefinite strike over allegations of unfair labor practices and other staff welfare-related concerns. The workers who registered their complaints during a peaceful protest in Abuja want federal government and relevant authorities' intervention.
Speak out in a peaceful after years of what they described as repeated promises, explanations and delays with no meaningful action taken on staff welfare and legitimate demands. Staff of Federal Capital Territory Internal Revenue Service, FCTIRS, decided to speak out in a peaceful protest.
Staff that had brought their families from the north to Abuja when they got this job had to send them back. Some of them are now cohabiting to split rent. It's crazy. School fees, it's so much. The burden is a lot.
Demands ranges from staff welfare, which includes the need for increase in salary. Our salary has never been reviewed since 2021.
According to them, recent meeting with the acting executive chairman highlighted critical demands and challenges of staff members, but none have been addressed.
What you see here is a reflection of the refusal of the management to attend to the issues, whether they are promotion, whether they are welfare issues such as transportation.
We are going to write a letter to the minister, attention her,
not through your chairman, not through your management. Because if they were good enough, they would have felt your pain.
While the protesters are insisting on a 3-day warning strike, the management of FCIRS released a statement expressing disappointment over the actions of the group. The statement by the acting executive chairman, Michael Ango, which detailed the ongoing efforts by the management to improve workers' welfare, noted that report of promotion exercise has been submitted to the board for approval. Once approved, letters of promotion will be given and successful staff will assume their new ranks with effect from the date of eligibility. Ngozi Onyeja, AIT News, Abuja.
Now let's take a look at how the day ended on the floor of the Nigerian exchange. Stock market sustained its previous day bullish momentum as the NGX recorded 3 consecutive positive trading sessions. In the week, you recall, Monday it was green, Tuesday it was green, and today again, the all-share index appreciated by 0.68% to close at over 252,000 basis points. Now let's take you to the top 5 gainers for today, where Livestock Feed led the Advancers table, followed by Dark Communications PLC and CWG PLC. On the flip side, NCR, Cornerstone Insurance, and Zichis led the laggers. NCR, Cornerstone Insurance, and Zichis, Naimates Pharmaceutical International, and also Internal PLC. You see, NCR ended today with a 10% depreciation to end at 179 naira 10 kobo. Also, Cornerstone Insurance 5 naira 40 kobo, and Zichis Agro Allied ended at 36 naira 36 kobo. Now let's take you to the top 3 most actively traded stocks today. We have First Holdco trading with a value of 43 billion naira. And also on that list, we have United Bank for Africa and Access Holdings. UBA ended at 6.9 billion naira, while Access Holdings ended at 2.7 billion naira. In the oil market, prices rose once again for Brent crude and West Texas Intermediate as they traded in the positive territory. West Texas Intermediate crude ended at $103.08, and that's a $0.90 appreciation. Also, Brent crude ended at $107.62 with an appreciation of 0.14%, and that's just a marginal gain of 15 cents. And that's it on Business Reports. I am Olamide Aruyo. The news hour continues.
With Lipton Tea, warmth does more than fill a cup. It brings people closer. Lipton Tea is for togetherness.
Darling natural twists blend with her hair over time.
Yeah, that's perfect.
She's really more beautiful every week. Darling natural twists get better every day, just like you. I am the chef of life.
Huh? Mr. Chef, it's a 2-finger crush.
Pass with the chicken and all purpose.
With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories.
The true taste of home
and culture.
Chef of life.
It's amazing how your child grows up before your eyes. Enable their thriving development with the new NanKid 4 with HMOs to support your child's development, probiotics, and high-quality proteins. And all of these work together to support your child's development and growth today and tomorrow. NanKid 4, nourish your child's potential.
Thanks for staying with us. Let's bring you more stories now. For years, delays in license renewals, manual documentation, and verification challenges have remained concerns within Nigeria's aviation regulatory system, often affecting operational efficiency across the sector. The Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, says its new digital licensing and medical certification platform is intended to address those gaps through a centralized and automated process. According to the authority, the system is expected to reduce processing delays, improve license validation, and strengthen oversight through biometric-backed credentials and QR code authentication.
Speaking at a stakeholders' engagement in Lagos, Director General of the Civil Aviation Authority, Captain Chris Najumo, said the MPIC platform will replace paper-based procedures with real-time digital verification for pilots, engineers, and air traffic controllers.
The quick fix software that will make everything faster, quicker, and you know, let me give you an example. What we are doing now manually is prone to so many backlogs, you can see so many fakes, you know.
The Director of Airworthiness Standards and Chairman of the Flight Standards Group, Godwin Balang, said the system is designed to strengthen safety oversight.
NCA is there to enforce regulation, irrespective of what you are doing. So if your pilot, for example, makes a violation, the system will flag the airline. Then you can dig into the system and now find out what is it. Is it the airline or is it the pilot? Do you understand? So nothing is hidden anymore. You know, it's a lot of transparency and effectiveness.
The NCAA says the digital platform is expected to reduce licensing delays, improve transparency, and strengthen aviation oversight in Nigeria. Marachi Amushe, ART News, Lagos.
Nigeria is pushing its frontiers to becoming a major contributor to genomic science and bioinformatics by closing the gaps in the nation's vast untapped genetic diversity in humans, plants and animals and other nuclear organisms. Director General of the National Agency Biotechnology Development Agency, Abdullahi Mustafa, at a media engagement in Abuja, says it is extending collaboration with parties to expand major interventions for Nigeria to address current social and economic challenges, leveraging on available resources.
Genomics is a scientific analysis of DNA in humans, animals, plants to understand its generic variation. Africa, according to available reports, has the highest human genetic diversity globally, but has remained underrepresented. This meeting is pushing around this challenge through the National Genomics and Bioinformatics Data Generation Repository and Management Infrastructure.
Will serve as the backbone for innovation across sectors, supporting precision medicine, climate-resilient agriculture, industrial biotechnology, and environmental sustainability, while ensuring that Nigeria retains ownership and control of its genetic resources within a robust data governance framework.
The collaboration that NABDA seek at this meeting will help integrate biodiversity, finance, and digital innovation into Nigeria's healthcare delivery systems.
Enabling early disease detection, personalized treatment, drug discovery, and improved public health surveillance tailored to Nigerian population.
The National Genomics and Bioinformatics Data Generation Repository and Management Infrastructure will also open up new career pathways for Nigeria's science graduates and ensure inclusive development for the country. Roluke Ogudele, AIT News, Abuja.
The Nigerian government has established the National Research and Innovative Fund, NRIF, a $500 million annual project that will provide direct funding support to help develop research and innovative ideas for large-scale commercialization. At the forum that brought together government officials and industry key players, discussions focused on the effective implementation of the NRIF to transform products of research and innovation into tangible socio-economic gains for the country.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed the National Research and Innovation Fund into law to address the challenges of inadequate funding that has long slowed research and technology advancement in Nigeria.
The NRIF will significantly accelerate the commercialization of research output, support innovators and entrepreneurs, stimulate industrial growth, attract private sector investment, and create jobs for Nigerians. One of the things that we must do as we make input in the National Research and Innovation Development Fund is to ensure that we give pride of place to commercialization.
The National Research and Innovation Council bill also gained attention.
I intend to actively engage my former colleagues in National Assembly
at the relevant committee level to emphasize the urgency and the strategic importance of this bill for Nigeria's and for future development and for global competitiveness.
By leveraging STI, we can support innovation-led industrialization, commercialization of research for local manufacturing diversification.
The successful implementation of the National Research and Innovation Development Fund will be a major boost for Nigeria's technology sector, creating opportunities to move ideas from the shelves to the market, driving a massive industrial growth. Fumilayo Emopai, AIT News, Abuja.
The Chief Medical Director of the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital has condemned the conduct of the operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the EFCC, describing their recent raid on the hospital as unprofessional and disruptive. The CMD made the statement during a press conference in Uyo.
Calm may have returned to the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital, but the tension triggered by the EFCC's controversial operation still lingers. What began as a routine enforcement mission quickly escalated into confusion when operatives of the anti-graft agency stormed the facility in an attempt to arrest the chairman, Medical Advisory Committee, Professor Eyo Ekpe.
What happened was simply the fact that something that would have been a very basic exercise, because it was crudely done, degenerated into what he has, and now today, hundreds of patients are suffering. Some people are going to die.
At the center of the controversy, Professor Eyo Ekpe, who was the target of the operation, also faulted the manner in which the EFCC carried out the raid, insisting that due process was not followed.
They said, no, you cannot wait. They started pushing me. They dragged me out of the office. And when they dragged me out of the office to the walkway, I started crying. And people that heard the cry came. Hospital staff that heard the cry came. And they said I must, the EFCC operative said I must not say anything.
But please, for the sake of our patients and the lives of people, let us see how we can, come back to work.
However, the EFCC, in a statement, maintained that its operatives were at the hospital strictly to verify the authenticity of a medical report concerning a suspect.
United States President Donald Trump has arrived in Beijing for a two-day state visit, his first trip to China since 2017. He is set for high-level talks with President Xi Jinping on Thursday, with trade, the Iran war, Taiwan, and tech competition topping the agenda. Here's the report.
They want to make sure they deal with that issue and sort it out once and for all, and and not begin to go back and forth. And then one of the most important things too, it's the issue of tariff. They need to trash out the issue of tariff once and for all. Yeah, because the idea of including charging tariff for goods and services and all of this stuff, they are not comfortable. They need to sort that and discuss that. And another thing, the issue with Taiwan. China is very, 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 very. They are not joking with the issue of one China policy. They want to integrate everybody. So they want to discuss the issue of Taiwan. They know very well that they need this market. So they need to discuss so that they can sort out all of these issues once and for all. So they need to discuss the war in Iran and find a way of settling that issue. They must get to a middle point. They need to just sort it out once and for all.
The Philippine Senate has been placed under lockdown after gunshots were heard inside the complex where Senator Ronald De La Rosa had reportedly sought refuge. Military personnel and heavily armed police